Let's make it happen, Captain.
Kimmy 65 is live. Oh 07, we're back and we are about to get into it. A recent patch was delivered over the weekend to get us to live to a previous state to where we were in the game in regards to the back end to ensure that things were working properly. But still, there's some issues that SIG they have to iron out. Luckily, there are things that they're doing behind scenes as we speak to get it right. So, with that said, man, let's play.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
Let's play.
You are clear to launch.
All right, ASOP terminal ATC call is working out okay. Let me check my. Oh no, for some reason I have the wrong ship. I'm not taking this out. I got the wrong ship. I have my all of my customized parts to the other ship. Not taking this ship out. I have two prospectors, and unfortunately, if I don't trick one out, then I may inadvertently, like I just did, pick that one that doesn't have all the custom parts to it. It's gonna take me a second. Get downstairs, despawn that bad boy. Right here. Do it right here.
To the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Store. Okay, it seems like this is the real deal.
Vehicle has been delivered.
Okay, let's see. Back to hangar 2. There she is. There she is. Yeah, it's time. Let's get it. Right. You're on board the correct ship. Do a last minute check. Look for my mining gadgets, attachments. There they are. We're ready.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
Calling ATC 321 now.
You are clear to launch.
Yes. Love when that works. Love when it works. Never gets boring. Time to make a little bit of Alpha United Earth credits in the game. Get my bottom line going. Tuck those legs in. All right. So, as you may know, the recent post from Mr. CR, aka Chris Roberts, aka Mr. Wing Commander, aka Mr. Privateer, aka Mr. Squadron 42. Yeah, he mentioned some things in regards to the back end. He addressed it to one of the French streamer by the name of Pirata. To share a little bit into that. Chris says, hi, I just wanted to thank you for your suggestions for quality of life on Star Citizen. And he goes into complimenting him on his streaming material, his streaming content. Oh shit, what am I doing? Oh, no, we can't have that. Where the hell am I? What's going on here? Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. Straight up. That was a little weird. That's a hell of a shot there. Back to the post. I just wanted to thank you for your suggestions of quality of life on Star Citizen. Also, your incredibly awesome flying and video capture skills. Whenever I want to show someone the huge range of things you can do in Star Citizen, your low flying or 100-player get-together videos on YouTube are part of the links I shared when I started the journey on Star Citizen over 10 years ago. I never imagined such dynamic and beautiful footage showing off both what the technology of Star Citizen can do and, more importantly, what players can do in the huge sandbox we're building. I almost said burning. Building. Back to your post. Seeing tight, concise, constructive feedback like this is super helpful. I also want you to know that I pay attention to the community's feedback as well as feedback by various Star Citizen content creators. Excuse me. This year has been especially difficult, one in terms of stability and quality of life, due to the rollout of persistent entity streaming (PES). In 318, the whole way we track and record the state of the universe changed dramatically, which also changed the way we handle the data in the backend and the cloud. Because of how we record state with PES, we needed to switch to a different kind of backend database. So we moved from a SQL relational database to a graph database. Unfortunately, the graph database we selected, despite being one of the best rated ones and intended for enterprise scale, has had major issues at load, causing the database to lock up and all the queries from the game service to stall out. This happened on the 318 launch, where it took us a lot of effort to stabilize, including some engineering on our side to lessen the load on the database. We thought we had this issue solved, but the most recent version of the database software was a step backwards, and we've had additional lockups at load, which was what happened for periods on Wednesday, just after we launched 320, and on Friday, and very briefly on Saturday. We rolled back to an older version and disabled some of the features last night that we suspect may be contributing to the instability. Ironically, we think that replication to mirror databases before redundancy is a culprit to the database lockups. This looks to have stabilized things so far. The backend database getting into a bad state manifests in multiple ways to infinitely spinning inventory windows, missing items, and degraded game performance. We went with an off-the-shelf enterprise-level database for stability and resilience, as there is already a lot of new tech in Star Citizen, so it's frustrating as the software that should be rock solid is the biggest offender, making the Star Citizen experience even more unreliable. We have the top engineers from the database company working on this, and we are also assessing other databases to switch to if the unreliability of the current solution continues or cannot be solved. One way or another, we intend to have this solved in the very near term and the game coming back to a 3.17.x stability levels. We are also very focused on improving quality of life, both annoying bugs that have been around for way too long and some things that we need to address to make this experience fun and welcoming. Your list is great in this respect, as a lot of your suggestions are on our list as well. Check, make sure I don't have any cops, UEE officers want to pull me over now. Walla. Right. Okay, so last part of this is we're also very focused on improving quality of life, both annoying bugs that have been around for way too long and some things that we need to address to make the experience fun and welcoming. Your list is great in this respect, as a lot of your suggestions are on our list as well, or list 2. We did get some quality of life fixes in 320, like the quantum travel HUD being lined up properly, but not nearly as much as the team or I would like. We will be working on knocking out bugs and improving quality of life pretty continuously from here on out. There's a lot of great tech and features that we are bringing into Star Citizen from Squadron 42 that will dramatically change the feel and polish of Star Citizen. For instance, a lot of your suggestions in game comfort and readability have already been addressed by the changes we made for Squadron 42. The plan has always been to bring this work into Star Citizen. Squadron 42 was just a good way for us to focus and really polish the feel and usability without the pressure of maintaining functionality as we iterated on it for the always live environment of the PU. We've now had an inflection point in Squadron 42's development that allows us to start bringing this work into Star Citizen in the near future. I'm very excited for CitizenCon as we will be sharing a lot of these features and more. It will be great to be in front of a live crowd and spending time with the community in person. It's been 4 years since the last in-person CitizenCon. So there we have it. That's telling us right there. We should see definitely a deep dive into, I guess, the 4.0 aspect of CitizenCon. The features that we see that are now embedded in Squadron 42. We should see how that works from Squadron 42 for the mechanics. And then at some point in the near future, we're going to have that translated into the PU. Sooner than later, for sure. It's time. Get down here to one of these locations and start work. It's about that bottom line, baby. All right, swing her around. All right. Last stream, I discovered that they really changed the aspect of scanning now. Quite an update. Let me land this shit real quick. Some of the flight movement functionality is not working, like my velocity adjustments. I'll get back to it. A speed limiter and a velocity levers are not responding. So I just want to land and then maybe stand up and sit back down to get a firm handshake again with the controls, and also sometimes turning it off to help too. Yeah, it's not responding. Turn it off. Let me get up. Take myself away. Unstow myself from the controls. That terminology, unstow or disconnect. All right. Now I'm gonna sit back down. Everything is on. Yep, there's the workaround. You see velocity and the limiter. I don't see that working, but let me turn on the chip. Oh, this is weird. Now it's not bonding. Now I turned the thing on. Turned it off. Now it's working. Very, very odd. Now turn it on. Oh boy. Okay. Some things got to be worked out. Let's see what I can do. Make some money. Fahrenheit. Oh shit. Power surge. On and off method for sure. Back up a little bit, Timmy. There we go. Terranite, aluminum. I'm going after that terranite. Okay, 100% Terranite. I'll roll with that any day. Just a little, just a midget of it. Not a lot though. Fracturing mode. And it's worthwhile here. Is it? Inert material, 40% Terranite. Okay, not bad. And first text Raptor, how's it? Mining is going okay so far, First Texan. So far, so good. Still, fingers are crossed though. Um, as you heard, Chris responded, and they're working and getting the back end together. And the good news is, we should be seeing some of the Squadron 42 game mechanics come over to this side of the game, which is the PU, to polish things out a little better. Um, in less than 4 months, 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks now for CitizenCon. But not bad with mining. Not bad so far. It's early though. Jury is still out. Speaking of which, I better back up. Go over to extraction mode. See what. Haven't done mining yet. This patch is different. Yeah, over the weekend they did submit a new patch based on the things they did with the database backend. They had to fix some things or regress to some things. And it's right now it's about getting the new database that they went to. They're working with the vendors of that database to get it right. So all good, all good. It's new. It's new. That's new technology. It always has to be worked out and figured out as far as stability bugs. But yeah, so far so good. But yeah, I commend them. They worked over the weekend to get this patch, and they sent that live patch over the weekend. Not bad. Oh, 07 for the devs who did the work and did the grind. They're in the trenches. They're literally in the trenches, man. Give credit where credit is due. Yes. Right. Or Terranite there. But yeah, I would say give it a go. The more testers, the better. You can figure this thing out. So I'm gonna try to run the gamut on this one and see. I've yet to get to the refinery and see what happens with that as well. I need to get there and see if it will, refine and then calculate and allow me to sell the cargo once I, refine it. It's some thorough testing that's needed right now to make sure everything's viable. It's working. Let's see here. I have a Stampede. Let's see, it's medium. Okay, it may not. Well, I don't want Hefest tonight. I'm good. See what else is out there. I think I checked that. I'm sure. All right, let's see what else is out here. There we go. Might even find some gold. We're focused on salvaging because that's where the money is at right now. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I'll run the gamut. First Texan, I'm gonna do that as well. Just test as much as I can. But you know what? It speaks to having, the industrial ships are what makes this game more of a fully realized fun experience, in my opinion. I get it. The dogfighting, that's part of it too. But that's going under some major changes as well. But speaking of which, I can't wait for them to finalize the master mode so that it will be a thing. But yeah, I am definitely focused and all in on the industrial ships. because that's the thing that will bring people together to work together. And what better way to, make your money in the UAE, as well as have uh, those memorable interactions with each other. And it's not scripted. It's not. It's that's what makes this game stand out more so than any other game. When it's hard to, it's hard to compare other games to it because of the multi-crew, multiplayer aspect of what Star Citizen brings to the table. That's the real cool thing about it, and it makes it so much fun. It never gets boring. It's never a boring moment when you have a number of people collectively working together, especially with these industrial ships. So I just hope they get a pulse, or they read the room on, hey man, this is what really makes the game. These industrial type ships, your repairs, salvage, man. We need the speaking of salvage, First Texan, we need that, the end loop or the end game of salvage, which is the hull munching. Can you imagine once we get hull munching and then the physicalized components? Man, let me tell you, you're talking about people in groups just salvaging, breaking ships down. Space trucking. Yeah, it's all intertwined. It's all connected. Yeah, I'm saving for Reclaimer right now since I lost it. Gotcha. Yeah. Sorry about that. That's not in CIG's intent, and they're looking to really rectify everything. So they did send a patch. They did send a message out that the long-term persistence LTP, they did a rewrite, or they dialed back to make sure that everybody's items were going to come back to them. Oh, you're at 15 mil? Oh, you're a beast, dude. You're a beast. Beefcake 07. That update is going to be sick when it comes out in 14 years. Someone's a little salty. Someone's a little salty in chat. Oh. Yeah, this is the long. He always salty. Yeah, this game is about the long game. This is definitely the long game, Beefcake. But like I said, if they start adding and completing these game loops that incorporate the industrial side of the game, oh my gosh, we got something special in our hands. I can't say enough about that. Those industrial ships will make the game iconic. It really will. I'm so looking forward to that. The complete version of salvage with the hull munching, and being able to extract those components out of a ship, as well as being able to and having the ability to recycle them or repair them, and potentially sell them or use them, and store them in your persistent hangar and use them for a rainy day when you need them. But also the gases and liquids that can be extracted for value. So you can bring a Starfarer with you to salvage and siphon the quantum fuel, the hydrogen fuel. You can siphon all that stuff, and oxygen, is no limits. That really makes salvaging that much more valuable and interesting. And now we're getting the Argo SRV. Can you imagine that combined with the full version of salvage, where you actually go out and find ships and haul it back to a safe zone and get it, or a designated zone to where your crew are working, and they just go to work and just tear it down. Man, that is so cool. Okay, that's Laranite there. Definitely looking forward to that. And don't talk about repair. Oh my goodness. If Chris announces the Crucible, he can never do anything wrong in my eyes. I don't care what he says. He said, we're gonna light a match to the studio and let it burn. I'm like, I have no comment. He is doing all right by me. We're gonna set fire to the studio and see what happens. I'm like, Chris can do no wrong. He can do no wrong. He brought the crucible out. What are you talking about? Are you ridiculous? What are you talking about? He's fine. It's nothing wrong with him. There's nothing psychotic about Chris. Do you realize he brought out the crucible? Okay then. What's your point? He could do no freaking wrong, man. I'd be ready to nominate him for president or prime minister. I'm trying to tell you, that's our guy. Oh, by the way, his best achievement ever, he brought out the crucible. It's one of those. Oh shit! Oh, let me get the hell up out of here. I was watching chat. Ooh, that scared the crap out of me, baby. Okay, let's see if I can get in there and get it. Oh damn! I pulverized it. I vaporized it, man. It was that bad. Oh my god! And it was gold up in them there hills. And what did I do? I melted it. Damn. I'm retracting my bandit gear. Look at the shadow reflecting that. Yeah, this when can we expect these bugs to go away, you know? The game heard you. Be careful that tag. That lag can be '07 Admiral, the lag is real, dude. The lag is real. Holy smokes. Yeah, they got to get that database working again. It did, First Texan. It hurt me big time. But hell, hopefully, well, if it hurt me, I hope it followed through and bring that freaking crucible out here someday. Oh my God, if he makes that announcement. But we know we're going to hear about new ships. I hope they have some functionality to them. I mean, I hope, you know, I'm not begrudging dogfighting or combat, you know, another combat ship, but we need some ships that are going to, you know, have us interact and work on things together. Maybe another science ship, you know, something answer to the Endeavor. We already have the Sin, right? Or something, the Reliant, Sin. Yeah, the Reliant Sin. That's a science ship. What could really make that valuable? I'm kind of meh with that ship, but that's somebody else. What is my trash is someone else's goal. So I'm not going to begrudge that either. But if they could come up with some modules for that ship to do different type of scientific experiments, that would make that value of that ship go up even more. Especially when you can go ahead and buy those modules with real money, and it gives you different functionalities. Maybe science with flora, right? Science with biomedics or something. Chemistry. That would really increase the value of that ship. I want actual gameplay of the Star Citizen. Needs the devs back. Yeah. Yeah, gameplay is definitely it. And it's with that new letter though, Beefcake, that they announced. I was glad to hear that from Chris, and it, you know, it seems also when you read between the lines, that's a sign that Chris is excited about something. And when he sees something concrete that's going to come through, he's going to talk a little more. I over the years, I've learned that from Chris. In other words, it's hard for him to contain the secrecy because due to the sheer excitement of things. So it's good to know that they feel as though they have something ready that they're going to present to us, and they can deliver on fairly soon. From what they were mentioning with his recent response out there. But but at the same time, they've been working on Squadron 42 for a bit, and with all these things that's going on, that's going to be a welcome addition to the game experience in the PU, right? Can't wait. 4 weeks, right? Oh, these spikes are no joke. Come on, hurry up. Don't let it go all the way down. These spikes are crazy, man. I gotta freaking start all over. Wow. Yeah, these spikes are no joke. Got it. Finally. Wow. Woo. Holy smokes, man. '07 Admiral.
Oh, you saw me today.
Yeah, I
see how
did. I did see you. What's going on, sir?
What's going on? Hello, everybody.
Monday Fun Day. So, did you see the Chris Roberts response to Tarada, Admiral?
I did. What do you think of it?
It was a wow moment. I'm like, is that Chris? Is that really Chris? That was the first thing. And then it showed that he's excited again. He knows something, right? He's seen something, and he's trying to keep it secret, but he's telling a little bit. But also, he's giving us some sort of transparency after the fact, which I'm okay with. So I think it was a thing of, yeah, unfortunately, but then it's more of a thing of wait until you see this, and we're on the job with this. So I give him credit for not fixing everything, but working through things for the weekend. So overall, it's like I would say bittersweet, a little bitter first, a little like that commercial, the Sour Patch candy, a little sour, and then it gets sweet at the end. So what did you think?
I mean, you know how I am with Squadron 42, so he definitely highlighted the fact that most of that stuff he was talking about was already in Squadron 42.
Mm,
And then they're going to, and they're going to move it into the PU eventually.
yeah,
Which takes care of like a good portion of like, I think of what the person was talking about.
yeah,
Part of that is like, for instance, to give you an example, if you remember, some org a couple like maybe 6 to 9 months ago made a sound change.
Oh, in
like,
that
inside
turret.
the hammerhead.
in the
It was, like,
turrets, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that
it
was
was, like,
amazing.
and then like what 3 weeks ago they came out, or a month ago now they came out with the new sound things where they're like, oh, we're gonna have like sound, like you could hear it, like, you know, how a bullet sounds at different angles in the room, and then also like, you know, different sounds of your ship in space.
Yeah,
So they're kind of going the same route. Whether or not that pushed them to do that, I would think not. But maybe you know, gave them an additional like, hey, don't forget this.
inspiration.
So I, you know, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I really want to hear like, really heavy hitting things to Hull. But in terms of, you know, Chris Roberts, I mean, it was like, I don't know if he's in the UK right now. I mean, I assume
Yeah.
he is. So I mean, I must have been like, I don't know, 4 in the morning when he wrote that. I'm not sure.
They call him the Beast. That remember that nickname they called him? He was called the Beast.
I don't
Beast.
remember that.
Yeah, they say, why do they call him that? Because he's up late at night, and sometimes he'll get into the game and he's coding as well, and they call him the Beast. And I'm like, what? So by you saying that, you made me remember that about him.
Well, I just don't want him to have a stroke. I want him to actually be around to finish this.
I mean, it's kind of like I don't think his life is that bad. I mean, he's kind of like, okay, he'll put time into just making his game, right? And then he has his family. He's focused on his family. He gets into what they're into. So there's a balance right there in itself, right? He's got 2 beautiful kids, and I don't think that's yeah.
But think how many people who work for him now. Like
Right.
you're literally like you have like say 800 or 700 people you employ.
Yeah.
Who all depend upon you and who all depend upon you for their livelihood.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
CIG doesn't sell anything though.
Well, right now they're not. Yeah,
They
I
don't,
saw.
yeah,
You make
but,
a
like,
great
their-
point. Yeah, I saw
Their
that
income
too.
is like ships. It's to think about.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot of stress because what if like you get a ship like steel and you're like
Mhm.
you say you like, oh well, we have X amount of employees, we need to have this much income to be able to pay these employees.
Yeah.
What ships do we have? Oh, we got the steel. Oh, that'll do great. Let's
Yeah.
put that out and that'll take care of us for like 3 months. And then the steel goes out there, it only brings in like a month's worth of income for the
Yeah.
studio. And you're like, oh shit, we need to do something else. I mean, I'm hoping they're in a lot better place.
Oh, CitizenCon.
I just hope they're in a lot better place financially.
I think I seen something like that, a post about that they're still doing okay financially, and and basically, essentially, what you're saying is give credit where credit is due. This community is going to make sure that this game is finished. It's going to be complete. I think in terms of you have new backers, and then I think again they're they're finally reading the room to the extent that yeah, to the credit of the community, they have financial stability, but then due to the credit of the community saying enough of the shenanigans, figure this out because this is taking too long just for the essential things, right? So you kind of see that it's not a coincidence that they're also uh, reverberating or reflecting back to us to say we're getting this in. Sargareth 07, good morning, sir. You see them reflecting our concerns and our anxieties, right? And it's not a coincidence. They're reading the room and they're understanding that the community, they will support you if you are doing things that are deserving of the community's financials and support. And right now, due to the issues of Pez, which he gracefully explained, they have some shortcomings, they have some things to work out, and he alluded to that. But I think now they're ready to turn things around, and I think it's apt time that it needs to turn around to the extent that the little things, like he did mention into that message to Tarada, the long-term bugs, it's like, yes, finally he's saying it, now he's got to follow through. So yeah, it's not just the CitizenCon, it's like everything up to CitizenCon and beyond. They have to, Admiral, they have to knock it out of the park, man. And I mean, it's not saying do grand things like a machinima, but do the little things that make sense. Do the basic things so that people can say, I got into the game, I played out, I had fun, I logged off the game, and I'm smiling because I had a great gameplay experience. No 30Ks, no weird desync and stuff of that nature. Scavenger 07. Are you guys?
Scavenger, get in here.
He said, "Are you going to CitizenCon?" No, sir. We're going to Twitch, and we're going to watch.
You're not going to Twitch. Oh, okay. You mean
That was
here.
a little tongue in cheek.
That was a little tongue in cheek there.
We're going to Twitch to watch the con. CitizenCon.
I know
That is.
some people are going to TwitchCon because I think it's the same weekend.
Isn't it? That's crazy. Why would they do that?
Well, it's a livelihood or whatever, but I mean, I don't know. I would rather just if your thing is Star. Well, I don't know. If your thing is Star Citizen, you should go to Star Citizen. That way, you have all the
Yeah.
inside information and you know what the hell's going on. I forget who it is. Some person was trying to get there at least one of the 2 days.
Yeah. I think I
it might have
answered.
been Authy. I think Authy is. I think I'm thinking of Authy.
Okay, Arthur. I think I answered my own question to that a while ago when I said it's no different than a Burger King and a McDonald's on the same street corner, right, across the street from each other, and it's just basically what's your taste, what's your preference, and they do
I
business.
don't know where you buy Burger King, but I don't buy it on the street corner. You go inside a restaurant. This guy
Right?
goes up to the guy pushing the cart.
As long as you don't do carry out. Last, I had hope Kimmy would bring his wife to con. I'd buy the goodie bag, but rather give you the money. This to Sig. '07 scavenger. Yeah, the goodie. That drew a lot of flack. The goodie bag being $35, and it was like plushies and things of that nature. And I even had a comment on it. I'm like, wait a minute, why don't give us a radiation suit or something that we could use for pyro, or they gave us the cold suit one year, the Novikov cold suit or something, and I'm like, okay, give us the Diablo radiation heat suit or something, and I'll say, okay, I can spend $35 on that, but not for me, not for plushies and little electronic memorabilia things to say, oh, CitizenCon, blah blah blah. I'm like, no, I want a little more value because it's about the gameplay for me. It doesn't add to my gameplay, but it is what it is. But yeah, definitely CitizenCon is at home this year. I think for me, scheduling, it just for me it took me by surprise that they were going to do it. We heard little inklings of it, and then I think Sandy actually mentioned, "Hey, we're going to do it live," and I'm like, "Oh crap, it's not a good time for me." So it is what it is. But I intend to enjoy it, but I just hope that it's not a flub or something where I don't think it's going to be a flub. I think they're going to address what needs to be addressed. Some things we may be surprised about, right? Some things we're going to be spot on about. But I think the main thing with this is, hey, look, how is server meshing coming along? That's going to be the elephant in the room. That's one thing they won't be able to get through without answering those questions or those concerns. Hey, where are we with server meshing? When do we get it? Because right now the game has to be able to transform itself. I need to call. See, on the pads, you can't store your ship. But then maybe with this, they changed the back end. They reverted their back end. I'm going to try it and see if I can store it now that it's on the older database, the working one. But he said the vendors for that database they're using, their engineers are actually working on it. But then they found some things on their side too that needs attention, or some things they discovered. So hopefully it's a remedy on both sides that will make it have a firm handshake. Oh, 7 Coffee Gaming. What is going on? Happy Monday Fun Day.
Coffee, where are you at? You should
Where
get
you
in there
at?
too. Everybody get in
Yeah,
there.
get in the chat. Don't be shy. Get in chat, gentlemen. Talk about the game. What are your concerns? I want to hear all your to-dos and your wish list for CitizenCon.
Now that Scavenger's here, I know he's just going to talk about how good like the NPC female characters look from the backside.
They're walking.
So,
They're
like,
switching.
oh, you got to stop and just look at them for a little
Oh
while and
gosh.
continue with his
Yeah.
cargo rides.
You have the comments of, "Oh man, if she was real, she would be a cutie."
Welcome to the
Badunkadunks.
See, I see.
All
I see. I see scavenger. Yep. And no, I'm not going to Citizen.
Yeah, it's
I'm one of the smart ones. All my money's be going towards spaceships
but
instead
see,
of like seeing people spend their money to go there.
yeah, I mean, I'm
Like if I could
my
find two
moto,
thousand
big
dollars,
butts
right?
drive me
If I could
nuts.
find $2 grand to spend on Star Citizen. Yes,
Well,
the experience to see CitizenCon would be great,
yeah,
but whatever they're gonna release, I'd be like, okay, I can't afford that now, or I have to melt something.
yeah,
I think some people can work it out, but if you're really not in a place to spend $2 grand or $3,000, then to say I can spend maybe $300 or $500 for a spaceship that I might want, that makes way more sense,
you
and
have
be able to stay
yeah,
home.
you have no argument with me here on that, sir. I cannot debate. I can't pull that apart or say otherwise. Other than, yeah, you get to meet friends, you get to meet um, fellow Star citizens that you yet to meet, have met before. You know, you can't. That's priceless, right? But at the same time, everyone understands the aspect of wait a minute, it's a round trip. How far is that distance? And then you're talking about the 2 days, and then you have to have all those accommodations for those 2 days taken care of. And LA isn't cheap. Things in LA that you purchase isn't cheap. So with that said, I totally agree with the aspect of approaching start CIG with the thing of, hey, I might not be there, but I'm there in spirit. I'm watching it. I'm watching your content. I'm concerned about things, and I'm hoping things will get addressed. But at the same time, I'm able to support the. What's even better, I still support the company like you said, Admiral, being able to purchase some ships. That's a win-win on both sides. So it should not be a thing of frowning or, oh, you're not dedicated or anything of that nature. It should just be, okay, you can't make it, but you're there in spirit. But definitely, if you can get your hands on some ships that you've been waiting on, it helps the project. It helps the efforts and what the devs are all doing, and it's a win-win. It's not a failure because you're not going to wing commander or you looked or should be frowned upon. It's like, okay, but guess what? You've helped the cause to a better extent by supporting it by getting ships. The revenue has gone up. That's where it counts. Yeah.
CIG needs new coffee makers, and I am here to ensure that happens.
Right. No throwing beans at the coffee.
They need to make sure they have like good hot chocolate in the winter,
Right.
and I am here to ensure that happens.
No grind on the coffee. No grind in the coffee beans. But for sure, it's. I think it's gonna make for a good time. I definitely want it to be a good time. I'm not gonna sit there and lament about logistics of it, cost and things of that nature. Hey, I'm there in spirit, and if I can get some ships or so or upgrades that will help CIG, I'm definitely gonna do that without a doubt. Um, and all expectations will be, man, we're gonna get a new level of experience once they get the new stuff out. It's just based on 4.0. I am so looking forward to it. There's a little bug here where if I access certain things or views, I can't get the external view anymore. And see, I want to make sure I'm clear of anything. I don't want to bump my head or my ship, the head of my ship on anything. And it seems like ATC, I'm trying to get it to call and give me a landing place so I can store and dock these minerals. Because if I do a claim, I think it wipes it out. But let me try again. Working through these bugs. He said it already has been granted, but I don't see the marker. Okay, so what do I do as far as a workaround? I'm going to turn the ship off, get out of the seat, and sit back down to see if the marker comes up. Yeah, they got to get this. So we're going through the hangover of 318. Basically, we're still trying to get over that massive hangover, which is PES 318. And now turn things on. Let me see if I see the marker. Not yet. Let me call ATC.
Get
Okay.
down.
Yeah, my bindings don't work, but let me call it through the ATC.
That request has already been granted.
Sometimes they don't appear if you aren't close enough. Yeah. See, I use that zone of call ATC first Texan, but it seems like okay. Let me get in a little closer now because it says the request is there. Okay, so I'm gonna try this as a workaround. I'm gonna go into a pad, land, and I'm gonna log out and go back in and see if my cargo is in the ship because that's basically all I need to do.
Request has already been granted.
Okay, so he's saying it's there. He's telling me it's there, but it's visually I don't see the marker. So what if I go to want to see if I can eyeball it and see if I see an open dock area? Usually my landing zones have been here, but let me get a glimpse of where the pads are. I probably will just veto it and go to the pad. But let me see if I can. If I can peer down here and see if the door is open. That should be me. Nope, that's not me. That's not me. I would have seen something by then. Okay, so let me try going to a pad. Work around this bug right here. Something's not in sync. Okay, where's a pad? Trying to eyeball a pad here. I can't get external view to get me a wider view. So let's see here. Okay, those are the pads up there. And then I'll log out real quick. I can get it going. All right. Turn it off. So we should be seeing something soon for this week. Do we get the road? I'm wondering if we get the roadmap this week. We may get the roadmap this Wednesday. We close up. Okay, it's closing. All right. Trying to see if there's a This Week in Star Citizen out. No. We might get a letter, an official letter from Chris talking a little further about where they are with that issue with the back end. Hammer, you mentioned you have the Fury, right?
Yep.
Would you be up to trying some racing or something? Or not?
Not right now. I actually have a meeting in half an hour.
Oh, okay. Ah, you're moonlighting here.
I am actually
Yes, you are.
writing contracts and talking to you
Oh,
in
stop it.
Discord.
Okay, let's try this. That's a workaround. I'm trying to store my ship so then I can access my inventory in order to refine it so that way I can set it up as actual cargo. Okay, going into the back into the server now. Hopefully this will be a workaround. EMD software. Oh, what is Scavenger doing? He's been to bind changes. Alt F4 activates AMD software. You can all okay. I thought if you were on a pad, you could still access the inventory in the refinery. Okay, first Texan. I'm gonna go in and respawn. Yeah, I was a little curious about it because it had claim on there. Not, I thought maybe you could still store from the pad, but it wasn't allowing me. So I was a little concerned when it said claim. But yeah, I think I might have done that once, and I might have forgotten that I would still be able to just go to the refinery and move that cargo out of the ship and put it in through to the refinery to update the minerals. All right, so I'm gonna head up to the refinery. As long as you don't claim it. Yep. See, those are the weird things about the game. It's like, don't do that. If you do that, you're gonna screw it up. It should always be concise in what we do. But again, we need refinements in the gameplay. That's another. To me, that's like a nagging bug for the pad, right? We shouldn't have that kind of verbiage. If you land on a pad, meaning okay, it's quick access, then the game should say, "Oh, I recognize your ship is on the pad. Here's your options," and that one of those should be store it. To me, I see that as a bug, not a critical one, but yeah, it's like a workaround. It's weird. Gladestone. Causing trouble. Yes, sir. Again. Not causing trouble, but causing trouble again. There it is. Yeah, I'm not falling into the refines of, you got to learn the workaround. I think that's the thing with Star Citizen, man. That's just one of those. It's like you gotta understand the workarounds. That shouldn't be. And I give credit where credit is due. If not for this community, man, I don't know what to say about the state of people wanting to play this game. The community is the heartbeat, man. It's the heartbeat of this entirety of the game. And I think it's time for Sig to, step in and say, "We thank you for your service." It should be a thank you for your service moment right there, and just say, "Hey, look, um, we got this. We need that. We need that." And I don't want to use the analogy of CIG is using this as the crutch. We don't want to use that. But at some point, there's got to be an urgency of, all right, the gameplay mechanics, we got this in. Now, backers, look to some other things that could probably be detrimental to the game other than just the basic gameplay. That way, it feels like we'll be moving forward as far as not us moving back, but just being stagnant. It's a level of saying, hey, things are a little stagnant. We need to move forward, and that's what means is to go ahead and Chris. We need that 4.0, man, and those gameplay mechanics that will basically give a stable gameplay experience. Tough learning the SC ropes. It is coffee, isn't it, man? But what would we do without you, coffee? What would we do without you? This community and just looking after each other. And the community gets this think about, oh, you're a care bear. No, it's understanding and reading the room of what's going on. We need to hold things up as a group, as a unit. We need to, not just take care of the game, but take care of each other, because at the end of the at the end of the day, we want to keep playing this game, right? So that's one of the ways we do it. We take care of each other and help each other until it's getting to a point where things are refined and they make sense and they're stable. And then it's like, okay, you're on your own. You're on your own now. Every man for himself, every man and woman for himself. But until then, it's like we gotta help each other out. Until the gameplay can stand on its own. We're all lucky to have absorbed that knowledge over the years. Imagine being brand. I know this is why, it's the wrong thing to treat the new member like they're the new member. You treat them like family. You treat them like, hey, you've been here before, you know it. If they have questions, answer it, because at the end of the day, they will help enhance and solidify um, the sustainability of Star Citizen. It will continue. The game will continue with new backers, but you treat them like, oh, you're new. It's like, stop it. Grow up. Grow up. Have a deeper understanding of what that means. That's all I'm asking. And
So
first
Kimmy,
Texan.
regarding
Yeah.
CitizenCon, um,
Say
do you
again,
think
Admiral. We're what?
regarding CitizenCon,
Yeah.
you're a miner. You do a lot of mining here.
Because there's nothing really else to do. Let's be
Well, don't you
honest.
well, don't you have like a staff fair or something like that?
No, I want one. Something. I want one, but
Welcome
um,
to the ASOC vehicle
yeah,
retrieval system.
I'm just saying that's the closest thing to a true game loop, right? The mining. That's the closest thing. But other than that, Admiral, what else do we have? You
Okay,
know,
so if they release the RSI large miner, you gonna get that?
oh, man, that's a loaded question. Oh my gosh, how much is it gonna be at, Admiral? Hate asking a question with a question. That's the whole crux of it. Like, how much would it be? You know, it's
Um.
gonna be more than a mole, right?
Oh yeah.
And a mole is what, 335, almost 350.
Okay. Well, let's look at the hull. The hull sees that's like $500 right now.
Ooh.
Um,
Okay, there you go.
I would
That's a
say,
good metric. 450.
uh, but it's okay. So it's a concept sale. So maybe $400 for the concept sale, and it might be 600 when it comes out because the Orion
Ooh,
really is.
600. You said 600. Oh my
Well,
god.
the Carrack is $600. So that's not even.
Ooh.
If you want the
Ooh.
Carrack brand new right now, you don't have
Right.
one now,
Right.
and you're gonna buy it in cash.
Yeah.
It's $600.
Yeah, true. Oh my gosh.
So like people like shocked, like, oh, the whole C went to like so and so. I'm like, well, it could have went to 600, which is the Carrack right now, but
Whew.
I
Yeah.
also think they need to increase the LTI restrictions from $1,000. They need to, because a lot of people are like, oh, well, the Orion's not going to go above 1,000 because that's above the
Mhm.
LTI restriction. So like any ship over $1,000 has the LTI.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, that's on paper now, but I could
Mhm.
just scratch that out and say anything over $1,400 says LTI.
Yeah. Oh, definitely, for sure. Yeah.
And
That.
it's
Yeah.
grandfathered in, so like,
Yeah.
if you were ship before then it
Yeah.
would have LTI at $1,000. But if you buy a new ship over $1,000 or upgrade to a ship over $1,000, that it would go up to like say 1,400 or $1,500.
This is like for backers who spent money, right, and have a.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like cash.
I totally agree, man. That's a great idea, actually. I think that's good for concierge as a whole. That a person can come in and make a purchase, and that should be LTI based on the years of dedication and the amount of money they've accumulated or spending that they've accumulated in the project itself. So yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Just
I
saying,
wholeheartedly agree.
how does the 890, which was like I think it was $890 when it
Yeah.
came out,
$890. Stop it.
Wasn't it? It was 890, wasn't it?
Really? Oh
Don't
wow.
correct me if I'm wrong. I
Okay.
think the 890 was 890.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
but like now that's like 950 or something like that. But
Oh
in
yeah.
4 years, you can't. Why can't it go over $1,000? It
Right.
just doesn't make any sense.
You are clear to launch.
Yeah. Yeah. It.
I mean, because inflation. Just think about inflation. Like Sig can't sell any. Well, you need to repair your ship.
Yeah, I do. I saw those sparks. You know, when I saw those sparks, I'm like, oh hell no, I'm not going out without fixing that. Yeah. Yeah. I really agree that when it comes to a level of, okay, you spent this much, you're a concierge. Anything you go in and say, okay, I want to buy that ship, it should be LTI. No doubt about it. And I think it's a fair proposition. It makes sense. I mean, who's gonna really refute that or say, "Oh no, that's not fair"? Is it the person that spent like $40 in the game, $50 only? And it's no throwing shade to them. It's like, yeah, at a certain amount, you got to say, "Okay, you are a valued customer." They say that, and it's like, or you can't get this because it's not in the allotted time. And it's like, wait a minute, you know how long I've been playing this game, or have you seen my inventory, Chris?
What was the price of the Idris M when it came out?
Oh my God, it was up well over $1,000, easy,
Let me look it up.
easily. And now it's like those values keep going up. So yeah, it should be more a value applied to the person who purchased these
Okay, it was
ships.
$1,000 when it came out.
It was 1,000.
Yep.
Hmm.
And that was what, 2014 or 2013?
Mm-hmm. I think about 14.
Say 14. Can't do September. Okay, so just using inflation alone,
Mm-hmm.
that is $1,312.
Oh wow.
So
Okay.
for Sig to make the exact same money that they sold it for in 2014,
Yeah.
they would have to get $1,300 for that ship.
Oh wow.
They were going to resell it today. That would be break even. Like,
Oh,
that's
wow.
not like not equating anything that, you know, the value of it actually increased within the community. So that should be $1,300 at the bare minimum,
Mhm.
if not like 15. So I think $1,500 for that ship is worth the inflation and like the increase in the how valuable it is.
That also puts more
That'd be the
pressure.
low end. Huh?
You said it puts what?
I just think that would be like the value on the low end would be like $1,500
Yeah.
to include inflation and then also to, you know, for a little bit of uptick. And
Yeah.
and the way they've been doing uptick, if you look at the Hull C came out at $200. Now it's $500. What is it? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It was $200.
What?
So
Oh my
it went up
goodness.
to, so
Wow.
it's more than doubled.
Yeah.
So really, just inflation's $1,300 for the Idris. You could say it's an easy $2,200 ship right now.
Hmm. Don't get started on the Banu Merchantman. I mean, wasn't that 250 at one time?
I'm looking at it right now. Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
BMM. I'm gonna have to get back.
They would make a great splash if they announced the Mandu Merchantman at CitizenCon, but I'm not sure if that's possible. But it would have been great for them to announce that. Uh, Flight ready. But while you're looking that up, I can tell you one ship I think that will each and every time the price goes up, you'll see that ship sell out. The Pioneer. the Pioneer. People understand what that ship will do now. They have a full understanding of its potentials. Um, you can't put enough of those out, and it's gotten to the point where people will go to different servers in those time zones when they open up the sales and actively go to try to scalp one of those ships from a person in that server. I've seen it. It's like holy smokes. And it's a high point of
Oh,
bragging
kind of here's
rights.
Merchantman.
Oh, the
That's
birch.
why I can't find it. It was called Merchantman.
Yeah.
So it was $300 at the concept sale. Now it's
Okay.
six,
It doubled.
again more than double.
Yeah.
So if you think about these big ships,
Yeah.
they're really more than doubling in terms of like the original concepts
Mm-hmm.
and when they finally came out.
Yeah.
So if you think about the Orion, that was 325. So you're looking at 650 for the minimum,
Yeah.
and right now it's 575. I think is the standalone price.
Right now.
So it's probably
It's
definitely
going
going to be
up.
over $700. It's going to be
Yeah.
a huge ship.
At least
Probably about
6.
800.
Yeah. Six
Oh
six
no, it's
twenty
already
five,
past.
650.
It's at 575 right now.
Yeah. Six
But the way
fifty.
they've been looking at all the numbers, I'm looking at they're more than doubling. So
Yeah.
like 300 to 650.
Mm-hmm.
That's the merchant. Kind of like staying on the track.
And it
The
depends.
Orion.
Oh,
That's a go
definitely.
up.
It's set for a price hike.
What did you say what was the ship that makes buildings and stuff like that?
The
What is that?
Pioneer. You can't, man, you can't keep that thing on the website. I don't care what price it is. You cannot right now. It's a bragging right for people who have that ship. It's a bragging point, literally. Oh, I got a Pioneer. What?
That thing in concept is 750.
Right now it's
750
750.
And now it's 850, right?
Yeah.
But a concept that was
It's
750 is not out.
yeah.
So the way I'm looking at it is that if you go out the way that SIG, when they release a big ship from concept to reality,
Yeah.
that's you're looking at a $1,500 ship right off
Yeah.
off the bat.
Yeah. Yeah, the price of that is going up. Be aware if you're thinking about that Pioneer. First and foremost, understand it's all about this index, and what I mean by that, F5, 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 F5. That's the
They're doing it.
Pioneer. That's the state of buying a Pioneer. Real talk. Good luck, because people are ready for that ship to go back on sale. They are ready. It is the funniest thing. People were snobbish about, oh, it's not LTI. I'm not. Man, hell with that. They were just getting it, just like what is that version that you have to get it at? There's cash only or
Yeah.
something.
Well, cash only gives you the LTI if you get it on concept, and you get. Again,
What-
I don't
What's the other concept where you have to, you get upgrade
Well,
or credit?
view it.
What is it
You
called?
can you can CCU anything. Say if
Yeah.
you have a Dragonfly at LTI,
War
you
Bond.
can. Yeah, War Bond.
Yeah, thanks, coffee. Yeah. They're like, I don't give a damn. I just got a Pioneer. I'm just gonna make sure I keep the insurance up, but I got one.
Who's saying that?
No, people are. That's their mentality. They were like at first snobbish about. Oh, it doesn't this. The ones that's left, it doesn't have the LTI. It's got War Bond. You can't get it with LTI. They were like, the hell with that. That thing started selling out. There's like, I just want the functionality. I don't care.
Think about like what it takes to do something. Like, okay, so everything is priced because it makes money, so it's
Yes.
going to be priced for cash because it's
Yeah.
worth X amount of bucks.
Mhm.
And it's going to be worth tens of millions or billions in the game when it
Yeah.
comes out.
Oh yeah.
And buying it in cash saves you time later in the game because you don't have to save up for it.
Yes.
But like every career is like gonna take time. You look at the MPUVs taking on and off that cargo. I mean, the guy's
That's
literally
gonna be
just hanging
fun.
out in his room
Yeah, I know, right?
and like going shopping and stuff. Probably while the cargo is being loaded and unloaded. That's like a real thing.
Yeah, you saw Buddy on the commercial.
Yeah, is that his name, Buddy?
Yeah, he was catching those Z's. He was sitting in the hole going like this, neck
just like-
back. He was snoring, man.
Relaxing, man.
Uh,
He's just relaxing. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like people are gonna be like, "What's up with this downtime? Like, how am I playing a video game and like I feel like I could just pull out a book right now."
yeah. Well, you want to call a smaller ship and go somewhere else or do something else, or go to your hangar and get some other things organized until that timer is up.
Well, plus you can go and play Arena Commander in those sim pods.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
you know.
You're gonna have to
So
do something because you're gonna wait. You're gonna have to wait. Um, Damn, that's gonna be
and
crazy,
I mean,
man.
imagine like the logistics of dealing with the base building ship, the Pioneer.
Oh,
Like
that's a good point.
you have, yes, it can hold some supplies, but the idea is it like gets you the initial supply. You need to have like other ships delivering you product,
The materials, yeah,
construction materials, and stuff like
yeah.
that.
And it might
So
be specific to the environments, right? You might have certain material that's not going to be conducive to that location, right? So you might, like, for example, you're near ocean, you're not going to be ordering steel. You know, you're going to have some kind of polymer that resists the salt air or something, right? You might have a different, you might require a different composition, you know, or something that's resistant to radiation, you know, especially with pyro. Maybe you have to build a wall if you have a dwelling where that red dwarf radiation will hit that side of the planet or moon. You might have to put up a protective wall made of a certain material for the Pioneer. I mean, it's up to CIG to figure it out, but when you look at the lore, you try to game craft or game theory craft around the lore. But
you
yeah,
bring up a good you bring up a good little topic there. It's like, sorry, Mrs. Henderson, we currently don't have any bronzanium today, but
right.
if you want for 10% cheaper, we can go with the steel.
Oh my
I can
God.
maybe get that for
Going
you.
with cheaper materials. Oh my gosh. That's a dilemma in itself. Buyer beware. That's interesting too. That's very interesting. Man, I don't know what to tell you because then it's about what you have to build something. And, you know, Pioneer may be building according to scale. Maybe you want a little drug lab, you know, no questions asked kind of thing. I want a little drug lab, or, you know, hey, that's going to be a drug lab. Look how small it is. For someone in Pyro, it's going to vary. But will it take more than one person to do that? Of course, it should. As big as it is, it should. But then that's where your reputation comes in. You want a dedicated crew, or at least real people. Then the worst, I guess, the next level down is NPCs. If they can perform that, they should be able to at some point. But I can't wait. Hopefully, we've been hearing rumors about we might see something in that regard with Pioneer. So if they did that, realistically, I'm seeing that the Pioneer could be the end of next year or something, or at some point next year sometime. If it all depends on how dedicated they're doing it, or if it's in turbulent hands. It seems like they are trying to reconstruct the vehicle experience team, or the you know, John Cruz team. That looks like they're trying to get that together, expanding that group, and I think Turbulent is assisting them too. So we might see where, I wonder how that's going to be structured, you know. But I think now they're going to have to get to a point where they're going to work on the components in the ship too. But it's a great opportunity. But I think with those 2 days, this is the other thing we got to think about with CitizenCon. There were people, you know, you had devs, man, who were working that event. You know, they didn't eat anything. They didn't have a chance to really eat anything.
Think of like snacks and stuff like that, right? They probably have like,
Dude, I've heard that. I
they
mean,
probably have like finger food.
it was so
You know what I'm
bad.
saying?
Yeah, but it was so truncated where they couldn't get a break. And they did say, you know, not just for the you know, CIG says this, but that's the other part of it too. They initially said up front that, hey, look, some of the people who went to CitizenCon, they missed some of the panels because everything was on a tight schedule. It was like back to back. You had like literally less than 5 minutes to get to the next panel, and that was a whole course. If anything, it's like they went back and said, hey, what did we do right? What did we do wrong? And the things that they want to improve upon was that they want to actually scale it, put bandwidths in the middle where you got maybe a few minutes to say, oh, I'm gonna grab a bite to eat, come back, my panel's about to start, I'm settled. Okay, I haven't missed anything.
Okay, so how much time do you want in between? Do you want to be able to like go to Wendy's down the street?
Man,
and
that's and what does that mean for us watching? Do you
Well,
watch?
that's what I'm saying. It's a long
Right.
show. It's 2 days long. I mean, your whole weekend's gonna be CitizenCon. So
Yeah. You do
like, how
watch
much
the
time do you need to, sit
10
throw down a
minutes,
couple sit-ups?
15?
You say 2 minutes?
15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes at the most. It shouldn't be 20 minutes. I say 15 at the most, because you're gonna have people sitting there at watching it on internet, and they're sitting
Okay,
there
then
for
that's even a
15
better
minutes.
question. If they're gonna have one place, so, okay, it's in a giant conference center, right? They're
Yeah.
gonna have one at a time.
Yeah.
How much time should they allow people to be able to go to the bathroom and come back for the next one? Or should it just be like bang, bang, bang? But
No.
if you got like 1,000 people there,
Yeah.
I feel like, do you want it to be
Oh damn.
a lot of action, just people walking around, getting back and forth to their seats, or do you want to give them ample time to go to the bathroom and
Yeah,
get
you
to
just-
the line at the bathroom and get back?
You just wrecked
Sounds
me
like
with
a-
the bathroom thing. 07 Captain Nexus.
See? Yeah.
You wrecked me with that, because if there's a long line, that's going to screw up everything, and that can say 20 minutes. Unfortunately, it will have to be 15 minutes per between each panel. You're going to be there the entirety of 2 days, so it'd be a 4-day event as opposed to a 2-day event. So you're going to have to give them 15 minutes, and you might have to hold your water for a bit, unfortunately.
We have a toilet down. We have a toilet down, Roger.
Toilet, oh my God, that's, if there's a, like in the game they showed in that demo where the toilet exploded, oh, they're in trouble. But hopefully with that convention, by it being so large, you probably have time better spent of running down the hallway to the next facility, and then taking care of business, and getting back to that event within the allotted 15 minutes. But I think it's going to be 15 minutes. 20 minutes is like, oh my gosh, I don't know about that. I don't think it would work. But 15 minutes, you're going to have some stragglers. You're going to have some people that will not
I'm
make
saying
it.
half an hour.
Half an hour between the,
Yeah, half an hour. I'm trying
holy
to think,
smokes, Admiral.
Remember they had those like community created videos and stuff like that.
Right. The reason we're on the same page with the Star Citizen Live stuff and the Inside stuff. Well, Star Citizen Live stuff. They went to those commercial breaks, Machinima and stuff, or the panels that will have backers like what's his name? Why am I coming up with a brain fart here? Segalian. He has the lot. He's gonna do like his representation of org, or his org, representing his org and things of that nature. You're gonna have streamers who come out, and they have their own panel and things of that nature, and they're recruiting. So they're gonna take it live to maybe a Jarrett, or what's the German gentleman. They're gonna be at live on and talking with them about what they're presenting and things of that nature. I could see that in commercials as well.
Tim, you gonna be on for a while?
Yeah, I'm gonna be here for a bit. I have that day.
I gotta bounce for a meeting. And,
Okay.
yeah.
Hey, if you're up, there you go, coffee. 07, man. Yeah. Hey, man, if you're up to it a little later, I'll be on. I'll still be on. I'm thinking about jumping into racing and trying that. I had some
I
credit.
would do that, but again, I'm off. It's good. I got 2.5 hours, my friend. So maybe, but if you're on, you're on.
Okay,
So
I'm
I'll
around.
look up for you.
07.
I should be on back in another hour or so.
Okay. Sounds
Alright,
good,
bye.
man. 07. Yeah, I definitely will see, I can't wait though. I'm a little excited, and I'm in hopes of they're hitting the mark. But here's the one thing though, regardless of what they show us, please, 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 CIG, do not let it be something that's 4 years out from the announcement, let alone, even 2 years. 1 month. That's pushing it. That's pushing it. Coffee, that would be a perfect world. I would want to agree with that. I would love to agree with that. Oh, I would say coffee 6 months. Kind of like I've seen Turbulent kind of have that kind of, oh, one more month of what? Yes, coffee. Yeah, this is crazy, isn't it? Oh my gosh. Dude, it's gonna fly. It's gonna be here. It's gonna be on top of us like that. It's gonna be on top of us sooner than we think. Man. Whew. Yeah, it's gonna be on us.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Okay, it shows itself. Okay, that's desync for sure. Yeah, I'm I'm wondering if we're gonna see Tony Z. It would be fun to watch him. And see what he has in store for us, or what changes have occurred with CitizenCon. From the last few, he presented the quantum system. Oh shit! What's going on with my ship? Okay, slow down. She's a little too. She's a little too. Wee. Woo! What is going on with my ship, man? Oh, okay. Hey, wait a minute. Coming in hot. But yeah, I would, whatever they are announcing, I hope that it's in a 6 month window from that announcement. I would love for them to attempt to drop server meshing in for PTU for the end of the year, uh, with the acknowledgement and statement of saying, now, granted, we've come this far with Pez, we've had issues, but knowing what we need to do with server meshing, and granted, there's going to be issues and bugs, we're still going to push it to PTU for all. And will be the way and means for us to really capture and mitigate these bugs in a way that we've never done before. But all this is predicated on our hopes and our goals and our efforts to make sure by the first quarter of 2024 we go live with server meshing, right? 1.0, static server meshing 1.0 goes live first quarter 2024. I would love for them to drop it at the end of year now, and announce that as well. Announce it, hand it over to Eva Cotty, like post, that Monday or that Wednesday after CitizenCon, right? Show up what they need to do and then drop it or release it to Eva Cotty. The word is going to get out there that, hey, it went to Eva Cotty. It went to Eva Cotty, and that will set a precedent of, wait a minute, it went to Eva Cotty. A little nervousness is going to be there, but an excitement, a lot of excitement. But it's just to say that we're serious about what we're doing. And then for the end of year, so you still have, after October, you have the entirety of November, which is 31 days. You have 31 days of December. You have 62 days, CIG, to go from Eva Cotty all the way to PTU for all. It should not go live for this year, unless it's something that they've done that they've knocked it out and they've exceeded expectations tremendously, right? But PTU for all, tier 1 dynamic. Ooh, excuse me. You did not hear me say that. I said static. Tier 1, Tier 0, static server meshing, PTU for all, end of year. It's not going to go live for this year. And when they get back, they have 3 months, the end of March 2024, to go live with static server meshing. That would be a very successful presentation point from October to implementation and follow through and completion. It would be very successful. It would be a very good thing for sustainability and showing and proof of concept that things are moving forward with CIG.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle
And
retrieval system.
with that said, what does that mean for 4.0? That's a tough one, because do you really need static server meshing for 4.0? I don't know. I don't know if it needs it or not. That I can't really answer. Is it possible that they can give us 4.0 for end of year? That's a lot, man, because you're talking about the new features of 4.0. Now, Chris felt as though, or he's thinking, the 4.0 of what Squadron 42 is will translate into what 4.0 for the PU will mean. And we all know the moment it goes into the wild, the things that were working internally may not work as well in the persistent universe. Is it an opportunity for them to do it in a different environment with what they kind of set arena commander up to be? That's a viable option that they actually. Let me see if I can stop them walking in circles. That they actually implement. I made them. Oh no, you want to? No, you're not going that way. You're not gonna go that way, buddy. You're gonna avoid it and go down the hallway. Get back to work. This is your supervisor. But this is a chance for them to utilize Arena Commander in the proper way, and like they say, experimental modes. Drop more of the aspects of 4.0 into Arena Commander so that you get proper feedback, so that you can try to take one thing down at a time, which is static server meshing. Once that's proven it is viable, then you drop 4.0 in. You pull it from Arena Commander. It'll be the incubation area for 4.0. But then again, they might go bold and say, hey, we're dropping 4.0 along with static server meshing together. We're going to drop it together. We're going to drop it together. This is weird. I have nothing in my... Because I have nothing in here, my inventory. What's going on? Oh, look at this. This is... Okay, wait a minute. 1 second. Okay, I have nothing here. But it told me my inventory was full. Zeros. Everything is zeros. Okay. Get something to drink. sustenance. Hydrate again. I hope that entity graphing is
Damn,
working.
son, you just hit with the wow effect.
Oh, 07. Pencil Great 07. Thank you for the follow. How are you this Monday Funday? Good afternoon to you, sir. Yo. How are you? Doing a little bit of mining. Do you play Star Citizen, Kens? Have you been backing for a bit, or is this something you're interested in, or is it like, nah, man, I'm staying away from it? Ma'am, oh, Kenzo Gray, apologies, ma'am. How are you? Um, well, I'll say this, and it would be almost in the form of an apology along with that to set the narrative straight. Um, uh, this is one of the games that we've seen women own this game and be a important part of what Star Citizen really is. They can be themselves and have a great time, and that's one of the things that they bring to the table with this particular game. That women are saying, "Hey, this is me. This is who I am. This is what I'm going to do," and they do it, and they have the respect of the community. So yeah, so are you actually, do you actually play the game? Nice. So what is your focus in Star Citizen? What is it your goal is to say, I'm really excited about this in regards to Star Citizen. I really want to play this, or I'm excited about that.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Some of the women in the or quite a few of the women in the Star Citizen community, they just go in and bust heads. I mean, they're just like kicking ass. I mean, like shooting people down and just like, hey, I'm a bounty hunter, or my title is kick your ass. I'm just like, whoa. Yes, the whole concept of space, galaxies. Yes, and the fact of the matter is, you're not they're not using these cut screens to give you this world. I mean, it's there in your face. The expansiveness of this game is like, it's mind-boggling that the technology is capable of doing that. Nothing is really a cut screen when it comes to Star Citizen. I think that's the one thing or the aspect of this game that delivers and sets itself apart from so many other games. Now, when you talk about the sci-fi genre, they really found, it's not even a niche. They really touched. They tapped into our DNA. In other words, Kenzo Gray, they really tapped into our DNA. Ever since man was able to look up and see mankind. Let me get that straight. Ever since mankind was able to look up to the stars, it that's been us. Yes. Um, the amazing part of Star Citizen is it's not where you're from, it's what you're connected to. That's the beauty of Star Citizen. it's, you're connected to the game, you're connected to community, you're connected to CIG, you're you're connected to your org. I mean, it's so much fun in the sense of how did this happen? It's been this community. It's been Chris Roberts. It's been the developers of this game, to the extent that people can come in and just have a blast. And granted, it's just like any other game. There's few pockets here and there. It's little toxicity. Not to get it twisted, right? Or say that it's 100%, clouds and feathers and bubbles, bubble bath bubbles. But it's it's a community unlike any other, though, for sure. Bro, I was asking which you live, in which you live. Sheesh, which country? Oh, USA. Sorry, Kenzo. Oh gosh, you're like, get it together, man. Wake up. Took a while to get ladies. So when we didn't have a female model, yes, Kenzo, Coffee is talking facts. It took them like a year and a half or about 2 years to really add the female structure to the game. They had to make adjustments to how they were sit in the ship, how they adjusted to the controls. I mean, the fitting of the armor, undersuits, and everything, and then they basically got that under wraps. Then they put it into the game, and then they had issues with it. They had to work through bugs, but finally they are here. The women have arrived. Hooray. Hear them roar. Hear them roar. What country are you in, Kenzo Gray? Is it United States? So do you stream regularly? I'm not a regular. I stream when I can. Again, my work doesn't permit me to do it like some streamers do. But who knows what the future holds? Some people can, but they can belt out that schedule, and it's incredible how they can put that time into it. But when I can, I get in and then just, oh, you're from the UK, oh 07. Nice. We have a connection there. No, in regards to the game, Chris Roberts is originally from the UK. He's from Manchester, but he was born in Manchester. I think his brother Aaron is from Manchester as well. But his parents, I think they said they were professors at the University of Austin, I believe. And he's been living in Austin for a long time, and that's where he actually was developing the very first games he created as far as video games, PC video games. But that's awesome, Kenzo Gray. You're from the UK, 07, from across the pond. So that would make you almost like 5 hours ahead of us. So it's probably like eight, almost quarter after 8 there. It's 3:13 here. I'm in Eastern Standard Time. That's awesome. But yeah, so many women that plays Star Citizen. A lot of women developers at CIG. It's incredible how collectively we are all a part of this project. I love it. And it really fits the narrative of life, of who we are. It mimics that. I love that aspect of the game. That the ladies dig this game. That validates it. It's not valid until the ladies say, "Hey, I got my thumbs up on that one. It's valid." Hey, so do you mind if I ask something about your channel? Sure, I don't mind. Be careful. I got an itchy fingered moderator here. He's in chat. Be careful. My moderator is supreme. He's got all authority. So he's like, if I'm gonna mod, then I'm gonna mod, Kimmy. You're gonna let me mod. I'm like, oh, hey, mod away. So be careful. That's another thing. I don't see a word. I don't see a sword. Oh, damn. How do I put a sword on there, Coffee? You need to put the sword on there. Or hammer. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, this stream is all about Star Citizen and just the purity of just gameplay in itself. This is a place where people can come and say, oh, "Man, I had a hard day," or "Man, this job is getting me." Man, I'm toasted from watching politics. My brain is fried from that, and they just come here and say, "Hey, they're just playing games and we're just enjoying it," and that's their break here. But another thing that really have that Star Citizen or CIG has that's very unique is that this game is shared by so many people worldwide. And that's the crazy thing. Most recently, Shanghai is a part of Star Citizen. You have people from Germany, you have people from the UK, you have people from France, you have people from Montreal. It's incredible of the people, Korea. It's incredible of it's and enlightening that there's a commonality of people coming together, and they're from all areas of from around the planet, and they're in here coming together and meeting each other for the first time and forming new friendships based upon what Star Citizen is and what it's hoping to become. And when I say hoping to become, rest assured, they are working hard at the technical aspects of it. Um, and each day, each week, each month and year, they continue to get better. But granted, is it perfect? No. Um, but they recently addressed that. Look, we're right there with you all. There's nagging bugs that needs to be rectified and fixed. Um, Chris recently said that now that's becoming a priority. Now that we're looking at getting the foundational tech in, so yeah, I've made quite a few friends in the verse. It's definitely a fun game. It is First Texas, and but what's really special is we meet each other, we create these bonds, and then these new friendships form, and we realize, man, it's so many freaking cool people in this game, man. It's like can't make this up, and we got to give credit where credit is due. If it wasn't for CIG, Chris coming up with this concept, this game, a lot of us would still have yet to meet each other or know who's who. It's brought together so many cool people. I can't say enough about that. We can always give them credit for that. the game is this game is worse than toe cheese. Oh, that's salty beefcake. Beefcakes, you need to change that name. It's got to be salty beefcakes. Salty beef. Salty beef. It has more of a ring to it. Yeah, he's getting there. Beefcake is getting there, but we do love it. We do love it, Beefcake. It's I've come across so many new citizens, and I take them and show them how to grind and what to do in the verse. That's awesome. Nap time for old men. Glad you're still playing, Kimmy. Oh, Scavenger, next time get in chat, man. We want to hear from you. Oh 07, get that nap in, man. Get back and then get back to work after that, sir. That's your siesta for the day. Get back to work, make money. City should be, yeah, Beefcake. That's what's coming too. Remove trains, make everything close. Oh no, Chris wants you to grind. Your name reminds me of a YouTuber I watch. Yeah, there's well, you could probably ask for that in the later iterations of landing zones. I think at some point they're gonna look to do or create something totally different, Beefcake, as far as landing zones and what that will become. But the logistics are the real aspects of the game because it's tied so heavily and so deeply into the logistics and the economy system. Yeah, the AI, I think that's another benefit, I believe, with the static server meshing, where they're going to localize, separate areas, and then they will address the resources to those localized areas. That they'll basically separate portions of the game out, so you'll be able to travel from one point of the server that house these locations. So each area will have their own dedicated resources, which should speed things up much better. Okay, land, buy stuff. But see, there's the thing, Beefcake. Chris wants that real experience. Like when we all get together as an org or a group, and we come together and we conversate and have fun and interaction. That's really the aspect of what he's trying to get and try to relay into the game, is that it's kind of like saying, what would life really be like if we were able to be spacefarers in the game and get out and travel these far distances. He's trying to say, okay, simulated in a video game, it's going to be similar to this, as opposed to, okay, I'm basically not I don't want to say scam the game, but kind of like I'm doing so many workarounds that I'm the elite person in the game, and it's like, oh, I'm the king of the hill because I can find the little workarounds and little fixes in the game. And then he said that's the last thing he wants to do, because it puts it in the same genre as any typical video game. And so what does that mean for the sustainability or the viability? It means that after you've accomplished all of that, what's next? Then there's no other thing that's going to be interesting. You kind of move on, and then at the end of the day, Chris can't keep people employed because no one's playing the game or they walked away from it. It's a process. It's a process. We like I said, we've seen, when you look back, you see the progress, and knowing where it is now, we're close to really getting the foundational tech we need. I don't know about that. I would have to put facts and evidence to that to say that that's really happening, or that's really the case. And when you look at what they've done over the years and how, even the visuals have been updated, I would say they're moving forward without a doubt. Is it at the pace that we want it? Oh, of course not. I wholeheartedly agree that a lot of that is based upon the fact that it's not moving at the pace that we all would like. But when you talk about handcrafting and building your own engine, while you keep together a live environment as well as create or work on a single player game experience, there's no other studio that's doing that at this point, and they wouldn't be that crazy to do it. But CIG is crazy enough to do it, and man, based upon all those factors, there's a reason why we've been here since 2012 and we're still here. There's a reason for that. There's credibility and there's facts in that statement as to why we're still here and why. Yeah, granted, the funding has kind of dropped a little, but come CitizenCon, when they start revealing and talking about what's new, that funding will come back up. More people will be, it'll be more of a buzz about what's going on. But they realize that it's time that they really have to put in things that will solidify how this game should be in order for it to move on or move forward. So yeah, it's just only 1 month away, 4 weeks. It'll be, I think it'll be something worth seeing. Yeah, I think Squadron 42, we gotta wait and see. We only seen snippets of it, but some of the mechanics were just really eye-opening and incredible to see. Like the EVA is going to change. I thought that was really cool. I really had it really relayed the feeling of why space can be dangerous, and there was a fear factor in that, kind of like the Sandra Bullock movie. I think it was called Gravity, where if you propel yourself and you'll basically keep moving in that motion. If you miss anything, you're infinitely moving forward, and you can't bring yourself back. They portrayed that or relayed that feeling spot on in that latest demo when they were at the Asiato comm station. So we're going to see more of that at CitizenCon. Yeah, I think it's just this is that type of game where it's going to take a lot of patience, but once you start getting the gist of what's happening and what they need to do. We're gonna I think we're gonna hold and just see what they have, and I think they've been reading the room, the latest things that how they've been approaching the back end, the servers. I think they have a chance to turn things around. It's not to say that it's the end of the project. It's not. It's far from it. They're going to be fine. And we've come this far, man, it's like, why turn around and give up on the project? It's like, no, it's actually looking at how they're developing. It's about to garner even more attention now and interest. I honestly say I'm really excited for CitizenCon this year. And to see what all they have planned. I think when you look at it, well, here's the thing. When you compare that to all the other studios who develop large-scale games, they're right there in the same proximity of development time. But see, here's the caveat. All those other things that I mentioned about Star Citizen was the fact that they're working on Squadron 42. they have a live environment that they actually have to maintain while they're developing. All these other games like The Witcher 3, Grand Theft Auto, Warcraft, they've took 10, 15 years. And even most recently, Starfield just admitted that it took them 25 years just to develop a single player space genre game. So 12 years, yeah, they're doing good. And when you look at the 12 years of development, you have to really go back and look at and Coffee makes a great point. Yeah, the game is stunning, but you got to look at what Coffee was mentioning. 12 years, right? When that was the initial pitch for Squadron 42. All these other studios that I mentioned had personnel and everything. When Chris did the sales pitch, who did he have? Like maybe less than 10 people to say, okay, let's get this thing started from the ground up. And during that time, it was more of for the first few years, first maybe 3 or 4 years, it was him putting together a team in order to create the game. And then you had a thing where they had to show or create the proof of development, like demos and the hangar, the Star Citizen hangar. And then over the years, you had people that came and went based upon how the project was scaling up, how it started to develop into something more than just a tech demo. And then fast forward to now, they had to look at outsourcing or partnering up with other development companies who could help and assist with the demands that were in the stringent demands of the tech that they needed. So I would say, man, they've been killing it, man. Yeah, we've been giving them. There's been a lot of pressure on them, but at the same time, they've been rising to the occasion. They've been answering the bell. And yeah, have they stumbled and had some issues? Of course. Look at and I don't want to really bash any other game company or anything, but look at CD Projekt Red. They knocked it out of the park with Witcher, right? But at the same time, look at Cyberpunk 2077 when they said, "Hey, this is a finished game," and people were like, "Oh, dude, you should have waited another year or two." It was that kind of thing. But again, it's just fun to watch. Here's the other thing. This is the other thing that they bring to the table when you talk about how it brings people together. You also look at how they were able to recruit players who played the game or backed the game. They actually became employees to help develop Star Citizen. So you had this cross-pollination between people who played the game, who then later on became backers of the game. Employees of the game. So that's incredible. That I've never seen game development ever in my life. And I would say I'm probably not the only one. There's probably another person that says the same thing that I have. Definitely more than that, right? But to see that process of making a video game, it really enticed people to say, I want to do this, or I think I have the talent to do this. And they got that opportunity and they never looked back. So there's another way another aspect where I applaud them for, initiating employment, giving people the opportunity to get away from their dead, what do you call it? A dead end job, and go for their dream jobs. They've done a lot more good than bad. And the only bad we can accuse them of is, well, they've fallen on some things that their goals were, right? But at the same time, have they given up? We got to give them credit. They've never given up. And I think at the end of the day, everyone loves a great story, a comeback story. I'm, and it's okay to get on them when they do things that are like, dude, you guys could have done better than this. Wait a minute, what is this? It's okay. But you also, you have to do this as well. You have to put yourself in that seat and say, if it was you, would you want empathy? Would you want understanding as opposed to, yeah, you? And it's like, wait a minute. If you were on the other side of that, or in that seat, and you see the circumstances of what happened, then it's totally different. It's a hot seat sometimes. People say, I love this, I want to do this, but then they sit in that seat and realize, and it was probably, that was the reason why some of the developers came and went, because they said to Chris, I can do this. And they showed to some degree that they could do it. So that trust level was there. And then they kept saying, I can do this, I got this. And it's like, it was time due to show, okay, it's showtime, it's on you. What do you have? I don't got it. And you see it sometimes. That's why it's, some things don't hit the mark like they should, because they made promises. But we're still here. Yes, first text in '07. A live environment, and then they're learning. This is the part about what I love about Star Citizen or CIG. They're learning, man, and it's like you see them growing up. It's like a kid. You have a kid, and I'm using that as an analogy. You see them mature. You see them learning through their mistakes. You see them getting better in aspects of development. And you applaud that, because it's a beautiful thing to see, and you see people grow, and you see them get better. You see their confidence. This is encouraging. He's a mentor to people. I feel so lucky. I had the opportunity to tell Chris that Chris, I did not know you were a whiz kid that created Wing Commander, and now here you are, full circle, years, decades ahead. You're doing this again, but on a different level. Now you've become a mentor to people. You got to look at it, man. He's become a mentor to people, and he's also, one dev even said to me, I didn't think of it that way. I said to him, I said, hey, what you're doing now and what Chris is teaching you, you're going to be the next major developer out there, the next generation. And for the fact that he's allowing them to make the mistakes, he's like, it's not a thing of, a lot of us get on the devs about or we sit here in a chair and say, we stream it and we get in here and say, yeah, I would have fired his ass. You got to get it together or something. Or, oh, why are you buying that? Why are you buying this for that studio? Oh, there's a lot of, oh, you're spending and wasting all this money. I'm like, I would never work for somebody like you if you were that way. I would never work for you, because you're a micromanager. You're horrible. No one would work for you. But at the same time, you look at Chris and say, wow, hey, he's giving people the opportunity, but he's also giving them the chance to make mistakes. He's giving them the window. And everyone can jump on me and say, dude, wait a minute, it's beyond that. They're literally failing. I'm like, no. Listen, a good leader, a good boss will put the trust and put the time into their employees and let them learn and find their way. You got to give them credit for that. And they're learning and finding their way. And at the end of the day, it's nothing more valuable, nothing more closer to the heart or moving than that employee telling his boss or leadership, saying, you know what, you stuck with me the whole way, and I know I could have been fired at this moment or these moments, but you didn't. You stayed the course. You were patient. But you know what? I thank you for that. But now going forward with what I know and what I've learned, I want to treat other people that same way and teach them the same way. I'm going to pay it forward that way. I think that's one of the greatest lessons that we are not highlighting. We're so quick to be judgmental, but then it's also the aspects of why do from the movie Batman Begins, when Michael Caine, aka Alfred, said to Christian Bale, aka Bruce Wayne / Batman, and Batman was like, I failed Gotham, Alfred. I failed everyone. And he said, and he couldn't get through to him, but he called back to the way that his father treated him when he was growing up. He was instilling those lessons in him. But the thing was, at that moment, Bruce understood where that came from his dad. That statement of, why do we fall, Master Bruce? So we can pick ourselves up. He knew it came from Alfred. Alfred instilled it into his dad. I'm just saying, so it's a generational thing. It's not so much of it's a surrogate father or mother-daughter situation or arrangement where it's your mentoring and fathering skill and just guidance. It's you can't make this up, dude. You can't make this up. Oh, 07 Chanter Crow. 07. I'm sorry, I went on a rant there, everyone. I just got lost. I apologize. Chant says multi-crew nesting, mutating physics grids, passing through data for visibility, atmosphere, sound, and motion at an incredible visual fidelity. No, to Chanter Crow's point, this was one of the things that back in the day, Chris revealed this. He said, he had people on his staff who told him, he said, okay, create this. And they said to him, this is how it's done on an MMO. And he said, okay, I get it. I understand what you say. I want you to do this. Oh, this is how it's done on an MMO. This is the standard of how it's done. And I mean, it was back and forth. Chris literally had to change the mindset to so many people who were skilled and who knew the industry that's their understanding is, oh, we do it this way and this is how you're going to get it. And he was like, oh yeah, but I want this. And it was just one of those moments where it seemed like he was stuck on stupid. And that's their interpretation, how they looked at him. He's stuck on stupid. I'm going to show him. He don't know what's going on. And Chris is like, I want it this way. It was like, and you know what? He's getting it his way. And some of those people are no longer there. But yet, to Chanter Crow's point, we never seen an MMO or multiplayer game like this because we've seen the norms of it looks fuzzy, the resolution isn't great, and it was just that way, right? Man, this they basically showed us, hey, the other people were holding out on us, man. They were freaking holding out on us, or they weren't not pushing the envelope the way they should have been. Chris is pushing the envelope. Is it taking a while? Is it sometimes it's a bug fest? Of course. But I love seeing that journey, man. It's not about, that's the thing. We kind of want things to happen magically. We want things magically delicious, right? I'm like, this is not freaking Lucky Charms. It's like, if you want to see things the right way, you're going to have to put in the work. You got to roll up your sleeves. You got to go through the grit. And then you got to appreciate those efforts. That's where we are. You got to be able to enjoy the journey. You got to enjoy the journey. And that's what it's about. And Chanter Crow's right. That kind of development programming, it can be hard and difficult. Coffee's right. We've seen it's a beautiful thing when you can see the building blocks being made and now they're dropping into place. It's making sense. The game is starting to speak to us, Coffee. All of us that have been here a long time have seen how far they've come. Yep, first Texan, '07 to that. Yeah, based on the work they've done, it's still a good game, especially seeing the improvements they've made over the years. And we can't help but compare it to other games, right? And they'll state that this is a finished game, and it's like, damn, man, that's a finished game. And you compare that with Star Citizen, and it's like, I'll stick with Star Citizen because I'm having more fun with Star Citizen than these other games. And single player, we should not even want to compare it with Star Citizen. It's not fair. It's not a fair comparison. It's nothing like getting into the game with the people you hang out with and enjoying things and doing things in real time. It's nothing like it. Nothing like it. And again, it's just a few more industrial ships and closing loops on some of the other gameplay loops, like the salvage munching aspect. Oh my gosh, it'll be night and day. It'll be a night and day situation. And we're so close right now. It's ridiculous. We're so close. It's like, finally, we're there, man. I'm having a great time. I'm having fun now, to be honest. And even through the bugs, learning the aspects of how to play it better, the workarounds, it's muscle memory. For old man like me, it's good muscle memory. I need it to keep my brain sharp and figuring and problem solving. I'm okay with it. But yeah, on the other flip side, yeah, Chris and CIG, there's some things they got to work out. They're working on those things. They need to address it, of course. I'm totally there. But I'm not giving up on them. I'm not giving up on them. Because they got something special. They got something special here. Can't make it up. They got something special going on. And I'm going to be around to see it. Lord willing, I'm going to be around to see when they finish it up. Or close to, damn near close. Or just give us enough where it's like, I don't care what they do at this point. I'm just having so much fun. And just adding on top of that. I can see that happening. Sooner than later. For sure. I'll grab a little bit more of these materials. But yeah, I really enjoyed that piece of communication from Chris. Yeah, Terada felt special, man. He's like, whoa, wait a minute. He's saying something to me, man. He's like, he's addressing me, man. Like, okay. But yeah, that was cool to hear from Chris. And he's excited about CitizenCon too. No doubt about it. And I just, want to see it hit its mark, make its stride, and really resonate with the backers on, addressing what we've been craving. That is, your basic gameplay. And it was good to hear him talk about working on the nagging bugs, the long-term nagging bugs. And I'm like, yes, it's time to make that a priority. It was good to hear that. It was good. Oh, these spikes. Desync is. Desync is real. Back up. Oh, it's gonna break. Hopefully, it won't vaporize it. That much power input. In about 15 minutes. There we go. I can extract whatever now. Just to fill it up. I got about 15, 14 minutes. Get there. Oh gosh, I'm bringing in inert material. Terranite, 78%. That'll work. You talked through the CR reply on Spectrum yet? I did, Chant, and let's bring it up. You wanna share that? If you want to jump in chat, you can. If you want to share that, your thoughts on that, Chant, if you want to speak. But yeah, my yeah, the fact that he mentioned that they looked at they were using the old the SQL database, and they moved over to Entity Graph, and then they said they figured out some things weren't working, but further investigation showed there was some things on their end, but also the vendors of that new Entity Graph database, who were the engineers on that end, they're looking at some things to work out with the game as well. And I think it's a merging or a collaboration that will probably at the end of the day show positive results, end results to that. And I kind of see that Chris is going to probably follow up on that once everything is resolved, or whatever direction they may go to. If that's the case where they cannot move forward with how that new database is actually working with scalability of the database on their back end with the entity graph. Yeah, so the workaround was to regress and go back to the SQL database, I believe, in order to get things stabilized and working. But oh, shh! Don't say that. Don't. No, nothing was said here. Oh, 07 chat. Okay, I'll try my best to fill in for your statements. But yeah, he says, oh shit, are you telling me I'm getting a, oh man, I've been messing around. Okay, 07 Vickers medium. Yeah, so he did give compliment to Tarada about his video capture and his flying abilities. And Tarada gave some points about what could be better with quality of life, and he said that, hey, some of the things that you were talking about, we're in alignment with you, Tarada. So to your point, that's great that you mentioned that, but rest assured we're on that too. But yeah, he says it's been a little difficult in terms of stability and quality of life due to the rollout of persistent entity streaming known as PES in 318. The whole way we track and record state of the universe changed dramatically, which has also changed the way we handle the data in the back and in the cloud. Because of how we record state with PES, we needed to switch to a different kind of backend database. So we moved from a SQL relational database to a graph database. Unfortunately, the graph database we selected, despite being one of the best rated ones and intended for enterprise scale, has had major issues at load. So they have engineers on that end that are working. CIG has worked through some things, and to their point, well, to their credit, they actually was working on the weekend and got some things working, patched, and got it out to live over the weekend. So yeah, so that's why I'm able to stream it and play it, and it's some things are mostly functioning. We still got some desync out there for sure. Right now, I'm trying to talk and bust ass to get to that station because of the freaking violence of cargo warning is letting me know I stayed out there too damn long with this Quantanium on the ship. And I'm trying to bust ass to get there, man. Oh my gosh. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, I'll get right back on that subject again. To the bone, chant, to the bone. I'm cutting it to the bone. I'm that anxiety is kicked in. Oh boy. Let me see if I can call ATC right now. Slow down, Kimmy. Slow the frick down, dude. Shit!
Proceed to sign landing bay.
Oh shit! Shit! Oh shit! Mm. Okay, back to what I was saying about uh that's way let's take a game. Oh, don't. uh, so we thought we had the issue solved, but the most recent version of the database software was a step backwards. And we had additional lockups at load, which was what happened for periods on Wednesday just after we had launched 320. And on Thursday, Friday, and very briefly on Saturday, we rolled back to an older version and disabled some of the features last night that we suspect may be contributing to the instability. Ironically, we think the replication to mirror databases for full redundancy is a culprit to the database lockups. So unresolved, but they're thinking or pointing to it. This looks to have stabilized things. The backend database getting into a bad state manifests in multiple ways to infinitely spinning inventory windows, missing items, and degraded game performance. We went with an off-the-shelf enterprise-level database for stability and resilience, as there's already a lot of new tech in Star Citizen, so it's frustrating as the software that should be rock solid is the biggest offender in making the Star Citizen experience even more unreliable. We have the top engineers from the database company working on this. That's encouraging. And we are also assessing other databases to switch to if the unreliability of the current solution continues. One way or another, we intend to have this solved in the very near term, and the game coming back to a 3.17 X stability levels. We talked about that. We lamented about that 317 was one of the stablest, and people were saying, hey, why can't we go back to that? You remember those days of 317? Oh yeah, it was really, they're aiming to do that. They realized that too. Nobody saw that. Coffee. Oh my gosh. That one hurt, man. That one freaking hurt. You know what I did? I underestimated that cue, man. That timer. I said, oh, 25 minutes. I am so good. I got this. Nah. Nah. No way. I was like, I got this, man. They gave you 25 minutes. I'm going to hang out. Mistake. Big mistake. But here's the thing. Here's the current thing situation that Chris mentioned. We are also very focused on improving quality of life, both annoying bugs that have been around for way too long and some things that we need to address to make the experience fun and welcoming. Your list is great in this aspect, as a lot of your suggestions are on our list too. So, Tarada's list, he did a quality of life proposals. He says key binding customization. Under key binding, he says a key bind to show on and off the HUD interface, on off for HUD. For ping, return to single tap and add an option for continuous ping. A streaming mode that hides the player's nickname whenever it appears. And then global channel, a key bind to restart from the beginning, the current offline race. For settings, an option to display FPS only. Display the device's name instead of the whole task as 1, 2, and 3. Customize key bindings for the gamepad to be saved in profiles, not just in the central game file, action maps, XML. He said under social, in-game reporting feature report players' behavior. In the menu, sort friends with those connected at the top. For inventory and item management, filters and search field in the ship's terminals to easily display the ships you are looking for or hide ships that aren't at this location. The ability to buy mining bags and be able to refine them without those necessarily being attached to a mining ship. Search and filter functionality for Knickknacks app, and then it says in-game for under the column of in-game comfort and readability. Adjust the brightness and daylight in the cockpit. Tinted glass type is a priority. Night vision is becoming essential. I mentioned that too about it's really dark in Star Citizen, and some of the things where the space stations that like when the sun is shining on the station, that's beautiful. But what we would love to see when the sun is on the other side of the planet or moon and it's dark, we would love to see floodlights activated on the space station to really highlight it. And the same thing with ArcCorp. Once they do the redo, please highlight the floodlights on ArcCorp so you know that where that landing zone is, even at night. Sometimes at night, man. No, all the times at night. I hate going to ArcCorp at night. It's horrible. In FPS, display the number of consumables equipped on the HUD next to the ammunition. Remove the Grim Hex ATC that screams in your ears. Give the permission to sell the content of a ship's cargo to your group. Ability to sell your cargo with players in your ship. Ability to open the ship's hangars remotely. And the hangar number when you land in it to indicate it to potential passengers. Possibly of buying empty one SCU boxes from the cargo seller without having to destroy a ship with stuff inside. Very practical for transporting stuff in bunkers or for different occasions. ArcCorp at night is difficult. Finding the spaceport is tough. Chandacrow, it is a bane. When I see ArcCorp at night, I do not like ArcCorp at night. It's again, but here's the thing: they've addressed Lorville. I would hope to see that on the subject or a panel on CitizenCon, the development of these landing zones, the interior, exteriors, a little deeper dive on how far they are, when is it coming. And another thing with ArcCorp, I want to be able to walk around the cities. I want to be able to walk upon the catwalks, go into interiors. Or let's say you're living ArcCorp, I can meet you at a location. We're walking around at night. Also, kind of like that commercial machinima of the Anvil Hawk, when they can actually go low fly and capture perps, the way shown in that commercial. Yeah, cloud cover prevents being high enough to see the spaceport from above. Yeah, the cloud cover, even though as good as it is, those markers, man, it's horrible. And maybe with the overhead UI now that they said they're going to deliver upon, maybe it will show you where you are in relation to R Corp landing zone. And then once you get to the landing zone and you get privileges to land, then it changes to that point where it shows the overhead of your ship in relation to the hangar, so you can line up. Basically, instrument panel UI paneled landing will set a precedent, but it's an opportunity to incorporate that into UI to see where you are in relation to the landing zone. You can line up, so it won't matter if it's overcast. And that's another thing. They may introduce rain and cloudiness even deeper now that they're working through Vulcan. So that's so important right now, Chant. Camera mode. Tarada, he mentioned camera mode in 3D person, ships, and vehicles that stays horizontal in relation to the planet's horizon. A smoother camera in third person for ground vehicles. Add roll and transition on camera axes to joystick shortcuts. I think he's going to get this sooner than later because Chris loves his flying in game in the video. So I can see them making that a priority. Yeah, we need that Chant to grow. We need them to flesh things out, not just with the interiors, but definitely the exteriors where there's locations you can walk to, points of interest you can walk to. And at some point that when we're on the trams, you notice those old school or those legacy ships, I would love for them to replace them and allow us to drive the vehicles, because they did with the roadmap. They updated to give us the G12 is going to be in development. Now we're getting the newer vehicles that will have the wheels. They drive more like real vehicles. Now the thing is, will we have people wanting to do others harm in those vehicles, like, head-on crashes and things of that nature? Yes. My solution to that is, if you're in a similar, I would like a similar approach to, like with landing zones where you are so close, or there's it's autopilot that kicks in, right? I would say some sort of like you're basically a ghost, where you pass through the person. If they try to, crash into you head on, you just basically pass through that person, especially on the roads in R Corp, and you go to your destinations. That way people can drive freely without people wanting to act or troll in the game. But yeah, I would love to see vehicles on those roads as opposed to those legacy ships flying. When you're taking a train ride, you see actual people on those roads and going to their destinations or habs or hangars. Eventually it'll be habs, but we don't have habs. We don't have the habs just yet, but that would be great for them to align that and to get that working, so that when they plan to deliver on habs, or what that will look like, they'll have a solution ready for traveling by vehicle. That would be fun to see that. Does this mean my avatar is out there, my dead body? Let's see if it's. I might go there. Uh-oh. Okay, I thought the body right there. Stick man. Let me try to go there. I'm going to try and go there. But yeah, he said out of game. A status for feedback threads to see if they have been read by the teams at CIG escalated. Need more information already implemented, etc. More moderation on Spectrum so that relevant feedback is given greater prominence than duplicates and incoherent proposals. I don't know about that, Tarada. That's a big ask right there. An option to clear the shader cache directly from the launcher. Now I like that. Clearing the shader cache. More useful information in the launcher, server status, for example. Yeah, I really like that one, the option to clear the shader cache, because they sell every time we get a patch, they tell us, delete user. Now I get that, but then to delete the shader caching. You got to go to user, your computer username, then app data, then local, then star citizen, and then that cache file will be there. That would be good to have. So that way we're all clearing things. So that way we we won't report of issues, or we won't have issues. And then we say, oh, it's a bug. Have that option as a in that launcher window to say, hey, here's a pull down tab, and you can delete that that shader cache folder. That would be a great one right there. But yeah, that was just a snippet of his suggestions. I was just cherry picking some, but he has even more. But just to highlight that, just go to the Spectrum. Well, I'll go ahead and put the link in chat if you ever want to do a deep dive on it. Hopefully I think that link will work. Yeah, it works. It goes right to his letter, but if you scroll up, you'll see Terada's quality of life proposals to Chris. So that's why he did say, hey, I appreciate that. That's concise. But yeah, that was good to hear that Chris, they're working on a solution. It was unexpected, but that's the part of the development that you kind of see and understand what could happen if you were to create a game, or what would happen if you were working at a gaming studio. And this is a thing where these things potentially happen, but yet other studios are not sharing this. Other studios are not giving you a live product while they develop. Yeah, but I think, knowing that he came out out of the cave, out of the bat cave, but how he addressed us and talked to us, it tells us right there that there's all indication that he's excited. He's ready to get back on that stage. He get into the arena and, passionately talk about what they've been working on and what's to come. But I want to see it more close to a 6-month window, as opposed to he'll say something on certain things and it'll be a 4-year window. I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen, but I think they kind of talked about that in their development practices, they want to, when they actually reveal something, that it's at a closer window to all the other things that will, whether it's a ship or gameplay, you'll have relationships of things that will support, the features will support each other to make it feel like there's more of a complete game loop whenever they come out with something. Now, granted, you give them a partial credit. You give them a B- for salvage. I give them a B- for salvage, as opposed to, okay, imagine when they give you the materials to be able to scrape the stuff off the surfaces, and it works. And it's kind of like the perfect analogy was the Reclaimer came out. It was just a big ship flying around. It looked like something out of an Aliens movie. Beautiful design, but you just fly it. That was it. Compared to, the analogy of when the Drake Vulture came out, it had material to scrape, so it was actually doing salvage. So I give them B- because they didn't have the hull munching. I'm gonna stick to that. I'm gonna die on that hill, Sig. But you get a big B-. It would have been an A if they would have given this hull munching. So the narrative was, hey, we're not going to just give you a ship to fly in. We're going to give you something to do with that ship. So what ship would actually fit that narrative of them, or what ship would be feasible or capable that they could bring out an industrial ship and say, okay, you have the gameplay mechanics here, or we'll be able to provide those gameplay mechanics with it. What ships are out there that we need developed? The Apollo. Could that be a viable resource? What about the Crucible or the Vulcan? I say Crucible Vulcan. That's like where it's. Would that be more viable. Or if you specifically looked at the Vulcan, you know, we already have refuel, right? That's a mechanic that's already working with Starfarer, right? The rearming of missiles. For right now, as a tier 0, let's say you have a means of those missiles being stored, right? Or 3D printed, I don't know. You physically, with the Vulcan ship, you move them over to that particular ship that needs those missiles, or you find out you have the materials in the hopper, and you say you're using this type of missile, and then it spits out those missiles, that specific missiles from that hopper, having the right materials. Find out what the materials are, and you basically go there and
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
and then you 3D print with the materials filled up in your hopper. 3D print those exact missiles or torpedoes that ship uses. So you physically take them over and you load them, possibly, right? Potentially. And then the only other thing is with repair, you have to look at the reverse engineering of hull scraping or salvage. It would be, you know, and they're not going to do a direct reversal of it, right? That would be lazy. Knowing CIG, they want a mechanic that works, that looks totally different from salvage in a reversed way, right? Because you're talking about adding in the materials, the percentages of materials. Maybe there's a sense or a sort of refinery that goes on with the crucible where you're spinning there's an alchemy involved where, or crafting where you're mixing percentages, right? And then you're verifying if it's valid. So it's like, well, you know, at what percentage when you actually mix these materials, what is and you keep that on file or something, like this is the best scenario of mixing these materials together, right? And utilizing the heat. Maybe it's something you can do, some kind of mini game where you kind of balance those heat. You're adding heat and you're keeping it in the optimal range. And if it goes outside of that range, then the integrity of it fails a little bit. So maybe you have these, once it's done, there's percentages of how it's the integrity goes from 100% to 87% or 97%. And then that's how you can charge your customer. If it's at a 97%, it'll be a super miracle if you have the integrity of that material at 100%, right? So that it lends into the balancing aspect or the damage aspect of the game. If you want something quick, fast, in a hurry, or you're not making a lot of money, or you just want to get a simple patch, it shouldn't cost a lot. And maybe the hull integrity or the material was 87%. It's concepts that you're throwing out there. But I'm theory crafting the gameplay. But maybe the factors would be, if you refine the material is at 100%, then you have a higher hull integrity. Or if it's materials at the time of supply and demand, thank you, Tony Z, you can probably go with maybe a mixture of mostly aluminum and iron or something, and it's like a lower quality, but it's what gets the job done. But then it's a cost that's going to be cost savings passed over to the consumer. It's concepts, that's all. But it's a means and a way that you can look at, how could this be fun? How could it be implement crafting for that person? And also it will touch the reputation to that person who actually does these repairs. And you say, hey, I'm going to use the name Urkel. I'm going to go to Urkel because Urkel, he knows how it's done. He's the go-to. He's the alchemist. He knows how all that stuff is put together. I'm going with Urkel. But guess what? Urkel's going to cost you. Urkel is going to charge you behind. And you're like, I can't afford Urkel this week. It's too expensive. It's about that bottom line, baby. I'm gonna have to go with coffee. Coffee's a little cheaper. He's using a little cheaper materials. Well, no, I'm not gonna go with coffee this time. The last time I went with coffee, he really damaged the hole. My hole could have been just aluminum. I'm gonna go with Chanticleer. He's gonna give me the medium right there. He's gonna be like somewhere 85%. 87, 88, and he's not too bad on the price. I'm gonna splurge and pay a little extra, but I can't afford Urkel. I'll see coffee on the next time, because if it messes up this time, I can only go with coffee in buying that material. So it opens the door for, reputation, alchemy, crafting, and it makes it that gameplay experience so different, so unique. It never gets old. And you can do it on, and then you can scale it. It scales with the Vulcan, which is the smaller, where you can do the little patch jobs, or you want to go in for the whole body experience, like the spa experience. Maybe if you look at it in what is that, the salon business, you would say the Vulcan will give you the mani-pedi version of repair, where the Crucible will give you the full spa day, the spa weekend, the spa experience, the hot tub, the steam room. Gain reputation with the Chanico faction. '07. Yep. So it's like a spa day. The Crucible will be a spa day, and the Vulcan will be your mani and pedi, manicure pedicure day. Just getting the little touch ups to make it right. But yeah, with the Crucible, you get the hair done, you get the hot tub, you get the waxing, the body waxing, all that, the Brazil wax, all that, man, the whole nine. The makeup, the whole kit and caboodle with the Crucible. It's a whole new look, a whole new you, like the Pointer Sisters. I got a new attitude. Or is that Patti LaBelle? Patti LaBelle. Executive restroom. Everybody's like, look at that shiny new thing right there. It's like, yep, it looked like I just got it off the showroom floor. That's the gameplay that comes to mind. But yeah, it serves for fun, man. I mean, storing the materials, you keep those SC units. Now, what does that mean for a Vulcan Crucible user, right? They're now that we were at some point, we're gonna get the persistent hangers. Those material, all of a sudden, it will change different aspects of everyone's these industrial ships. These unique industrial ships will change the scope and the aspects of your hangar. If you have a misc hull, maybe they're storing a little bit of this, a little bit of that, all types of materials, because they're moving these materials to other locations. And let's say we have Pyro and Nyx into the system next year, right? Now you're talking about that material will be needed by those systems. You're going to store them. You're going to have them stored, and you're going to have them on hand. And what I love, Captain Nexus '07. What's the pay like with this ship? Scrap. It's not too bad. I'm going to try my hand. I might even. I'm waiting for the doors to open. Let me see if I have any cargo back there. Nope, no cargo. They did a wipe. They reset the database. But they did give us back our stored items. It's not too bad. I think it's like under 10,000, I'd say. I want to say that, Captain Nexus. But we'll find out. I'm going to go and... is that a Corsair out there? See, again, yeah, that's a Drake Corsair. Yep. See, the lighting will have to change. I can't wait for R-Corp 2.0. Oh man, that's gonna be nice. Have walking places and things, and just basically living in the city in the future. But yeah, back to those hangars. Yeah, each industrial ship will kind of dictate what's going to be stored in your persistent hangar. And at some point, once we see the quantum economy system, we're going to have material. We're going to store up materials and keep them on hand. Adam was like, "Uh-oh." Adam was like, "Okay, Kimmy." I can see PvPers now. Granted, the fight model, what is it? A master mode is going to change a lot, right? Master modes are going to change a lot. So they may keep or store components on hand to change them out. So, but at the same time, the way that people go about fighting and PvPing, it's got to have purpose behind it, because these master modes, the speeds and everything is going to change. Each time you get into a fight, it's not going to be where one person destroys a ship and they barely had their paint job scratched. Now it's going to be more of, yeah, they're going to be black eyes, going to be on both parties, right? Scratches and whatever the case, broken bone and everything. It's going to be on both parties. In other words, it's going to it should curtail some of the unwarranted or senseless PvPing by gamers. They want to eliminate that, which makes sense. But even still, as a bounty hunter, when it makes that context of why you PvP makes more sense. So in the context of PvP, you're going to see with these hangars, you're going to see more of the bounty hunters. What is their containers? What are their persistent hangars going to look like? They're going to have components. They're going to have FPS weapons, lethal and non-lethal. They talked about that we may see that at CitizenCon, because they talked about that quite some time ago. So that could be on the table for them to show and reveal how that works and what those items would be, which would be most welcome, especially with us seeing the Mandalorian series and how the lore of Mandalore, how that looked, and some of the things that they utilize. That would be really cool. Things to capture perpetrators, people running from the law. So you're going to see lockers, lock boxes of all types for those players in the game. You go to that, you happen to have someone in the org or a friend, or you yourself are strictly, or your priority is being a bounty hunter. Your persistent hangar is going to look very unique from someone who's who main gameplay is, oh, I have a misc haul C, D, and E, and I haul stuff. Totally two different aspects and how things are stored or saved. That's a game changer for Star Citizen, where we're kind of storing these items based on our gameplay, and makes it very unique. And it's not going to stop there. Once we get the hangars to an actual location, once we get maybe 3-4 systems in, you're going to have these hangars still resonating that way. But then when you talk about people having more than one career, oh, definitely, man, you're going to... Okay, let me get into... Let me see if I can see my dead body from out there or something. I don't see myself yet. But it was literally, I was at the station, so let's see if I get closer. I'll see my body. Okay, I don't see my body anywhere, but so let's go ahead and start this. Okay, it's showing me, it's scanning asteroids right now. That's good. They switched up the scanning. But yeah, I definitely, based upon bounty hunting, salvage, cargo running, repair, salvage. Um, yeah, I can see my medical. I could see my hangar having structured everything structured based on those individual gameplay features that I'll be playing in the game, and it'll be organized in such a way that um, one part of the room or one stack or a couple of stacks will be based on that particular like salvage. I have a couple of stacks of crates or stored items based on medical. It's going to be that way. Imagine what the Banu Merchantman is going to look like across the board for different players. You might see one person that's just delving into medical. They may just say, "Hey, I'm all about supporting a medical team," and they buy from me. I can, I can support. They can support me with UEC or Alpha United Earth credits by just buying my medical supplies. So when they go out and patch people up, they come to me and buy strictly from me for medical, right? And you might have a syndicate pirate organization. There's another Banu Merchantman that will store just weapons, all FPS weapons, period. And they deal with, again, you're adding these gameplay features that will allow us to have our own gameplay loops and have unique and different ways how we interact with each other with that game. And then all of a sudden it's taking on a life of its own because it's adding that realism to the game. So imagine, once and this, and again, there's a consensus that we all agree. Well, okay, some of us, I'm gonna even make it. I'll keep it real. There's a consensus that some of us, right? Some of us agree that the Endeavor should be the last gameplay feature or the last ship that gets developed by CIG to say we're coming to the. Well, and I'm sure we probably would never see the end of them developing ships as long as we keep as the project is living. We'll probably never see an end of ships, but I think the consensus is when the game feels as though it's basically complete and you have those features that says, man, this game is, it's pretty much a closed loop and a loop of or a feeling of a completed gameplay feature. So there's so many aspects of the game that it's hard for us to really pick out what are those items or what are those things that are is keeping it from being a feeling like an actual finished game, right? So that's where you say, okay, it's time for the Endeavor. Let's go ahead and bring out the Endeavor. Because it can focus on anomalies in space, alchemy, crafting, pharmaceuticals, creating it. We spoke about a few days ago about creating 3D printed organs, body parts, and that there's a pollination of, the tiers between medical where, this would help people keep or not melt their Cutlass Reds or melt their Apollos to say, I want the ultimate medical experience, which is Endeavor, a spaceship, a flying hospital. It should be where the Cutlass Red helps a person medically by maybe inducing them into a cryo coma until they can get to a higher tier. Or they can always say, okay, I have a prosthetic, which is the lowest tier, or I have a cybernetic, which is the mid tier for the Apollo. I'll hold on to this. Now, you're going to have some people in the game say, I want the cybernetics because that looks so freaking cool. I'm keeping it, right? But then you say, okay, I have this particular tier, which is not the top tier, which is the endeavors or the hospitals. Or maybe due to the economy, I can't afford this, that, and the other, right? So you're going to keep that part until you say, hey, now I can afford it, or they've stabilized me and I can call in the endeavor and they come in and say, okay, we're going to remove this cybernetic part of yours. But what we're going to do first is get a genetic sample. So we know that genetically speaking, we're replicating your DNA. We put it in your DNA through a hopper, and this is a time sink. It goes into a hopper, it incubates, and now we're talking about, hey, it's going to grow, and maybe it's some things where there's some crafting that you keep it fed or something. You give it the nutrients that it needs to make sure that it's growing properly, and if it fails, you have to redo the process again. Maybe there's a time sink, and you cultivate the cells and make sure that they're growing, and then you transfer those cells into another compartment of the ship where you see where it's starting to generate, and it's literally growing. And then there's the last aspect of it, is that now that the computers will say, hey, cultivation complete. And now you set up a time and to meet up with the player. It says, hey, you send a message to them via Mobiglass. Your 3D printed DNA match ready limb is ready for surgery. It's time to come in and get it. Or they say, well, I'm on a mission right now, and matter of fact, I'm making money to pay for that, right? So I can't do it right now. So okay, that mission giver, similar to like bounty hunting, those mission givers or those notes will stay on your Mobi. Say, okay, surgery postponed. We'll meet up with patient here. Or they can come back and say, well, I'm booked next week, so it'll be the week after next. Sure. So they'll do it the following week, and they come in and you perform the surgery, right? Do you put some gameplay mechanics in there where there's success and failure? Yeah, you could. If you want to make it interesting, you could. As opposed it's really boring. Now, when you talk about the aspect of them coming in, they would have to like lie down, and then maybe in other words, for the game sync or trolling or just holding back another person's gameplay, they can probably agent Smith some of that procedure. Maybe they go to lie on the table and they put them under, sedation, and everything goes back. Everything goes black. They wake up in their hab again, or whatever, their hangar or whatever, and they're going about their business. And you're going about, and then let's say based upon the gameplay of success or not, you get the message on your Mobi, hey, congratulations, everything is working fine. And you look at your hand, and it's like you got your arm back, and you're like, holy smokes. Or you're like, unfortunately, due to complications, and you look at your hand, you still got that cybernetic or that prosthetic. You're staring at it, you're like, God, that 5-star gets a notch, you're 4-star. I don't want to deal with you again. Do you get a refund? I don't know. But yeah, that's something that can be worked out. But that's, that concept would make it interesting. You have all different parts of the body, the eye, the arm, the leg, basically. But yeah, the Endeavor. She's gonna be something special. You're talking about person's plot of land. They want to maybe. What if they want to grow corn? Jimmy, if you got shot in the groin and died with the respawning, remember that? Quantum entanglement, man. They said that experience, depending on the severity, you remember those things. Remember they said that? But the armor and things of that nature, yeah. You're going to remember those experiences, they said, when you come back. And what was it? They said, depending on the severity, I don't know. That's going to be interesting, though. They have some sort of muscle memory of what happened. But, also that speaks to wounds and injuries, right? How severe are they? You might have to go to the highest tier, or you might have to get a special procedure. Again, the Endeavor gets itself involved in gameplay. Maybe there's a procedure like you don't want battle scars. You don't want to see those marks. Some people like relish that. Hey man, it looks like as a mercenary, it's like being a hockey player. I want my fronts knocked out. Hockey players, they relish the day when their fronts get knocked out. It's like, I'm finally a hockey player. That's the same, I think, with some players who are bounty hunters. They're like, I got to have my scars, man. I got to have that cybernetic arm. If I don't, I'm not who I am. So if a space crab eats my lower extremities before I die, I remember that. Set crews to stun. I don't think they need to. Well, I don't know it'll translate in gameplay, Admiral, but you'll know that experience. And I think based upon now, that would be a candidate for what tier of medical will be used or what's available at that time. Yep, the spacecraft. I don't think. I think it's so many of them. It's like the queen and then all the little hive members of that of those oh, there it is. It's expanding. Of the what is that? The hive, the crab hive. It's gonna be a number of them. So I don't think they're gonna leave anything. Admiral, you might have to come up with another one. I would even say that's the same with the Boreal Stalker. They're not gonna leave anything on the table. They're not gonna leave any scraps. They might spit out some armor and your multi-tool or something like that, but they're not gonna leave anything on the table. They're gonna leave a clean plate. And then you say what level of grossness will there be for CIG, right? How censored or how gory will they? That's another question too. How much gore will there be in this game? Oh snap! I did not. Oh my gosh! I gotta create a 3D print tool. Okay, let me get back to. Here's a workaround. I don't have a multi-tool, right? I'll go back to work, and when that thing fills up, and see, this is the great thing about this gameplay mechanic. Yep, I'm gonna make it. Yep. The vulture. Oops. Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, now it's like one of the lasers are only working, which is weird. Let me turn it on and turn it off again. Nope. Let me try. I'm gonna turn it off and I'm gonna stand up. if it'll reactivate it. But this is a bug that's rearing its head. Okay, let me enter the seat again. Hopefully both lasers will work now. Yeah, there's some desync going on. It's turn on the engines. I'm gonna wait for it. I turned it on. There we go. Gimbal, yep, gimbal's working. Fill this bad boy up, and I'm gonna 3D print the multi-tool and the attachment. But yeah, the Endeavor could make certain plants. Someone will have a plot. You know what? Will CIG give us the plot of land again to be able to purchase that? I mean, it's marketing. It's we understand that now, what that means, and especially now that we're getting closer to persistence in regards to hangars, and then eventually what's next is going to be the habs, habitation areas or homes, you know, on these planets. With the exception, I think the exception will be Lorville, right? Because it's already a built place, so all you're doing is choosing an interior, and that persists. I think it would make sense in development that we get that first. But when we're talking about places like possibly Microtech, you're living in the tundra, the cold. I don't know if anyone would want to live on Lorville. Maybe they will. Next to a scrap heap where they're, you know, constantly going through it and finding diamonds in the rough of items, right? So they're just dumpster diving. That's a possibility. But then you're always stabbing yourself with oxygen pins and utilizing toxic pins to remove toxins from your body. But yet, it's just the thing about dumpster diving or finding these one-off items, components, whatever the case, and finding these little gems, and you're kind of like recycling them or repairing them and then selling them, right? It's something about that would make for an interesting landing zone for yourself. But then also there's Lorville has those apartments and things as well. They're going to have those living areas on Lorville. So it's more of will Nix be someplace where you can create a homestead? Granted, some places don't have oxygen and such, right? Okay, I'm gonna go down and make my 3D printed multi-tool. I just knew I was gonna find my body out here. Okay. Create. Okay, I'm going to the create button. Okay, create multi-tool. Oh yeah. I think it comes out the little side hatch. Hopefully it's working. It says processing. Looting someone. No, the changes that they're making, Admiral, I would, as an update to Lorville, I would love to see like giant mountains of tech that's like, kind of like you mentioned the other day about the movie, the that Robin Williams, the animated movie he did of robots, and they had that one planet or that place where it had just, it was like Wally. There was like these big mountains of tech. There's this garbage basically. I would love to see that at Lorville, something like that. I would love to see that, man. You mean to tell me I got to create another tool? I mean, I got to create another thing to create the attachment. It takes one SCU. I guess so, right? It's jammed. Okay, so yeah, it says I want to create this. It says create. No, I can't create anything else with it. I think I've did everything. Or does it come? Nope, it doesn't come with it. Okay, so let me go back up. Let me start the process again. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm gonna fill it up again. And now this is for the attachment, and I can start moving stuff, getting some work done.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
Then you have the Endeavor has the landing bays. I think it supports the what do you call it? The Cutlass Red. I don't know if the Apollo fits it. I don't know that, but if it would be nice if when they actually end up creating that hangar, that both ships, both medical ships, could fit. Because that would be kind of awkward if the Apollo did not fit that medical hangar. It should be able to accept those those two lower tiers for medical. I love to see that. That's just gameplay making sense. Gameplay common sense. Yeah, you can barely tell that the light is on. The two prongs lit up, but yeah. Good thing they mentioned they're aware, and they mentioned that they're going to do a lighting pass on the ships. Okay, she's filling up pretty quick. Now I can get the attachment to this. Bristol Squared 07. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Apologies. Was it something I... It must have been something I did or something I said. Didn't mean to, sir. Did not mean to. Apologies. Was that the crash? Was that like, hey, I got 25 minutes, man. I can hang out and look for some other stuff. And it was like, no, you don't want to do that with Quantanium. Oh snap! Really? No. Tuesday gaming. Oh gosh. Here we go. Let's see. I gotta get this other part to my I I thought my body was gonna be out here. I was gonna loot my body and have all my items back. Didn't happen. So now the thing is, go ahead and create. Okay, now let me see if I can 3D print my tractor beam attachment. This is neat. Whoever came up with this, man, this was brilliant. You can now add that part. Okay, store it. I'm going to store it. It should be where you automatically attach it. It should just be a no-brainer, but let's see. There it is. So it takes one SC unit to make, so two SC units to create both of them. The mining attachment and the multi-tool. Okay, there we go. Now we're ready. Okay, activate. Okay, let me unstow it and then restow it to reset. I'm gonna basically reset this thing. See, it's, I put it there, put it there, put it on my hip, then go ahead and attach it. As it was supposed to work right away. Okay, now I'm going to equip it in my hand. Uh-oh, there's those infinite screens that Chris talked about. Do you think the Vulture should automatically move the SCU back? One of the devs mentioned that was the thing they have in mind that they want to do, where it's like a conveyor belt type of thing. But I don't know if they're going to continue in that direction, because they're doing some things with the cargo grid now. Will the floor be an entire cargo grid? But yeah, they said there's some sort of, now one ship that definitely, now with the Vulture, yeah, I think they wanted to extend this belt further out, so they do have the capability. It shows it here. But here's the thing. Regardless, if this would hinder the cargo grid, it shouldn't matter, because it should be four in a line with this, and then everything on top should be stackable. So I kind of see that they could extend this all the way to the edge, I guess, and then the AI or the intelligence of the code to just, each one will stop at a certain point or connect. I think that's what they have to figure out. How far does it go before it sets to automatically connect? And then they still need a space where things will come out here, and then you manually will have to move it and then attach it above or to the side. That's them figuring out the cargo grid. But when it comes to the reclaimer, that's a different animal. I think they should have more cargo grid than anything else in order to be able to stack all those cargo units appropriately, right? That way, that reclaimer can get the entire maximum yield for the cargo units they need to go ahead and procure from a salvageable ship. But yeah, desync is real, man. It's like, I got it. Okay, now it worked. That's that sync desync delay is real. But yeah, a dev did mention that was one of the things that it's on their radar to do. Will that be a priority? I don't know. Risk or swear. It may or may not be a priority right now, but it's on their radar. I think right now the priority is, getting those gameplay mechanics to Squadron, from Squadron into the PU. We got to have that like yesterday. You agree, Admiral?
What are we agreeing to here? World peace.
World peace. Also, well, it will help with world peace if Chris gives us the Squadron 42 gameplay mechanics into the PU. It will. It'll make a lot of people happy.
I think we'll get that when we get the Retaliator.
Damn. The Retaliator.
Yeah, like it's gonna be like I feel like it's gonna be if Star Citizen is like a year away from releasing Squadron 42, they're just gonna wait a year. And then I feel like they're gonna just flip a switch and everything's gonna be changed, like a new. Hey, we got rid of all the old code. Here you go. Here's the new stuff.
Yeah. Do you think it's going to stabilize things? Because I think that's the premise that they're setting to say, once we get those new mechanics in, it should help alleviate a lot of the, offenders of the bad code. I wonder about that.
I mean, you would hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the problems with their current change to 320 is they're like, hey, we use this like legacy item that's supposed to be like the thing to use, and it doesn't work in the PU.
Yeah.
So we had to either take it out or turn something off or whatever the hell they had to do. And they're trying to figure out what the problem is.
Yeah.
The question is, can they really lean on technology outside of Star Citizen, which would normally help a company when everything is made in-house? Correct. And it's made in-house and it doesn't really work with everything else. It's just kind of like standardized, software. It's more specific.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. They have to find what's most compatible with what they're doing now, and then I think that other company has to understand what they're utilizing, and they have to be upfront about how it's being used, and at the same time give them the opportunity to make those adjustments, because this is a different animal we're dealing with. And I think there's the vendor, I call him the vendor, the person whose database it is, those engineers that are working on it now. You give them that opportunity, but I think at some point they will say it is what it is, and then they'll say this is our limitations. And I think that's to the point of what Chris was, saying in his statement about, okay, we're prepared to move on if this is not viable. Some things they work a certain way, but then if it's your particular software, it's not geared for that. So he's gonna, one way or the other, we're gonna hear. I think he's gonna follow up on that. I expect him to follow up on that too.
I imagine
Admiral.
the company too has, they're sharing the data with the company. Okay, this isn't working. Blah blah blah. What is it doing? It's doing this. Oh, well, it's not supposed to do that. Like, yeah, we know it should be doing this, right? Yeah, we think so. So they're going back and forth. Hopefully it'll work out, but it's maybe some little debugging and little intricacies between DIG that they have to take into account. Yeah.
And I think it's just a matter of them collaborating and working out the differences and figuring out what's working. And then within that, I think that's where he leans on his team, Chris, his devs. They're in the trenches, man, and they kind of know what's going on. But I think there's also some work for them to do, and I think if they collaborate together, I think they can figure it out. If not, at least they can come together to figure out, oh, this is not viable, or this is as far as it can go. And I think it's okay, because now you're understanding more so what you need due to the recent changes. Again, this is recent stuff, man. From 318 to 319, we're still kind of learning what that is, right? We're still learning that.
What the game is gonna be?
A PES. How it's, Chris said it went from the SQL, the relational database, to the entity graph, which is a graphing database. So it's a fundamental change.
So they probably don't even know the full. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. They need to just push to the PU and see what happens and see what the limitations are to the current patch and just delete or change what they need to.
Yeah. Yeah. I
I
think.
don't know.
Yeah. I think with them working together, they can come up with. I wouldn't say a solution, but come up with a. What was it? Not a solution because that they will figure it out. Of course, we want that, right? But come up with a summary or an evaluation of what it can and cannot do, and if so, is it in their best interest to move to another database? And Chris said he's ready to do that.
Here's the problem, right? Is that in 2016, 2015, the PU would like, we had this from time to time with the service might have an issue.
Yeah.
But very rarely do we have them go down for like a while. Like,
Right.
If I recall, there was a couple times back, in the late teens when, the game just, shut down and they had to like do a patch or whatever. But like, because like SIG has these commercials on YouTube being like playable now and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
it's like, hey, it's this finished, mostly finished game that you can play, and everything's, kosher, and everything is like daisies and everything else. So, they have to be careful and not like letting the PU get a bad patch. And they can roll it back, of course, like they rolled back the 320. I think is that what CR said? They rolled it back, or they rolled a portion of it back.
They went back to their SQL relational database, and they omitted or took out some parts of the cloud-based tech. Let me be specific. I don't want to just. He said,
CR. You should say it in your classic CR voice.
"Oh, I can't do that, man." he would like, dude, this is not the time for that. He says, it's the way we, and I can paste this into chat. The way we track and record state of the universe changed dramatically, which also changed the way we handle the data in the backend cloud. Okay, this is right here. This segment of it it encompasses it to an extent right there. And where's the other part?
Look at you using a braid. I see what you're doing, Kimmy.
Yep, it's a big ship. Somebody's got to scrape it.
Is it Staff Air or what?
Yeah. No, it's the Hercules.
The Hercules.
The Herc. Yep. Herc work.
Okay.
I'm doing Herc work. There was a
So
part
I'm
where
gonna
yeah.
impersonate Kimmy impersonating Chris Rock.
Oh, okay. Oh no.
You see, the whole way we track and record state of the universe changed dramatically, which also changed the way we handle the data in the back end of the cloud. I can't do. You're gonna have to do.
No,
it.
you almost sound like you want to sound like a little Kennedy and an old version of
I
Admiral.
want to get Kenny. I can do Kenny. Hold on.
Mid 70s Admiral.
Oh, I have to do Kenny. I have to do Kenny.
I think I can do Kennedy.
I gotta think. Pretend I'm trying to get to space and fighting the Russians.
We have to look now. We have to look now as to what this aspect of the game will be, and we could take it from here, from Earth, and we can go to Stanton, and we can do whatever we need to do in Earth, and then be able to go to Stanton and be able to take care of those things.
You
That's a
lost
terrible
it halfway through. You went back to Kenny.
Yeah, that was a terrible Kennedy.
Because of how we record state with PES,
Yeah, there you go.
we need switch
Yeah.
to a different kind of back-end database.
So you got
So
that
we
Boston
moved
advantage.
to SQL relational database to a graph. Now I'm losing it again.
Yeah, but you had
It's like,
that
'cause
that
I'm from Boston, but it's like the way he talks, the
Bostonian.
Kennedys talk like very, very. I don't know. It's like
Yeah.
uppity Bostonian. You know,
What?
like they don't have it
Are you
anymore.
serious? Uppity?
Well,
Did
think
you
about
just
the way
say
Kennedy,
that?
like the way, like
Uppity.
even like
Ask not what the
like
UE can do
rich,
for you.
rich
Ask
Boston
what
is
you
like.
can do for the UEE.
You've
He's
got
got
the
that knot.
Well, you got like the.
It's a little twangy, but it's like
You got your Marky Mark is your poor
Marky
you
Mark.
know, that's your brash white kid type of thing, and then you've got the reverse opposite with Kennedy.
Oh gosh. One guy said he knew him growing up. He was an older guy. He knew him when he was a kid. He said Marky Mark was a little punk. Like what?
Oh, he looked like a little punk. I mean,
Oh
you saw
my
the video,
gosh.
right? Sweet.
But you know,
I'll tell you who can't do a Boston accent is oh my God, what was that movie? Who's from The Postman?
The
And
Postman?
Postman, the movie The Postman,
I gotta look that one up.
and Dream of Field of Dreams. Who's
Oh,
that guy?
Kevin Costner. Oh,
Yeah,
he's
he
the
sucks.
nicest guy, dude.
Yeah,
He's
he might be nice, but he sucks at a Boston accent. It's like the worst Boston accent I've ever
yeah.
heard of.
When he did the
It's not like Elmer Fudd.
the JFK Oliver Stone movie. Yeah, he nailed it though.
Oh, he might have. Well, there was that one, and then he also did 13 Days, which is about the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, the Bay of
And-
Pigs.
It was like, no, the Cuban Missile Crisis was that after Bay? Was that before Bay of Pigs? It might have been before Bay. No, that was after. I think it was after.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. Because I think after that one is when they were looking into getting to Vietnam. But either way, yeah, Kevin Costner was sound like Elmer Fudd.
Oh no! What?
Exactly. It's exactly what it sounded like.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
I was like, what? It's like, no, Susie, it's all gonna be
Okay.
okay. You're safe,
That's
all right? Don't worry.
That's
It's gonna be
Kennedy,
good.
dude. You got it. That was Kennedy.
My good friend Kimmy is
Oh.
here to teach all you on Twitch what
You
this
killing
game
it.
is about.
You killing it.
We are going to be there in a
That's
few weeks
not.
and see Chris Roberts on stage, and he's going to deliver
Ooh.
us a marvelous presentation.
Oh, you killing it, dude. Where you been holding out on that? You've been holding out. The Duxbury accent. You got the Watertown accent. Man, Coffee's got the history. He's got the lore on it, man. The Duxbury and Watertown. Okay, cool. That was him. Yep, but yeah, that he's gonna reply to that. I think whichever way now that he's opened that book, I mean, which is only fair. I think he go ahead and finish and close that loop with a reply back on where it is, you know. And I don't want him bringing that up at CitizenCon. I'd rather him, you know, sooner than later go ahead and get the solution resolved, and put that down, put that concern out of the way, and focus all on CitizenCon. That's my recommendation. Go ahead and answer that. Yeah.
We are certainly not going to talk about my bikini pics here at CitizenCon while I was on vacation in Spain. So let us start off on a good page.
My time is my time.
I see a little bit of English in there too. I realized that. I was trying to merge the two.
Yeah, Chris has got the English accent. But it should be a fun time though. That's my intention, to just go in there, have fun with it. And I think even after they say what is what, it's a thing of we can't make a determination of when it's going to come out. What we are going to look for though is We're going to be counting the minutes and hours and days and weeks, months. Oh God, no, please not years of him making that announcement and say a year from now he's coming up with something else that Citizen. It shouldn't take I don't want anything to be revealed that's going to take a year. That's just me. Some people are good with that.
How's your George Bush?
Nah, it's not good. I got to hear a little of him. Yeah.
Read my lips. No new.
No, that's Kennedy saying saying that.
I can't remember how George Bush said no new taxes.
Read my lips. No new.
Yeah, that was George Bush Senior.
Yeah.
And then yeah.
Yeah, that was Senior. Well, it seems like desync is not too bad because the boxes and the crates are being generated. That's a good thing here.
You're by yourself too, so it's a little bit difficult to.
Yeah,
if you're fighting real players right now, that's when you would see it.
Oh, it's a death sentence. Oh, so you're saying because their client is doing some other things and resources are stretched. Yeah, that makes sense. So I think this is ongoing until they actually figure out that database, Admiral. You make a good point. I would imagine that we're going to see these desync issues if people are playing in the same vicinity with each other because of the issues with the database. Because desync, yeah. That's probably why we're getting desync issues and spikes. So, yeah, he needs to, not he needs to, but here's the thing. And here's the truth of it. Give them the time to look at everything thoroughly. And that's going to we don't know what that time frame looks like, but yeah, we give them that time to really deep dive and figure out what the solution is. And the best thing about that whole thing is they might find some, not just solutions, but optimizations and means and ways for them to improve upon what's going on. Hopefully those engineers that actually work with that entity graph on the entity graph side, hopefully they find some optimizations by because of the fact that they took the time and really did a deep dive on what the issues were, and that the result of it was they ended up helping CIG with better improvements. So that's the best thing that can happen with that. But at the end of the day, I would say Chris is going to follow up with what he shared with us, because that's something we don't need lingering over into CitizenCon. But God forbid if it could, based upon them, because we don't know how severe or how deep this goes. Grain of salt. We could hear something as soon as tonight. We could hear something as soon as tomorrow, a couple of days.
Wait, tonight from what?
These solutions to their database issues. With they're using the entity graph. I'll say again.
Oh, you might be right. I don't know. I really don't perceive any really big information at all or anything. They might not say anything until CitizenCon. Gives them 3 weeks to figure stuff out.
Okay. So you rather say them mention this at CitizenCon, that this is a resolve, but by then people might not even be thinking about it anymore, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Hey, after CitizenCon, and as we get finished with presentation on this last day of CitizenCon, we're releasing 320.1 right now.
Isn't that end of year patch? 321?
No, 320.1.
That's end of year, right? December.
No, 320.1. So it's the 320X patch.
Okay.
So that they don't know if they're having more than one or more than more than one point X patch.
Yeah.
But we know we're getting it because that's how the storm and stuff is getting.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're going to give us end of the year. They're not going to give us anything near December. Absolutely not.
Oh no. Okay.
No, absolutely not. Because they're going to have a skeleton crew.
That's true. That's to fix things or make sure things work.
They're not going to do that. They're going to be like, hey, how do we get this thing to 319 to a stable PU with the newest stuff in there, and people can play, you know, Arena Commander and Racing and Star Marine or whatever the hell they want to call it these
Yeah.
days. I forget what they call Star Marine, but they changed the names up on it.
Arena
because-
Commander.
No, but if you go into Arena Commander, there's two different quote unquote Star Marine sections. They don't call them Star Marine anymore until you like open one up and it like loads in. I forget what it's called. There's like the regular one where there's one where everyone starts off with one gun, like a pistol, and as soon as you get a kill, you get the next gun, and then you get another kill with that gun, you get the next gun, and so on. And then there's the other one where you get a standard weapon. You can like choose your weapon and like load up your loadout, and then you play for that session, similar to what Star Marine used to be.
You don't mean elimination or anything like that, right?
Yeah, elimination. Yeah, that's
okay. Yeah, Echo 11 elimination map. You have what is it?
I used to love Star Marine. It was like the
You
most
were a
fun
big
ever.
proponent. I mean, you were like an advocate for it. You're like, hey, let's get in. Let's do some FPS.
Well, that was the good times there.
But you know what? How could it come back? With server meshing. Server meshing is going to allow Gun Rush. There you go, Coffee 07.
Gun Rush, that's it, yeah.
Yep.
They have to just change the name so people are like, what's this Gun Rush? That's new and exciting.
Mm-hmm. What does that mean? You're rushing with a gun, or you're charging at somebody?
Same thing as Star Marine, what it used to be. I mean, that's Star Marine.
I think the
Same
improvements.
Same maps, exact maps. They look a little bit different. I think there's a little bit of different colors. Like there's some areas a little bit darker, some areas a little brighter. But they did do a polish pass on the area, but for the most part, they're mostly the same.
Yeah. You see what Coffee posted? He says he played Arena Commander last week, or for the first time in years since the new patch, and he said he had a blast.
Yeah, there was some issues with what was I watching? I can't remember if I was playing or in with somebody. Oh no, I was playing, and I was in with Soul Citizens, I think, on Saturday night, and we were doing Gun Rush, and there was a decent amount of people, and it was just like I'd be pulling the trigger, it would not shoot. I'd be like,
Desync.
I was like, it was driving me crazy. It's like, so we stopped playing that, and I think we. So Soul Citizens, was it Q and Carbon Tales?
I think
Carbon
it's
Tales,
issues.
either one.
I think until they get that, like I said earlier, if you try to do something with multiplayers and the more players you have, you're talking about relying on a database that they're still working on, meaning those clients or those computers are communicating with each other across whatever distances.
I don't understand this though, because Star Marine used to be flawless.
Yeah,
It
but
used to be flawless.
yeah, but you're in everyone is in that one location, that server, right? I guess.
I don't know how they did it before. I mean, I remember so one time I actually jumped up top of this ledge, got high over this like and someone came around. I think you might even know Lieutenant Dan. I think you.
That sounds familiar, Lieutenant Dan.
Before. He used to stream a bit.
Oh,
He
didn't
doesn't
he
stream-
do interviews or something? Or he
I
had
don't
he was like an
remember. I think he used
advocate
to
for
stream.
Star Citizen, Lieutenant Dan.
Maybe. But
Yeah.
he went like around me. I saw him. I just literally jumped right behind him and shot him in the back of the head. It was
Oh
awesome.
gosh.
I was like, wow, this is awesome.
Oh my
I mean, it
gosh.
was like that good. And he's like, what was that?
Where did that
and I'm
come
like-
from?
And then I like took a clip and posted it. And he's like, holy crap.
I didn't even
So,
see
I mean,
you.
that was some good times. But I mean, I have seen some people playing it now, and it looks okay. Just it does, when I played it this weekend, there definitely was some lagging issues. So
Yeah.
they need to get that figured out.
It's
But, yeah, I think the
resources.
idea is if they can get that like mint by the holidays, I mean they have like 2.5, 3 months. Then they
Oh
can have
yeah,
a free flight.
Coffee. Yeah.
They can have a free flight, and then people will love it. And if it's good, the people will get more people to join. So
I was saying the same thing because it's exposed, it's out there, and they're looking for the feedback and suggestions and objective criticism, and they're going to keep it in there and they're going to reiterate on it and build it out. Same thing with Arena Commander / Star Marine Admiral. They're gonna wait until server meshing drops in, and then you're gonna see a definite bump in performance with Star Marine, and then they'll make some adjustments, and then they'll say, let's send it to the PU. Let's give it to the PU. I think it's going to be really a better experience because it should bring down that desync. It should improve the FPS functionality. But it's all predicated on will they actually put 4.0 inside of server meshing and say, here you go? Or do they do server meshing first, 4.0 later? Or do they do 4.0 and then server meshing later? I wonder. Okay. My ship is not functioning. Let me stand up.
Stand
Sit
up.
back down. Yep, stand up. Yeah, he says Lieutenant Dan is a good guy. He did lead the, Coffee said he led the PAX East Bar Citizen for a bit. So yeah, that is that guy. Because he did some stuff online and he talked about Star Citizen, but you haven't heard anything from him anymore. But you said this was recent you played with him, Admiral?
I played with them, Saturday?
So he's still around. Okay, that's good.
I don't know. No, Lieutenant Dan. Well, I still talk to him. He plays Star Citizen once in a while. But when I played with Soul Citizens, I think it was Soul Citizen. That was I think it was that was Saturday.
Okay, for some reason, look. Okay, now it's working. That's weird.
You know, it could have been Carbon Tails and Q. Carbon Tails and Carbon Tails Q. Girl and Pigtails and Q.
Mr. Lobstery.
And Mr. Lobstery. You know that? You know that whole thing?
Yes.
Okay.
You all met for a Bar Citizen and
Scavenger.
seafood restaurant. He ordered lobster, and he's like, "Oh man, it was great. The presentation. That's how him talking. It was great. It was a big lobster, and I really that's him, isn't it? I really enjoyed it, and I really got into it, and all of a sudden I started slowing down, and I said, wait a minute, I don't really like this. It's a little too lobstery for me." We're like, what? What does that mean? It just tasted like lobster. Too much like lobster.
It was too lobstery.
Lobstery.
Gavin's just gone. He left.
That's the only way it could be lobstery if he was eating it like sushi and it was raw. I mean, that where it fits it.
It's because I don't know. The dish is like, how do I describe the dish? It was like a casserole.
Okay,
is the best way to describe it?
Yeah, it was a butter. It must have been some sort of bourbon in it, or it was the paprika. To me, it was just a little too lobstery. I was like, what? Everybody started laughing and said, yeah, lobsters taste like lobsters, Q. You don't understand.
Well, he like called the lady over. He's like, excuse me, miss. Like, yes, sir. And like, I like to talk about my dish here. He's like, what's wrong with it? He's like, well, you know,
Did she laugh?
Tastes a little too lobstery. She's like, well, so you're saying it.
Well, that's lobsters. That's lobsters for you.
Oh man.
Usually that's how they are. They're very lobstery.
Well, so apparently, because we're in there talking about it, and he's all complaining. He's like, well, there is, I guess lobster. The differences of lobster, whether it be on like, I don't know, the
Atlantic, Pacific, what?
Well, yeah, supposedly there's like because there's different colors and all this other type of stuff.
Oh my God! Stop it!
And how they taste, and I don't eat big bugs, so I
yeah,
don't know.
right. They're I was about to say those are sea bugs, man. You just like, wait a minute, they're eating the wrong kind of poop here. They really need to eat the Pacific poop because it's a colder, denser poop. It gives better flavor to the lobstery lobster.
You don't need the poop.
I was like, what?
My question to you, Kimmy, is that backpack that clippy if you're not wearing it in that ship?
Oh, in the seats?
Yeah, when you come down the damn stairwell, I should say the ladder, and you clipping around and crap.
I'm clipping.
I have to wonder if that's because of the backpack.
Oh, it's showing that I'm clipping
Well, you're bouncing. You don't look normal.
on stream. Let me see. Like this. Oh, that's normal. I think it's the camera is trying to hold it.
See all that moving around?
Yeah.
I
It's
think
always
'cause
been that way.
it's picking up the stupid backpack.
Oh, you think that's what? Oh, it's trying to render it smoothly, and it's
And
not.
it's probably trying to back up enough to
Show
be able
it.
to show you.
You
But
make
there's
a-
only so much room in this ship.
You know, that's a good point. Because I've always wondered why is it, jittering like that. But yeah, that could be a point. And remember, they said there eventually we're gonna heavy armor. We will not be able to actually sit down with any armor, depending on how dense it is. Maybe medium to heavy. They want to do away with that. And same thing with backpacks. You store it. So
Yeah, store your stuff, Kimmy.
Yep. So physicalized. And that led to some people falling through their ship because it wasn't supposed to be, they left the support alone for it. People wear heavy armor. So I stopped wearing heavy armor parts. It's funny. It's how you have to figure some things out. But yeah. So it's going to be one panel with 4.0. We've already seen 4.0, but I think there's going to be new things added to it. You remember, like he talked about with the ladder, you can be climbing a ladder and you pull out your pistol and shoot from the ladder. I kind of think we're going to see that. Definitely, we're going to see that.
I would like them to see. You know what would be interesting if they came in and brought in rope tech. That's something nobody has talked about.
Oh, ropes. Well, you know what?
In the Carrack, the guy
Yeah.
was, and like he was climbing this.
Correct. That
Ice-
commercial exploration.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that. Yep. And there's certain parts of like these caverns and caves that you can't actually traverse on foot. You have to actually use like a winch or you rappel down into some things, right? And some of which heavy armor was that had the little roll of rope in the front of it? What suit was that? It's like the rust orange color suit. Oh my gosh.
I'm not sure.
But it has a little
Oh,
rope
you're
system
talking
in
about
the front.
You're talking about the heat suit. Yeah, that thing has got like a little pulley in the front.
Pembroke.
Little,
There you go. Chief
winch.
Keys 07, man. What's up? What's going on, Chief?
The chief. He's saying the Pembroke. Yeah.
The Pembroke. Yep. So will that actually be a thing in the game? What's going on, Chief? Chief, did you see? What are your thoughts on the letter, man? Did you Let's see if he's in chat. If he want to bring that up. If he watched that, the quality of life response from Chris to Tarada. You might want to say something about it.
Chief Keys like, now I have to say something? Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna say that.
07.
Going on, Admiral.
Hey,
Hey,
Chief.
Chief, what's going on?
Chief, did you see it?
Yeah, I read it. It was quite a revelation that he gave for the challenges they have to overcome.
Yeah, Chief. It felt good. Then it was like, oh, wait a minute, what? It was kind of like when he said the thing about iCache.
Right.
But this time they didn't have the solution right away. And he's like, hey, we're ready to move on if they can't fix it.
Yeah, it's not surprising. It's uncharted territory, and everything is being made from scratch essentially. So
Yeah. But here's the other part of it, though, Chief. It almost essentially said this was the bane of what we were doing when we were moving from 317 to 318. This was going on at 318 and why we were having such a hard time. So he's basically, when you go back, and this is a revelation now that I'm speaking with you, this is a revelation that, he's divulging that, hey, look, a lot of this stuff was happening at 318. And now we went through 318, 319, 319.1, 320. We're like, oh, we've been not just we were fixing things, but we were taking receipts. We were looking at data and saying, wait a minute, it's pointing to this. And now that he's got enough evidence, he was saying, hey, this has been going on for a while. And a lot of this was on that back end that we, this third party we're working with, it's on their back end database. So it's like, we got enough data now to say, okay, we're pointing it out, fix it. If you can't fix it, we're gonna know if it's fixed or not. We're ready to move on to others who are willing to provide their services, right? So usually you don't have vendors or engineers from the other vendor come over and say, hey, we need to fix this. That's your evidence right there that if their stuff was rock solid, let's say, for example, well, if your stuff was rock solid, they say, hey, that's on your end. Everything looks good on our end. Right. For them to come in and actually work on their stuff in order to make sure that it scales properly, it's on that vendor. And, to let it go from 318 to all the way up to 320, you couldn't just immediately say, maybe they said, hey, something's going on. It says, no, that's on you. Now it goes from 319, hey, same problem. Now, no, I don't think so. Now 320. Now we're showing you the evidence that there's something going on. Okay, we'll bring in some people over. We apologize. So some things can, work out like that. And in the meantime, Chris is like,
that SQL server needs some improvement. Now, apparently, he was told that it was the solution, but it didn't scale well.
Yes.
But and that was an enterprise solution.
Yep.
So I don't know. Hopefully they can overcome it. They've already overcome many other challenges such as the planetary tech and the clouds and so on. But even though the cloud still needs some finishing touches, but I think they'll figure it out. It just won't be in the time that we want it to be.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Do you think that he's going to follow up once they have the solution? Now that he's, he responded that way, and to not just Tirada, but to all of us. He was basically speaking to all of us about what they've actually gotten the feedback or gotten the data from his devs that this is what's been going on. Do you think he should follow up, like, to close that out, or does he just let it go and just continue to get on with CitizenCon as if it never happened?
Well, I would assume he would follow up at CitizenCon.
Okay.
To further elaborate on the challenges ahead. But
right.
I'm not sure what they have planned for CitizenCon as far as the demo goes.
Yeah.
But I guess we all been told that it's all about Pyro. So
Pyro.
I don't know. I feel uncomfortable talking about Pyro and not being able to go there.
Oh, Chief, you make a strong point. Yeah, it's like saying he's doing a commercial and he's diving into a nice big juicy cheesesteak and he says, man, you're gonna get one, but you're not getting one today. But this is a damn good cheesesteak. You're like, the hell, man? What
Wait
is?
a minute.
Damn.
Where's my cheesesteak?
Where's my cheesesteak?
And I want a pizza too.
I paid for it, man. You telling me I'm not getting it, and you're gonna eat it in front of me?
Ain't that the truth?
Ooh, yeah. Do they? Well, Chief, kind of like what they did with Nix. Kind of like in the beginning, they gave us a super sample of Nix and say, let's drop in Delamar. Maybe you can't introduce it the way you did Delamar because it was a reason why they stripped it from Stanton because they're at their max as far as things in the game. Do they as a means or a way to give us a demo sample of Pyro, give us one of those planets and you put it into Arena Commander?
Well, I wouldn't do anything like they did with Delamar. That should have never really happened, to be honest. They should
I
have
hear you.
put that in the Knicks, left that in the Knicks system.
Mm-hmm.
But I get it. At the time, Chris was wanting to show off the tech and
Yeah.
the area envisioned for the Knicks system. But if you really want folks to experience Pyro, the only shortcut that we have, or the workaround rather, is the current way when you first load in, you select what system you want to load into.
Yeah.
And instead of selecting Stanton, you would select Knicks or Pyro.
Yes.
But the downside is you wouldn't be able to jump between the two systems without
Right.
logging out and then selecting the next system.
Well, to some
And
people,
I don't think Chris wants that though.
right?
He don't want you to get comfortable because people already got comfortable with cargo, and now they all upset. Oh, I have to load it now. Yes, you do. We've been
He's
talking
always
about
been
this
yes.
long time.
Yes. He's always been saying that. We just got comfortable and didn't realize or forgot, and now you're comfortable. You think he's gonna say, "Oh, okay, I'll let you stay comfortable," and then meanwhile you get the advantage of the game and cheat the game. Oh, I'm the king of the hill. Now you're bored. Now you say, this game is boring. I'm moving on now. Challenge yourself.
That's right. Play the game as it was designed
Intended.
to
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, I agree. And then, here's the thing. We said, you remember when they said, when we were first introducing cargo and you got to load everything up? And they were like, man, who the hell gonna do all that? And when salvage came out, now we're like, oh my God, people were fighting.
Fighting over it.
I'm in the bottom. I'm at the bottom. I got the bottom bunk. What? Yeah, I move cargo better than you. You're too slow. You need to move. I'm like, what the hell, man? Yeah. Now you're fighting me over it. But at first it was like, man, I don't got time. Man, who got time? This is BS. Where's the NPCs so I can pay them and get on with my business? Now it's a thing. No, I'll handle it.
But even then, when you hide the NPCs, you still gotta wait.
Yep.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. There's no way around the loading and unloading process. If you want more of an instantaneous experience, then I suggest you play Starfield or Elite Dangerous.
Yes.
But I'm sure you'll get tired of that eventually.
Yep.
As well.
It has its limitations. But then why you going to rush? Why would you rush to get out there and then all of a sudden pirates then confiscated your stuff? So what's the issue?
Yeah. So you got to plan correctly. Make sure that you're prepared. Because anything can happen. The way these nowadays, most of them shoot them up, bang bang. That's it. They don't even hail you. Just
it's gonna happen.
Smithereens, take your stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. Yeah. Yep.
But hopefully during that time when they get rid of arms desist zones and so on, but I still think they should have some sort of a green zone, especially at spaceports and orbital stations.
I agree.
So you can at least pull your ship and get out of there without any mishap, unless the AI is really good, where if you were to attempt anything, they just react so quickly you can't do much. Oh, the
turrets, the automated turrets.
Yeah, turrets and the security personnel and so on. They should also have like a tractor beam type deal where if you
hold you in place,
just beam you up. You know what I'm saying? Exactly.
Oh, listen to this genius right here. That makes a lot of sense, Chief, because they are bringing on the tractor beam tech, right? That's going to be in a subsequent patch that's coming in the next two, right? Or at least the last patch, right? We know we're getting that. But to know that that technology now, if you pull off a crime, they will hold you in place and let them and unleash hell on that ship. That behavior will stop.
Yep. Oh yeah, that'll tighten it up real quick.
Woo! It's like, oh yeah. I mean, spectrum will light up. How dare you? I paid $10,000 in ships, and you do this to my gameplay. What a sham this is. This is ridiculous. And people just blowing up on spectrum. Oh man, why'd you give us guns anyway? It's your fault. You put guns on our ships.
Now, the first thing I would say to them is, we all know you didn't spend no $10,000 because you're a PvP player.
Yep.
Now, if you're a PvE player, then maybe we could have a discussion. But at the end of the day, whoever spends the most money, in my mind, gets the most
say so
provocation.
Yeah. Yep. You're right.
But
you're right.
Be it as it may, everything within reason. You don't want to go too wild with it, but
But to hold that shit,
you gotta let people enjoy the game.
Yeah.
If you're keeping them from playing it, it's
that's not gameplay.
Apparently,
That's trolling.
right, and that goes against TOS.
Terms of service. Yes, sir. Yep, it truly does. And you have that one ship, and this is another reason why, Chief, I can't wait for them to literally pull the trigger on master modes and get it done, so that way when you get out there, the time you think about you're going to engage and it happens, understand that you're going to accrue black eyes on both sides of the fence. With those ships, each ship will disperse a level of damage on the other. That's going to prevent you from going to the next ship to do the same act of, just trollish violence, just to say, I want to blow things up, just to prevent you from playing the game. I can't now take that other ship, that same ship, and blow that other ship up because I'm so severely damaged. Master modes will be a means and a way to prevent that.
Yeah, it'll prevent well, you can still run, but if you do run, it puts you at a larger risk. But technically, when your shields are already down from
damage
combat and you try to run, you're, it's just 50-50. You might get lucky and jump away, and you may not.
But it should curtail that behavior.
Indeed.
And I think the further build out of that would be Tony's Orbit, where those supplies are basically the materials. There's going to be limitations, and you gotta have a connection, or you're going to have to pay money for those components and parts, repairs. I can't wait for repair in the game. It's going to be a payout, and you're going to say, I don't think I'm going to mess my ship up tonight or today. It's going to cost a lot. And I may not get the same materials based on the supply and demand. And it goes back to what I was saying about the Crucible. Yeah, if you have the perfect combination of materials, you get maybe at best a 97 percentile purity of that material. But based on I can't find anything else, what is going to be the substitute? Maybe you add aluminum and some other metal, and the highest percentage you can get out of that is maybe 80% or 85%. Hey, it's functional, right? But understand, you think you can go out there and then start bullying people and acting wild with that hull. Yeah, you're going to be more careful next time because you know what the percentages are, and at some point you get it retrofitted, you have it scraped or something like that, and then replaced with a higher grade or a better material. That'll be cool too.
Right. That's the intended plan.
Yeah, I can't wait, Chief. I can't wait. But so what's the main thing you want to see at CitizenCon that once Chris announces it, I don't care, everything else could be crap. In other words, that one thing will set it up where Chris could never do anything wrong. What would that one item be for you at CitizenCon? You get a wish
Well, that would
list.
be server meshing. Server meshing and capital ship battles.
Oh. Yeah, one can't go without the other. That's a hand in hand thing right there.
Indeed.
You want capital ship battles?
Oh my God,
Like-
yes.
Like which ship? Like just Idrises and stuff?
Well, no. I mean, although we haven't got the Perseus yet and the Polaris, and there's quite a few vessels that still need to be developed.
Yeah.
But you right. You know, all they have now is the Javelin, the Idris,
Hammerhead.
but the Hammerhead, and then the Bengal is in game, but it's not accessible to the player, at least not at the moment.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I still think they could piece something together with the current vehicles they have developed and provide that engineering gameplay for folks to enjoy on a capital scale.
That's endless. I mean, and I think if they were to do that and they develop it, I think it goes into Arena Commander first. That way you kind of understand how it's played without the consequences of the PU coming down on you with you losing items and such, right? That'd be the sandbox for testing.
Well, they did talk about getting your subscriber flare back if like a mission, if you fail a mission or something. But I just think they should simply, I mean, we replicate our ships because there's this whole argument about, oh, well, it's duplication. It's just going to duplicate. Well, we already do that with ships. So if we can do it for ships, why not for the items that you have purchased in the cash shop?
That's
now,
true.
there are some who would say that, oh, that, breaks the immersion if I'm unable to loot your armor. I would say you could still loot it, but over time, the skin applied to that armor degradates, and you can't repair it back to where it was because you don't own said skin.
It's got a life.
Saying?
It's got a life to it. It's physicalized.
Right.
And let's say, Chief,
so
sake of argument, you do repair it. It's at a certain point where percentages take over, and then at some point it's 100% another material. So it's no longer that same object, correct?
Correct. So they've got to fix that because there's a lot of countries it's illegal to sell something that you can't obtain over and over.
Yeah, something that you purchase with real cash, and you're saying it don't persist. It's kind of like what I've heard about EVE Online. You actually buy these ships, I mean, like straight cash, and you literally will lose it in the game, and that's it. I'm like, how is that a thing, man?
Well, the only you lose it, but you can rebuild the ship.
Okay.
You just have to get the parts and stuff to do it.
Okay, so you still okay? I stand corrected. So, okay.
Right,
so
but you can still be inhibited from doing that, though. So let wherever the mineral is located, if it's in a hot spot, you're just gonna have to wait until find somewhere else.
Oh my God! What?
It's not so active.
Oh damn. Yeah. See, I think CIG's figure that loop out with having ships that come to you, or you commission them to, rebuild or something. You have that ship, you bring it to them, or the Vulcan can come to you, but you come to the Crucible. I mean, even if it's a short distance, that you still have to embed it into its docking area or that repair space with the Crucible, and that's where the work commences. Yep, pretty neat though. But
yeah, it'll be interesting to see for 2 days of CitizenCon
2
what
days.
they have up their sleeves. I
Yeah.
certainly hope it isn't just cosplay and some other jibber jabber, but you know,
Yeah, what was it? He's laughing. Yep, cosplay and the 2 versus 2 players, right? Tournament.
Hold on, guys, hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on. If I heard that if all the streamers were so pissed off after the end of this and just complained that there was so much jibber jabber, I would die laughing for weeks upon
Yada
end.
yada. A lot of yada yada.
You believe about a jibber jabber, and then like everybody would have like, check out this jibber jabber year.
I just hope that he's on the same page, and I think he is, based on the recent response he gave. That it sounds like he understands what's going on, but for him to get on the stage and it's a totally different thing, or we're not on the same page, we're like, dude, what have we been talking about this whole time, or we're frustrated over, and we're looking at something 6 years away. You know, a machinima that's coming. That's going to come out in 6 years. Like, no way, with jibber jabber. Jabberwocky.
It can be, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, at the very least, Squadron can't be 6 years away.
No. Oh no.
At the most,
2.
I'd say maybe 2025 at the latest.
That's the
Now,
latest.
You're pushing it. You're pushing it for like 2030.
Oh no,
I don't
hell no.
know,
I'm sorry.
you know.
That just came out. I didn't mean that to come out like that. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I got a clip. Hold on, I didn't see it. I gotta see
Oh
it.
no, man. Don't.
I had to clip
Oh
that.
no, oh my gosh. No. Oh, sorry. Chat, I apologize. That was a I think he hit a nerve right there, Chief. Chief, apologies. That hit a nerve. Wait a minute.
For that word, if it went to 2030, that's close to 20 years of development. Be it as it may, I'm not here to dog on that, but there are going to be a lot of people bringing up talking points about, oh, it took 20 years to really bring things to fruition. But I mean, it is
Oh
what it
my
is. You can't really
gosh.
hold that against CIG.
What,
when
2030?
there's not enough time.
2030, man. What are
in
you
the
talking
day.
about? I know I talked to you, Kimmy, my whole thing, and Chief seems to be on the same page. So if Squadron 42 comes out in the next 2 years, right? So, and then you give them about 2 years to get our Squadron 42
Oh my
sequel
goodness,
out the
dude.
door. That's like an extra 2 years, saying that they can actually like get them out quick. That's saying getting the sequels out fast, because I'm hoping they already have like the storylines done and they're working on it already. But we'll give them 2 years for each sequel, and then they can work on the PU and get the PU to they probably have at least 10 systems by then. I would hope, and
Oh
then
my
release by
goodness.
around 2030.
Well, yeah, it
So-
makes more sense now when you're talking
See,
about the
so-
full game. That each is 3 chapters, 2 years for each, or year and a half between each chapter.
And that's pretty quick too.
Oh
I'm
my
like
gosh!
pretty
Wow,
fat.
that's
we feel like we
insane.
Just killed Kemi's hopes and dreams.
Well, I mean, it's very
Telemortal 07.
logical and pragmatic for it to go down that route, because I mean, if the first episode is received well, then that'll
I
just
think
give Chris more motivation to go, and finish the other 2. But I just think the PU needs to be stabilized, hopefully during that time, and hopefully you can get the basic experience of repping up, buying ships and armors and weapons. But the true experience of Star Citizen would be, having mission givers, being able to pick whatever career and not be or blocked by some sort of tech that needs to be made. So
Yeah.
I certainly hope we get feature complete before 2030 so that we can
Ooh.
flesh out and balance these professions properly before we fully deploy them.
Good gosh. Well, like he said in that response that a lot of he talked a lot about 4.0. That 4.0 is essentially where they are. where is it? There's a lot of great tech and features that we are bringing into Star Citizen from Squadron 42 that will dramatically change the feel and polish of Star Citizen. For instance, a lot of your suggestions in game comfort and readability have already been addressed by the changes we made for Squadron 42. The plan was always to bring this work into Star Citizen. Squadron 42 was just a good way for us to focus and really polish the feel and usability without the pressure of maintaining functionality as we iterated on it for the always live environment of the PU. We've now hit an inflection. What does that mean? Inflection point in we've hit an inflection point in Squadron 42's development that allows us to start bringing this work into Star Citizen in the near future. So I guess hit an inflection point where they can look back at their body of work and now say, hey, now it's time because we have enough things are built or out there to say we're ready to do this. A change in the form of a word express a grammatical function or attribute as a tense mode. No, that's not. The modulation, intonation, or pitch in the voice. No, a change of curvature or convex to concave at a particular point. No, that's not an example. Inflection.
Maybe inflection means threshold.
The process or practice. Yeah, changing form.
I'd have to.
I would say inflection in process. I'm not going to mince it and pretend I'm, okay, and here it is. An inflection point refers to a critical moment or turning point in a process, system, or situation where significant changes occur. It represents a shift in direction, trajectory, or behavior often marked by a notable transition. It aims to understand and analyze the changes within a system or process. So with that, they're saying, hey, we are able to shift gears now. We're at that point where we can shift the whole dynamic of the gameplay mechanics, and that is what we've done with Squadron 42. We're ready to bring it over to the PU because it's something that's going to be dynamic. They got enough in there to say, okay, this changes the gameplay. Now, some things will be buggy initially, of course. There's always that chance that will happen, but what they've built already, they know what's going on behind the scenes with it. So if anything needs to be corrected, they will correct it. But the end result should say this dynamically changed how we play the game. It's a most welcome addition because we've been screaming for this forever. Because the current system that we're using, especially when it comes to the prime example or offender, would be the star map. That's a perfect case in point. The star map is just, it's a hot mess right now because everything we do,
What's wrong with the site?
Well, the functionality of that. Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about. That has to be totally redesigned. But when they do, or refactored, when they do that, though, they need to bring in navigation. So that big orb behind the pilot seat in the 890, same thing for in the
that makes
cartography
sense.
in the Carrick.
Oh yeah.
So that you can delegate that to somebody else. Say, hey, plan our route as we go, and they're setting up waypoints, and all you do as the helmsman is
navigation.
do helmsman things.
That makes sense, Chief. Yeah.
So
that's perfect sense.
Gives the captain the ability to kind of delegate more,
bring out commands to his crew. That's another nugget for, that's the other thing that's, like they said, that's coming in, the relay system / engineering. Now you have navigation as something that's a proven commodity that works within the game. So it's like, okay, now the captain has more to do.
Right, and that's tied to the star map. So
perfect.
The current functionality is a bit wonky, and it definitely needs some love.
A lot, with an arrow flying through it. It needs that kind of love. It needs that goddamn Cupid need to touch it. Say you've been blessed. You in love. Cupid need to shoot all of us. Oh, I love that star map. You love it? Oh, I love that star map. I mean, they got to release that at February 14th, or just make sure it, or give an update on it at February 14th, and make sure, man, it's right. We need it.
Yeah, didn't Todd Pappy mention it a couple months ago? Something.
You
in a
made me
video or
laugh when
something?
you said his name. There's a lot that Todd been going through, man. Todd been, you know what? That recent Inside Star Citizen with him towards the
Why was he
end,
in that?
huh?
I don't understand. Why was he there at the end?
Man, he's just showing you, look, I finally got some goddamn help. Life is
Well, yeah,
good.
he's the director, so
Yeah, of
he's
live.
in charge of the PU.
Yeah. I mean, he was making jokes at the end. He had a little. He even went on to do a little extra video feed at the end. He was like, "Man, I'm feeling so damn good right now. I feel like I can go home and sleep. I can come to work and say good morning, and make sure and check on things, and things are getting done now."
Yeah, because he got them boys and girls from Turbulent,
Woo!
and they gonna get it tightened up. Hopefully,
It looked like yeah.
Not to say that the current devs before
No.
Turbulent came in were lackluster. It's just
No.
that I don't think they didn't have enough people.
They didn't have enough
That's
people. That's
simply what.
Sig, don't get sensitive. All we're saying is they would move your resources here and there based on priorities, and then all of a sudden they are left with putting the pieces together. It sounds like now they can have these strike teams formulated. It's basically you all are reorging and really having, okay, this team is going to be dedicated to this. This team is going to be dedicated to that. It's basically reorganizing yourselves. That's all. So that things and deadlines are met properly, right? That's all we're saying. It's not it's not inflection to say that, yeah, you guys need to change some things, and based on this, you know, it wasn't a good thing that you were doing, so this had to take place because it was this bad of an experience. It's not what we're saying. We're just saying now Todd has the resources that's dedicated due to reorging the devs to certain priorities or mandates or standards. That's all. And okay, now we're going to be dedicated to this. He's got full support, and it's nothing going to be taken away as far as resources. And I think that's the same that goes with John Crew. He was saying, you know, kind of what he was saying. Hey, man, we're working on something, and we train people up, and they go to another department, and there we left holding the bag. I think they're getting help with Turbulent as well, because they're doing vehicles. They're touching vehicles.
John really needs to get his let John keep his people. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
so
Oh,
we can
gosh.
get some of these ships out, but
That's their revenue. Ships are, it's no doubt about it. Ships are the revenue. Okay, what are they selling us then? What are they selling us?
I mean, that's the only thing. The only content we have right now is ships as far as monetary capabilities go. You know, there's no
That's their revenue.
like, renting of private servers to have your own system or anything right now. But you definitely need to get those ships out. But I guess the main hindrance is the functionality of them. So John has stated several times he doesn't want to delegate something to someone, the Perseus, if all of the features for the Perseus are not available.
Yeah.
But since it's a combat ship, it should be pretty doable.
Yeah.
But something like the Endeavor or the Pioneer, or hell, even the Galaxy, you know, these things are a bit more complex, and their features have yet to come online. You know, we don't have modularity yet, but you know, Galaxy is supposed to be the first ship that would be, you know, deployed with modularity. Although, rip the Caterpillar owners.
Yeah, they eating salt, man. They eating a bowl of salt right now for breakfast. Their cereal is a bowl of salt.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the Caterpillar owner?
What's right with it?
Well, no,
As
it was wasn't it one of the first modular ships? I can't remember.
that was the whole,
There
yeah,
one
that was the whole
before
selling
Caterpillar.
point of the
Three things with
Caterpillar.
it. There's three things with it. You've got
Mhm.
the command module is supposed to be able to detach.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
The elevators for the cargo area is supposed to go to the ground. I
Right.
forget if
They
Yeah,
changed those
right.
ramps. Yeah, they changed them.
And they're supposed to be modular, so you can have a repair bay in there for Dragonfly or a med bay
Yep.
or whatever. So is
Yeah. But I think,
Man.
yeah, it's, what it is,
Jesus,
people
like,
see
I
that.
forgot about that.
Yeah. You know,
Yes, sir.
I think they have to really change their lens on that whole thing, where it's human nature, right? Let's say I'm a Caterpillar owner, and human nature kicks in when they introduce the Galaxy and it has the first ship modularity. My first reaction is to get freaking hot mad, right? Because, oh, you broke your promise. That was supposed to be for my ship, right? Here's the other part of it. They don't have modularity. Even though they announced it, it doesn't mean it's there in the game. Guess what? They want to prototype it. They want to test it. They want to make sure it's right. So you start with a ship where it's just one compartment, as opposed to, okay, with the Caterpillar, God forbid, you're going to have a situation. Yeah.
You have a potential to have a combination of modules in the Caterpillar compared to the Galaxy. It's just one.
Much more complex. Much more complex in nature, right? And then you have other dependencies of how do you lock those things together? Now that they've kind of gravitated and kind of figured out the grid system with the MISC prospectors, the C, D, and E, eventually, the grid, right? There comes there now lies that what we just saw here when I actually clicked those boxes together, right? I'll get back in the seat, but that's almost in concept. Look, okay, perfect case and example. Like I said, Starfield is not a bad thing with Star Citizen. Here's one of the wonderful things that we're seeing about Starfield that actually Star Citizen can utilize or get inspiration from. I think one of the most incredible things about Starfield is the fact that you have that ship customization, and you hear those compartments snapping together. The same thing with the Caterpillar. What's stopping them from doing that? Now they see that, and they say, okay, I'm inspired by that. As opposed to, oh, hell, we're going to have to do, each module will have to snap back to each other, and it has to work like a full functional ship with those different modules. Okay, so what's the first approach? Have one module. Okay, there's the Galaxy. We'll make sure one works, and then we can carry it over to the other ones. Once we have the tech in, it's building blocks. That's the whole point of it. It's not to say, well, I'm going to jump over this and say, I'm going to put this out just on spite. They want to test things first. But again, hats off to Starfield for showing that modularity with their ships when you customize your ships. That kind of thing will give inspiration to CIG. And I just see that they're going to do the Caterpillar that way.
My question would be, do we have to go to a dry dock to swap out modules, or can we do that in the field? So let's say you come across another Galaxy that has, let's say you have a medical bay, but the one that's wrecked has a science bay. Let's say you want to swap that out to do some science in the area. Could you do that? Now, I don't know how heavy these things would be, but I would assume they're probably, oh, well, you might have to go get a ship tractor beam and pull it out of there and then put the other one in. But I don't know. It all depends on what they're designing.
Yeah, if you find a crashed ship, right? Let's say you find a crashed ship and you're like, oh, that has the module I want. Well, you'd probably show up with the new ship without anything in that module place, so it's empty, right? And then you'd use the SRV, maybe even two SRVs, to be able to pull it out, and then the question is if the connector needs to be repaired. So do you need like a repair
Right.
ship? That's a good point. You might need a repair ship to be able to make that connection, even if it was working. But I'm assuming here that under all good methods or concerns, that if it's a healthy connection, you could connect the ships like male female ends, like normal, and it would
Right,
just like you'd have a good solid seal.
Wow, I didn't see that one coming,
Okay.
but you guys make great points because, to Chris's mandate, it's about earning it and working for it, and it's about the realized logistics. They're not going to spend their time and create this big open sandbox where there's no cut screens and you don't have to work within that universe. In other words, you're not going to cheat the system. We took all this time to create this space and place. You're not going to, magically delicious. All of a sudden, you get this thing, this module to change out any and everywhere. It's the same concept of if you in Vandal's space. Hell no, you don't have no place to redo that stuff. You're in a hostile location and situation. But I like the points of what you guys were saying. It's about working together, and then you coming up with solutions based upon the tools that they give you, and come up with the best case scenario, which will then make it more realized or more real in the sense of it's a simulation of we figuring things out. And I didn't think about the Argo SRV where that could be a potential solution. Or let's say you do find that part where you find this particular ship and you may have the galaxy there. Okay, you're in a team of members of, you got some other ships like that can fight, defend, hold things down. And you just say, okay, take the galaxy, go where you need to go, come back, and we're going to hold this down until you get back. And it happens. You hold it down, and that person's like, we're still here. And you go to that location. Let's say you have, like I said, those tools that we have, right? And one of those tools are a number of hangars. Maybe they give us the luxury of having several hangars. And one of those hangars, or maybe a couple of those hangars, logistically speaking, are fairly close. It has those modules where you can take care of that. Or you're near or next to another system where you can actually go to a space station or a location that will retrofit things, right? And you do that. It's a time sink, but that's a part of the gameplay where you're holding this particular location and that person is taking care of things and making sure they're able to get to point A to point B and then come back to you, double back to you with the right equipment, and then you do it. And then it's like, man, this was worth it. That's gameplay. And it's not, you're finding ways to cut corners. Chris is not going to babysit. He's like, no, you're going to put in the work. We put in the work. Now you got the tools, you put in the work, meaning logistics, updating, changing things out, having, friends and crew members to work with you in conjunction to taking care and accomplishing those missions.
Let's
Right,
make
'cause
it happen,
I
Captain.
know some would, want to be able to do everything solo. Granted, to a certain extent, I can understand that.
Right.
But you gotta be able to venture out a little bit. It ain't gonna be all the
Yes.
time. Just a little bit. Say, hey man, I need some help. Can you help me?
But that's
and
real
you might
life.
get double crossed. That's just the way it goes.
Shit, that damn Batman
So-
needed Robin. Batman still needed Robin.
Yeah.
Hell.
Right. Indeed. So, but that begs the question: how will hangars be deployed in the field? So,
Yeah.
will they be a part of the pieces that the Pioneer can make, or is it like a
Oh,
prefab
wow.
type of deal where you have to make a claim and then after a certain amount of hours you come back, it's built or something? I don't know, but I would assume that the Pioneer would just have access to those
Materials.
pieces
Yeah.
that are comprised of a hangar, and you just piecemeal it together.
I love that.
So that
Yep.
makes sense, so that you can set up your own hangar wherever you want, and then
Yeah.
have your persistence wherever you want it.
They create the materials. They stack those panels, right, which are basically essentially your
Correct.
walls and your roof. And then
Right.
over time it becomes that facility, or it based upon how you selected it through the Pioneer and said this is how I want it to be crafted based on this design style guide, right? You get to select those pieces, and then it goes through the computers for the Pioneer. You get those materials based upon if it's near a coast, meaning its substrate will prevent it from salt degradation, or you're in a high or high Fahrenheit Celsius hot area. You have a certain material for it, right? So or radiation based area. You got to have criteria fulfilled for the materials. Once you have that, you've already selected what it should look like. Pioneer comes, then actually 3D prints those panels. They go ahead and mix the chemicals together, the materials, bind them, and then it spits out those panels in a stack way. You take your multi-tool, whether it's a industrial size multi-tool, and based upon your plot of land, you move those panels and it will stick in place vertically or horizontally, whatever that case is, based upon that framework of what you decided, and how those stacks of panels will be based upon what fits. It's like a Lego block, and they're preset to fit a certain way. So you're rotating, you're moving, you're basically putting in sweat and tears to get it to fit. And then once it's fit according to the design, maybe you have a schematic of it in your Moby glass, right? And they use the UI like they talked about, where there's a floating UI. You see what it looks like, right? And you fit it, you put it together the way it was in the schematic.
Intended. Right. You put the foundation first, and then walls, roof.
And then,
the garage or the doors.
You see it generate. The textures would come in,
Right.
without tech debt, meaning you might have to come back to it a day later based on its size, or hours later. And you have a timer over it. You'll see like when you're loading up the cargo grid, like they do that automated cargo grid, it'll spawn in over time, taking its time. So it's only doing that because it's not tech debt to the servers, right? So it takes its time, and then you're like, okay, now it says your dwelling is now ready, and you go in, and then hey, marketing, I'm talking to you now. We can buy the items that go in it to customize it to make it look plush. Hello, marketing. With real cash, marketing.
Well, if the technology permits it, I would certainly prefer, once the pieces come out of the Pioneer, it's done. So all you got to do is snap it together.
Yes.
So and you don't have to worry about leaving and coming back. But it all depends. I don't know what the parameters are to make that happen within the game.
Yeah. Yeah. At the end of the day, Chief, we can agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, it comes down to seeing what they're capable of doing and how they want to see that envision, right, for us. It could totally be, hey, once you snap it together, it's ready to go, and it's just a matter of you doing the interiors, right? I have no problem either way.
Well, there's other aspects to it, because one, now I don't know how far they're gonna go with this though, but they talk about it's a simulation sandbox. So once you set up a structure, you now need a generator for power.
Yes.
And
hello.
A oxygen generator.
Yep. Depending on where you are. Yeah.
They have, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. They've already said that there will be, oxygen rooms, and you can depressurize and so on, but we'll see. We'll see.
For sure. Especially if you're a pirate and you're a career pirate, you're not going to be in Stanton. We know that. So more than likely your environments are going to be a little hostile or not conducive to life.
I mean, if you're a smart pirate, you will
I like that.
buy a kraken,
Mm.
and your home, you're basically a rolling stone.
Yep.
So you don't want to be in one spot for too long, because when things get hot
I love it.
and information gets out, you got to be on the move.
I hear the Temptations in the
Unless you
background, baby. I hear the Temptations.
So, because at that point it comes down to the numbers.
Yeah.
If you're outnumbered, you're gonna get owned. You're just gonna lose. Ain't no way around it. Unless you got some good AI blades or something. I don't know. But
I hear that
it-
song. It was the it was 2012 of September. Yes, it was.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's brilliant though. You know, you have those kind of capital ships that, even though you're not restricted, Kraken is the perfect example, but but at the same time, they do not put us in a shoebox and say, "Hey, this is where you have to stand if you're going to live on a ship."
No.
Where you have a Perseus, you could probably do that with. Or some of these other larger ships, you're able to do that same kind of thing. The Odyssey, the Carrack, you know, that was one of the commercials with the Carrack. Admiral mentioned earlier. Oh, you living on that thing, right? Or what is that?
Right.
What is the MISC one that is?
Well, the MISC Endeavor, right?
Yeah, you have the Endeavor. What's the other one? It's another MISC ship, but it's in the line of the boy. It looks like the Firefly, the initial one. It was the trucker, but it's also one that will the Dur.
Okay.
Freelancer Dur.
Oh,
Yeah.
Freelancer. Okay.
But what was the ship you were saying, Chief? You saying
I was saying, well, the Carrack is intended to be an exploration ship. So, but at the same time, it doesn't stop you from living out of it,
Yeah.
per se. When you compare a hab to ships, I don't know. I guess if you have a hangar on your ship, you can say that you're a mobile base. But at the same time, if you can't put more than one ship on, or more than one ship inside the internal hangar, then I don't know. That makes it a little restricted, per se.
Yeah. Because I think with the Carrack, you do have you have a Ursa Rover, I believe. You have you have the Pisces for sure. And
Pisces, and then whatever you put in the garage.
Yeah, whatever vehicle you drive, or several, depending on its size and scale. But definitely, it could be an Ursa Rover for sure.
Yeah, nothing bigger than a Rover. I don't know if you can put I think it's called a Centurion or something.
Oh, you can't get that in a Carrack?
Yeah.
No, you can't get that in a.
What, the Ursa Rover doesn't fit?
No, you can't get a Centurion in there.
No, the Ursa.
Oh, the tank.
No, you can't get a Centurion. I figured the Centurion was too big.
What about what's the new one that's coming out?
The
Tumble?
Storm might be able to get into that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
Hang about how wide it is. It's supposed to be wide. You might be able to get two in a Carrack.
But the Stumble
Not
Storm?
Sure yet. Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
Yeah. It is compact, though. Yeah. And then you can do land,
Be a light tank, so
yeah.
Would expect it to be slightly smaller than the Novatonk.
Yes, for sure. And you kind of can do reconnaissance on ground, and the Pisces can do it on in the air. So you can have potentially two people doing reconnaissance together on ground and air.
Well, yeah, that's going to be needed in the future.
Yes.
A lot of these planets are going to be high G, but they really got to make high G's, stand out. So you look over at your hydrogen meter and you're watching it drop by
Oh
the second.
shoot.
Wait a minute. Let me land.
Yeah. And I think that's another thing. They have an opportunity at CitizenCon to kind of talk about weather and not just weather, but overall, like you said, Chief. It's about environmental effects, right? Um, Certain planets will have gravity really start to affect you. Maybe you get tired faster. Yeah, it may not be oxygen. You have a suit on, but the this like he said, he talked about stamina. Where is that? Why does that matter? If you're working out, like you said, you got a punching bag. You get into a stance where you're doing push-up. I don't know what it is. How they're going to build that out. They may talk about physicality, physical stamina, and strength. You're on a planet that's registered as uh, high gravity, and you're moving about, and those effects take its toll because you have to, your maybe your avatar is pausing, or they go down to the knees, they're holding the knees or hands on the hips for a while, and they're breathing because they can't move forward due to the heavy gravity. Now you're working out, you're getting yourself in shape, and you're able to go more longer extended times, or you can actually wear heavier armor depending on the things in that environment that you're required to wear that armor due to the environmental objects that's there, like creatures or something, but it's on heavy gravity. So again, those environmental
Indeed.
changes are going to change things. Yep.
Definitely. Yeah, those survival aspects will
Yes.
render their head, and you'll have to react to them properly. And if you're not prepared, then you're up shit creek, as they say.
Yep. SOS. SOS.
Yes, sir.
Making that call. Yep. In needing of a rescue. But what ships that are on backlog that will add to gameplay that you would see? Speaking to both of you guys, what are the backlog ships that would make a difference in the game for them to make a priority? What ships will actually impact the game in the most positive way to bring more people into the game?
Galactica.
The who?
Galactica.
What is that?
The Galactica.
Like Battlestar from the TV
The
series?
Battlestar Galactica. Yes.
Oh
we need
my
the
God.
Battlestar Galactica.
A capital ship.
He want the whole galactic.
Oh, he want
Give me.
he wants CIG to get sued, man. He want a lawsuit to happen.
I think they should shift away from combat ships to science or medical ships.
Yeah.
See that, Kimmy? See that, Kimmy?
Science or medical. Yep.
A
smaller science
We've been on
ship.
combat for so long.
Yeah.
It's time for a little bit of a change. Not to say that you don't ever do another combat, but just let's mix it up a little bit. Just mix it up.
Well, you know what, Chief? You make a great point about moving away temporarily from combat ships due to the fact that master modes may leave a bad taste in some people's mouths in the sense of, oh, I enjoy combat. Now it's totally changed. I have to rethink the way it changed. Now you're giving me a combat ship, or SIG mistakenly gives us a combat ship that kind of makes it obsolete in the sense of how people were using that ship. There's a chance that, they need to be careful about these, current combat ships until they solidified master modes and it's been vetted, or people give the feedback and they respond on that to enhance some things. I've heard word out there that they're still mulling over adding some features, maybe a faster speed, but just under quantum mode out there. So I was like, I thought we were done, but here we are. They've seen some things.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, you gotta have it. Well, you don't gotta have it, but it would be ideal if quantum travel functioned like a super cruise in Elite Dangerous, where you're not in it. See, in Elite Dangerous, you're able to move the ship, but in starts twisting, you're on a fixed trajectory. So,
Yes.
uh, it would just make the gameplay more interesting, and then also it would make it easier for you to uh, see potential pirate checkpoints. Because if you see
Oh,
a
nice.
bunch of ships just sitting in front of you,
Yeah.
and then you start scanning, and then you say, "Oh, they got a mantis. Let me do a U-turn real quick.
That ain't happening.
Turn around, go this way." But
The hell,
and then
hell
they
you
would
are.
see you, they'd be like, "Oh, we got one. He turned around."
Yeah. But oh my
But,
God, you talk about the terrapin, man. You put the terrapin in play because the terrapin actually has the most, I think, as far as the scanning capabilities, it has the longest stretch or trajectory of its scanning capability. So imagine if you're using a terrapin and you're using it like for piracy, and you see them first before they see you, and then you just say, hey, launch fighters, go that way immediately, and they go super cruise coming to you, and by the time you start to detect them, that trajectory, the two trajectories are coming together fast. So you're in that super cruise mode. You're gonna have to your turn or your turn radius is gonna be not as crisp or tight, but then they're on you. It's too late because they utilize the terrapin as a means or ways to effectively kind of, spy on people in order to jump them.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, you're gonna need better
but
scanners
damn it,
to
I'm still
figure out
run.
when
I'm
you're
still
gonna have. Well, that's your prerogative as
Yeah.
if you're a cargo hauler.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to protect your cargo at all costs.
Yeah. And what if it's a whole E? How the hell you gonna turn that thing around? It's like let's have a moment. Everybody come to the captain's room. Let's have a moment of prayer. There's a contingent of pirates ahead, and we're gonna you get on the mic. You get on the bullhorn.
I mean, at that point, if you're traveling by yourself in a whole sea and up,
Shame on you.
You're pretty much asking, what I'm saying, asking for.
Yeah.
But if you are able to preemptively see where they're setting up at, you could potentially drop out of Super Cruise, calculate a quantum jump to another system, and then try to loop around them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that just takes more time, and a lot of people want to take the extra time to do that. But
if you're good at what you do,
you run the risk.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If you're good at what you do and you're skilled, you're gonna know how to do that, or you're gonna at least learn. Because at the end of the day, you can't keep having your commodities taken by somebody, and you're gonna learn that lesson. Either you're gonna hire some help, or you're gonna figure it out to say, okay, I know I'm being cheap. I want all those profits. I got to learn a better way to fly, or carry my cargo and stuff. You're gonna figure it out.
I mean, move this thing to the center of the like in an open space, just drop it on the ground to level it out, and that way it'll be,
there it is.
Even again, horizontal.
What the car? Oh shit, the cargo grid. Yeah, the ones in the back are bumping into each other. Okay, I think I'm about full anyway. I might squeeze one more.
You can do like 5 more in there.
Oh my God, 5 more. Listen to them. He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna see if you can do this. Holy smokes, man.
Drop it down. Don't push it for.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my God, 2 more maybe. 1, 2,
you can get 5 in there.
4.
Like 5 more.
Okay.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Yes, indeed. You learn them skills.
Gotta learn them skills, man. Gotta make that UEC. Because once I leave this, I may not find this again. This Hercules out here.
Yeah, you may not find it. Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell? They put a Hercules out here.
There's supposed to be cargo in there. Have you checked?
No, I haven't, Chief. Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go investigate. Oh my
That's what
gosh.
Elliot said.
Oh, we're gonna theory craft Elliot Was it Mulby? Mulby.
Uh,
I think it's
I'm not
yeah,
good
it's
with last name.
Mulby. Yeah, Elliot.
Moby?
Not
Like
Moby.
the techno guy?
No, not the not the musician Moby. It's Maltby. Maltby. Yep. He's like, okay, you're butchering my name, man. Stop.
Kellyanne's like, what are you doing?
Kellyanne 07. Dang, how many boxes you have in there? Not enough. Apparently, Kellyanne, they're telling me I can put 5 more in. I'm gonna try it, man. But I think I'll stack them, and then I'll
Why
have
do you
that
have
one in the
one-
aisle. That's
Why do you
5.
have one? Why do you have one laser down?
I know it's a
You
bug,
would
a
have
desync. Okay, is it no material or what is it, Chief? See, it's I think it's desync. 'Cause
What?
What happens is I'll stand
Turn-
up. Yeah, I gotta
turn it
stand
off
up.
and back on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do the old misc trick workaround. And this is Chris. Please let this be on your list of one of those long nagging bugs that we're actually seeing right here. Damn,
I'm
it's still
telling you,
working.
man.
That,
Stupid backpack.
I think that's due to the synchronization. It's just
Yeah.
not queuing up properly.
Yep. So
You know why? So chat, just want to tell chat why you have that backpack, because Kimmy is a huge supporter of lunches, dinners, and any other snacks in the game. So he
Yes.
needs to have a giant backpack on him at all times.
my Luton protein bars, gotta have it.
Yeah.
He's
Don't
got
get used to it.
Chips Ahoy
Just
in
wait
there.
until they add more mass
Yeah.
to that backpack. Like,
Any Pillsbury Doughboy products he's got in there.
He definitely making pizzas. I know that.
Oh
for
my
sure.
God, yeah.
He's got fluffernutters in the back of that thing.
Fluffing up. Yeah, it's.
And he's got ice cream sandwiches for when he's.
Oh my
when he needs
gosh.
a snack.
That's old school right there. The ice cream sandwiches.
I'm making you hungry.
I wouldn't
that's
mind one.
sweet.
Say again.
I'm making you hungry, aren't I?
Oh man, I wouldn't mind one right now.
Chief Keys is just dialing up grocery store right now. Like, order me some ice cream sandwiches.
Yeah, I got something in the freeze. I had one.
Oh,
earlier.
nice. Nice.
Always get my little treats.
There you go, Chief. So Chris is coming out there that day. I mean, they're gonna be cheering like crazy. It's gonna be crazy, man. They're gonna be like screaming like crazy. They open up and he's on that stage, man. People gonna go nuts.
All I say, you better hit it out the park.
Yeah.
'Cause I feel bad for those who spent $300, but I'm sure you're gonna have
Man.
liquid courage and say something back in that after party.
The after party is gonna be it. And it's gonna get out. Yeah. People gonna post what's being said. Yeah.
Slow down, Kimmy. Slow down. You look at all the stuff you're missing.
Yeah, they're gonna really he's gotta hit it on the nail with that. And he's got 2 days. It's 2 days of just one, we know I kind of think that Squadron 42 is gonna be the last day because that's been his baby, and it starts with Chris, it ends with Chris. He wants to leave that lasting impression. Squadron 42, whatever that is, or whatever that is discussed, they got to finish Squadron CitizenCon with Squadron 42. That should be the lasting impression.
I think they should have it first thing so that the entire weekend is absolutely boring as hell. First thing is Squadron 42. Oh, it's amazing. Oh my God. Okay, let's sit down and see what they got. And there's all stuff about sound and paper.
Oh, they
plate in
they
the
cannot have
game
that
and-
at CitizenCon, man. I'm
and
sorry.
Sheets technology.
Hey.
Let's look at this bed sheet. Like, oh my God.
No,
it
no.
moves.
See, now, granted, I give them credit. Those guys are unsung heroes. Yeah, we need every sound and every special effect to enhance what we're doing. But you are not going to put that like Chief said. For one person, you're going to at least spend about $1,200, period, for the event. That's the minimum. If you gotten deals here and there.
Yeah.
You're not going to go there to
we
hear
got
sound.
That's still a deal.
No disrespect, sound crew. You're not paying $1,200 at the minimum to hear some damn sound.
You know what I'm saying?
No, you're not going to. No.
Sound in that thing.
Can't do that.
What about your buddy there, Kimi Muchacho, whatever his name is?
Who's this?
Who's the music guy?
Oh my God, Admiral just he said, "Okay, I'm gonna roast Kimmy here
What
today."
is his name? I don't remember his name.
Who's Muchacho?
Yeah, who's the Star Citizen music guy?
Oh, not Machado.
See, it wasn't that.
Well, now that's different. The orchestral stuff, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Not sound effects.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I can go with that. Now, when you're talking about the sounds or the themes of Pyro, I can go with that. But that shouldn't be an entire panel. That should be a segment. Pedro Machado. Yep.
Pedro's going to
07.
show up, right? One of the things, Pedro's going to show up, and for 45 minutes, he's just going to be playing on the piano, like talking about how he designs music. And so many people are going to be like, Mother of God, why'd I spend $2,000 to come here?
I think they will play the music.
Yeah,
Some people will love that, but
I don't
others...
know. Yeah, I don't know how many would. Not to say his work is bad or anything. It's just, you know, I think the other features that you would want to see. So I don't.
I think it's about visuals. With Citizen Con, I think first and foremost it's visuals. Now you put sound to those visuals to enhance, or just say, hey, Chris will, you know, give an honorary shout out to Pedro that, hey, this is Pedro's latest orchestral offering to CIG with the theme for Pyro. While you see Pyro and you're taking it all in, like, oh shit, man, that music is, oh, that's fire, man. That goes with it. But no, you got to have visuals to go with that. You're not gonna be sitting there listening to Pedro while that's it. You're gonna watch something while his music is there. But with the regards of the sound effects, like, oh, this is what it sounds like with the new ship when it's taking off, and they're sitting there at the panel on their laptop, and you're like, get me the hell out of here. I respect what they're doing, but no, I didn't pay for this. I didn't pay to hear this.
Hey, you want to see the game?
Yes.
I mean, it's Citizen Con.
I want to
see the game.
Yeah.
You want to see. You're not want to be going to like a club essentially, or an orchestra. Yeah,
I'm with Coffee. Now, if he's the maestro and he's got they have an actual orchestra right there doing the music, and they're showing the video of stuff, especially like a new demo of Squadron 42. I'm like, the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck are like standing up. And I know people are like, holy shit, are you hearing this right here? This is crazy, dude. That would be amazing. That would be.
To have a live orchestra would be interesting.
Oh my God, yeah. Yep. I would say when they release Squadron 42, and if it coincides with the next Citizen Con, that they do the official release, they got to do an orchestra. That's a great idea, Coffee. Have the orchestra when they introduce the first scene of Squadron 42. Man, spend that $42 million that the brother with that those investors did. That was money spent well right there to show it off, and that'll be part of that advertisement campaign. That'd be epic. And then have somebody on the cello when they're walking in.
I feel like Squadron should be its own thing.
By itself.
Talk about it until it is launch day.
That's
how
gosh.
I feel about it. Because that you don't want another 2016 moment. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
It's LA. It happened in LA. That happened in LA, Chief. Man, people know. You can't do LA again. You can't.
No, you can't.
This has got to be the best CitizenCon based on 2016 LA. It's got to overwrite every bad thing that happened with 2016. It's got to overwrite it. If they not, I'm like, what were they thinking? Anything less? What were they thinking? I think they understand that. I trust that they understand that. I'm so concerned because of what 2016 had. They promised Chris, his developers at the time said, "Hey, we're coming through with this," and they was like, we got this," and it's like the day of, we don't got this. Oh my God, are you kidding me, man? Really? They know. They know. They know what it was.
It was a rough year.
Too soon, Kimmy. Oh. Yep, that was a rough one. And I think people lost it. A lot of people lost faith. A lot of people were really disenchanted when that happened, and been skeptical. Or that's been the heart of a lot of skepticism. 2016. They remember. But I'm just, like I said, I want this LA version of CitizenCon to be the best so that all can be forgiven with everything will be forgiven, basically.
What do they need to be forgiven for?
What 2016 was.
What?
Oh, 2016 was not good. When that CitizenCon in 2016 LA, there was a lot of things that were said that they were going to do, and they were expecting things, and it was totally different. Totally different, man.
You must be Irish because, man, you hold on to grudges pretty good.
No, I'm not holding on to grudges. I'm just saying, man, go look it up, dude. 2016 was not good. And I wasn't there, so I don't. Yeah.
Mainly into Squadron 42. Now, there were a lot of, initial pitches about 3.0 being done before 2020.
Yeah.
But, all those, I guess, goals were not met.
No.
One.
Yeah.
And Coffee's right. Astropub was showing that, like, I don't know, what was that, like 6 months ago, four months ago?
2016.
And, yeah, they were doing all the, they did the 2016 and how bad it was, and, they were making fun of it and stuff like that, and Xylo ended up showing up. He was watching them.
Showing up where? What do you mean showing up?
Well, he showed up in chat.
Oh.
During the stream.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, I don't, this is something to be said about, like, hey, yeah, there was issues with this, it wasn't professional enough, or you didn't have enough content, but if someone asked me to do that, I mean, what do you think you're going to get, like, from me? I think that the effort they put into that was good for their ability at the time. Has it gotten leaps and bounds better since 2016? Hell yeah, it has.
Yeah.
And I just, it was funny because Coffee's talking about he would love to see Pedro there. If they opened up with Pedro, like, doing the music, that would be awesome.
Yeah, it was nice.
That would be sweet if Pedro actually opened the CitizenCon.
Yeah, I agree. That would be pretty sweet. It would work with the content.
That they use his music.
Yeah.
But my concern is that shouldn't be the only thing you see at CitizenCon.
No, I'm just saying, like, it would open the event to that, and that he would be like the intro to. That's what I'm saying.
With the pyro theme.
Right.
Yeah.
It has to be of substance.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Yes.
You gotta put on a show essentially, but you gotta deliver on that show at the same time.
Yeah.
So
it's got to be impactful.
Like if he introed it and then it led into, like, Chris Roberts coming out on stage and doing his, like, 5 or 10 minute intro, and then.
Hey.
And then, oh, we got him. You hear that?
Yep, that's it.
I heard Chris Roberts right there.
That's it. He's hype, man.
Where's he at?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I can hear him hype, man. He would be hype. I can see Chris being hyped about it. But that would work. It can't be anything missing. So you're like, I hear this, it sounds great, but I'm not seeing anything. Something's missing. Right.
You gotta have substance. You can have, You can put all the lipstick you want on it. If it's a pig, it's a pig.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Yep. That's true.
But you so
They have to try to reach E3 Gamescom level of production, especially Mark Hamill, and Gary Oldman will be there. Yep.
Well,
Coffee,
that's
that's
the question, too.
that's a
That's
huge
the
one.
question too. They're going to be in LA, so are they going to have
That makes
Hollywood
sense.
people there? 'Cause I
Wow.
think the next one's in England, but if I'm not mistaken, Gary Oldman is British,
Right.
and
But
there's
he's
other
Hollywood,
actors who are
though.
British. Yeah, I don't know where he lives though. You know what I'm saying? So
Well, I mean, if
they
he
got
comes
the
there,
money to go
yeah.
wherever they want to, so it doesn't
yeah,
matter.
we will pay you, Gary.
I was about to say that. That 42 million of that advertisement, some of that gonna go to Gary Oldman and Mark Hamill for the advertisement aspect of the announcement of Squadron 42. That makes perfect sense. I can see some of them showing up. What if we see Henry Cavill come out on the stage with Chris to introduce it? Dude, that'd be man, shit. I'm like, okay, that's my dude.
Black Superman suit.
Oh, see, now he. Okay, I'm not gonna answer that. I'm not gonna respond to that.
With a space helmet on. He'll come out with his black Superman suit on with a space helmet. Gonna make it, lore appropriate.
I'll say this, Admiral. I'm so glad you're not on the marketing team where you're pulling strings for CIG because
You just don't want a cool presentation. That's all I see.
you would kill the project, man. You would kill the. It's over. It's done. Pending lawsuits, retractions. I'm like Chris in litigation. He no longer works here, sir. So there's no merit to this. You need to sue that individual. Oh my God, Henry. DC needs money. You gonna give him money? That hot mess that they did and trying to revamp the DC universe and all that controversy. They need money. Don't give them money, Admiral. Don't give them money. As if they need more. Oh my God. JRD is in New Zealand. They'll have to pay one way or the other. Yes, the fabrication for the ships. I wonder if they're going to do something big, Coffee. If they're going to have some kind of exhibit, kind of like they did with what they did with the Dragonfly. They can't bring the Dragonfly back and repeat that unless they put it on another part of the convention. It's got to be something new. I would imagine that they're working on something, Coffee. John Rhys Davies, yes. That would be huge for him to show up. But yeah, with the announcement, maybe they all come out on the stage and they start talking and they show their parts and then they give a date.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't do any dates. Just make a day of it and launch it.
Okay.
So
yeah, setting themselves up for failure if there's something that goes wrong with the tech. I got you.
So,
but do you think he's going to do that? I think he's going to say what time it's coming out. Yeah, I kind of feel he's going he needs that effect.
It
Chief.
looks bad if he doesn't.
I know. I know.
That's
but
all I'm gonna say.
I would say, oh my gosh, that would be a tough one because with all signs point to him giving a year, at least a year or a date when it comes out, right? But then,
I mean, I don't know. They could do the traditional thing and set dates, or they can just surprise everybody and say, "Hey, we're launching today. Y'all go and play after the Citizen game."
Yeah, but see, there's factors also involved, Chief. What would kind of have him lean over to why he would do that? Let's say we won't see server meshing into 2024 because it's definitely not ready, right? Especially now with the issues, it's almost like it's like a thing of it's almost like a predetermined outcome that's being laid out in front of us with the issues with Pez, right? So it's like, oh, due to Pez not, we have to do this with Pez and the SQL database and entity graph. Unfortunately, that created a setback for server meshing, right? So they got to use something as leverage or something for drama or dramatic, something they need dramatic to say. And that would be,
They
hey,
need another carrot, essentially.
yes, they need another carrot. Now
Well,
that
there's supposed
you're
to be a
speaking
big
about this,
ship.
say again,
There's supposed
Ab.
to be there's supposed to be a big ship coming out in CitizenCon.
That's a good carrot.
Because
Well, yeah,
what's his name? Disco Lando mentioned something big, or I forget when he said that, but he did mention something big.
Oh wow!
But
And
he
then
didn't say what it was. He was like, "There's something large."
yeah, you know what?
Mhm.
That thing in Taiwan, you hear them on video talking about the Pioneer. Wait until the Pioneer, and I'm like, wait a minute, you can say that? And I think it was they could say that. But I think with the Shanghai Bar Citizen, it was a big deal. So they had to come with a splash, right? So they had to make. So they got the okay to announce that. That's I'd say that was all Chris behind the scenes saying, "Hey, it's okay to say this because this is Shanghai. We need that market." So yeah, they did mention the Pioneer. Where do you see the Pioneer or something or that? Something like similar to that. So yeah, it could fit that narrative, Admiral. It
I
could
don't
be.
like how they give all this information to China, and then we have to hear about it. It seems so weird. It really does.
Well, it's like dating, man. It's kind of like, hey, I met a new, I got a new date.
Yeah,
This
that's
date is
exactly
fly.
right. Like, these are the cool people because they have way more money, and you might hear about it when we decide to tell you. It's like, what?
I
I
mean,
mean, it's just a new market for them.
yeah.
And
Dirk 07.
those folks
Oh yeah,
were
Odyssey.
more, I guess, had more tenacity to ask the right questions.
They were knocking those questions out, and it was like they were not. They were. It's like the analogy. It said, straight no chaser, nothing on the rocks, nothing with water, no soda, coke and Coke and Jack. They were like, no, straight Jack. And they were like,
Well, I mean, the Chinese don't ask stupid questions. They're
no.
like, Americans, you got some morons out there.
Well,
So they're like, oh, what, Chris? What's your favorite color? And what time do you get up in the morning? And they're like, hey, what's the level of this? And blah 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 blah. And what type of coding do you use this? I'm not saying that they don't not out there, but some of the questions are kind of stupid as hell.
see, I was, I'd say thanks to Admiral, I was wondering if people would get offended if I said, well, China is very technically sound in what they're asking in regards to the tech. So Admiral, he took any away reservations that I had about saying I'm offending anybody.
Oh no, they're very smart. I'm just saying that the amount is scary part, and the way they play gaming is scary because
Oh yeah, they
it's
dominated,
kind of like
man.
the way they do business. They
It's technical,
they do it. They just whenever they
methodic.
do something, they do it to win. And I don't know if there's a lot of fun in that in the way they game it.
Oh,
'cause
it's
a lot of,
bragging
like,
rights, dude. Come on, let's get to the heart and the nature
yeah, but
of it.
that bragging
I
is
whipped
like,
your
it's like the
ass.
people who play, like the people who played Starfield and they were finished in like a week. And
Yeah.
like, well,
What?
you're done with Starfield? Like,
Are you
yeah, I'm done with
serious?
Starfield. Oh yeah, people already blew through that game in like a week and a half. I got
No.
but they didn't play any of the side missions. They were like from the beginning to the end, complete storyline,
Yeah.
and they're just done with the game. It's like, what are you talking about? This like that's like 30-20% of the whole game. Like you're missing out. You just blew it all. But like they could say they finished it.
Yeah.
So,
But you know what
in a
though?
way, there's a lot of people out there that do that. They play just to say that I did this or
Yeah,
I
a goal.
beat this these people, and they don't care how they do it. And
It's
that's
a goal,
the
yeah.
question with how, because I play Scum, right? So
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
if like I've been on like East Coast server, West Coast server, and at night, that's when the Asian players come in when people are offline and they raid the bases. So they'll like take up mines and lockpick and then and you'll get in there and you'll be like, where's all my shit at? And it's
Mhm.
because you were asleep. So it's
Oh
kind of
yeah,
like,
they'll
so then what
wait.
you do is
Yeah.
you like when I picked my others, like right now I'm in a European server. Like I'm like, okay, I want
Yeah.
to be in a different time zone, because the PvP servers. This is a PvE right now, but the PvP ones have high Asian player counts, like in the off hours, because
Yeah.
they don't want to be. They just want to steal it with the shit, and but of course they end up with a lot of stuff, because they're let other people do the work, like dealing with bunkers and zombies and all this other stuff, and then they just raid your bases at night, and they get all your stuff.
Yeah.
So that's just something. And I'm not saying they're all like that. It's just that some do that.
Right.
Some do that.
I think a lot of that's due to, the administrators not doing what they're supposed to. It all depends on how you set up your server rules. I am not privy to offline base rating. I feel like the players should have to be there for you to
Put in the work.
extract their resources.
Yeah.
So that is a concern for me in Star Citizen. So
Don't
I
Billy
know
the
how
Kid
that's
me.
gonna go.
Don't Billy the Kid me and shoot me in the back.
Right. So that'll put a sour taste in a lot of people's mouth.
They give the people the chance to defend themselves. And I think it kind of aligns with Chris's narrative about, your agent smithing to an extent where he said, you're not going to rent out ships and then they do the work for you and you profit off of it. He said, no, you gotta put some work in. He kind of mentioned to that. I think it falls in line to that narrative of what he wants you to be in the game and actively be a participant in those in accomplishing goals. But I think what Admiral said, though, he highlighted something that's very interesting. I think he made me look at it a little differently, but the first part of it, I thought my answer would have been, well, in China, there's different rules and regulations on how you play these games because you're restricted upon hours. So you have a theme of people saying, I'm going to get in, play the hell out of this, and within that bubble of time that the communist China will allow you. So there's your motivation, there's your initiative. But here's the other aspect of it. I think in human nature, the way that video games are created and how we approach them, and unfortunately, that's the way the landscape is because that's the architecture of these games. But this is what Star Citizen brings uniquely to the table. You're not going in and playing that experience like on a fast track or a train track or rails, right? So basically, Admiral alluded to that. It's on rails. You ride the rails and it's done. Basically, that's what China does. With Star Citizen, what they bring to the table that's different, you have gaming features. You have gameplay loops. You give the players these tools, which are industrial ships, all these different types of ships. You give these interactions and these layers of interactions so that when you play the game, you have a different experience. You with Star Citizen, unlike Starfield, you run the rails, you did those accomplishments. Yeah, you completed it. That means it's done. It's done. You can't go back. You can go back and do the same thing. It's but saying it's a form of insanity thinking you're going to play the game the same way and something else different happens. That happens in Star Citizen though. You get into the game, you get with a number of people, you play it the next day. It's different. It's different. That's the allure. That's what makes it special. They can't do that in Star Citizen. Yeah, of course they're gonna probably whip our ass, or if it's 30K. If you're looking at it through a competitive means, right? I hope this is a new build. If it's 19K, but it brings the replayability.
Yeah, that means the new build is coming out.
Excellent. Okay, it's 30, Chief. It says 30 now.
Oh, it's 30K? Oh,
yeah.
Never mind.
So that's not bad, though. I mean, it was what? How many? I was 10 minutes short of 6 hours playing. I got a 30K. I can't say that was bad.
Well,
F4?
I disagree. Yeah, you're gonna have to because you probably have a bad token. I disagree because during it was 26, but 316 and 317, those two patches were the most stable, and you could play literally all you wanted, and the servers didn't crash.
Well,
So I don't know what they did. Well, that was before, obviously that's before Pez. So
you know,
they gotta
Chris
get
said that,
shit
right?
figured out in the back end. You know, there's some fires that they need to put out.
Chief, do you know exactly that's what Chris mentioned? He said in a statement, he said he wants the patches to get back to the 317.x, how it played. Here it is right here. I'm gonna literally copy and paste what you said mirrors what Chris actually said. Now I'm getting it from his statement today. It's right there in chat. One way or another, we intend to have. He said, "Damn, wait a minute, is that a boss saying one way or the other, one way or another?" Whoa, we intend to have this solved. Go ahead, Chief. What?
But no, he's demanding it at this point, you know, because he's seen the game environment be stable, so that he know it can be done.
He said one. See, these statements, man, you can't gloss over them, but that's serious. One way or another, we intend to have this solved in the very near term, and the game coming back to 3.17, 317x stability levels. And you just said it. Whoa. Whoa.
Gotta have it, man. That's, I mean,
Dirk said very, very near term could mean 2 years.
That's
Dirk.
possible. He ain't lying. I mean,
ooh, see, then he's not meaning what he's saying then. Oh my gosh, Dirk. Very near term. Well, yeah, if the tech, yeah, he didn't give any dates, but if the tech is not allowing them to do anything, they got to figure it out. Okay, I didn't do a bad token. I didn't get a bad token, but will I go back into the vulture? That's what I'm concerned about. And this is them regressing back to the SQL server. Will it give us that kind of persistence, even though this is supposed to be PES, but maybe they've taken some things out in order to get it to run? No, Chief?
The only way that happens is if you get the same server.
Okay.
From what I've been told, it takes like 30 minutes to an hour for for a server that 30K'd to spin back up.
Oh wow. Okay.
So I don't know if you're gonna get the same server.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is different because it says 300. It was a different number from that. It was like 2 something, if I remember correctly, but it wasn't 300. So this is a different server.
Yeah, I've seen the tech work. It was
Me
one
too.
time. It was a 30K. I got upset and said, "You know what? Let me step away for a while. When you go watch a movie or something."
Yeah.
Came back, logged in, and I was where I was. I was like, "Oh shit, Pez is working."
Wow, I would have got in sooner.
Yep. Well, no, it's just that as a player, you're unable to select your previous server. So you're all at the whims of the matchmaking services queuing you up with your old server. And they said that's what it does.
Yeah.
But if the server's not online, it's just going to queue you to the next available server, and then you lose all of your persistence from that last server.
Damn, I'm back at. Yep. Look, I'm not in the ship. So, oh boy. I'm not in the ship. Look at this. Look at these spots.
It's not your fault. It's just the server. A lot of that's due to AWS. I don't know how the cloud works, but I'm sure there's a synchronization period that it takes for the server to come back online.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh crap. Look at that. It's desync big time. Look at that. He's there and he's not there. Oh, that's not the floor, buddy. You getting off on the wrong floor. Oh man, the panels are disappeared. Now they came back. These are all the people on the server that had a 30K.
Yep. Yep. Everybody's showing up. Here
Yeah.
we go. It's gonna be a full elevator,
Oh
and
my
then one of
gosh, it
y'all gonna
is.
get glitched outside of it and die.
Oh damn.
You better take it
I'm
to the
off of
floor.
it. I'm off of it, Chief.
Lord.
Oh man, do you mean I lost all those items, didn't I?
Yes, because
Oh
again, the
damn.
replication layer is, as of right now, it's not transferring to the next server that you log on to.
Damn.
So but that's the dynamic part of server meshing.
Yeah.
So instead of you having to reboot the game, it would just automatically in the background. You might see a little hitch,
Wow.
but it would just spin up another server, and then you can keep gaming.
Jeez. That wasn't fun. Woo.
Yeah, and that's just the thing. The amount of time that it takes for you to get into Star Citizen, you got to have at least a couple of hours or more to
Yeah.
really get into it.
And you put time
so
in
you
like
gotta
this.
have that. You gotta have that stability, and when you don't have it, people just are not motivated to play because you're gonna say, 30 minutes from now, it's just gonna crash. I'm gonna have to start back from square
It's
one.
broken. It's it's broken.
Yeah, but at least they try to, mitigate it a little bit with 30K protection and,
Yeah.
sends your ship back to wherever you docked at. But you don't want to be going through 30Ks every 30 minutes or every hour.
Yeah, or
Hell,
any
every 2 hours.
period. Eventually, period. You don't want it at
Right.
all. But damn,
You
I
don't
lost
want
all
them at
those cargo units. Yikes.
Yeah, and there's your progression down the drain. Now,
Yep.
if 30K protection works, when you spawn your vulture, it'll be it should be in the cargo area.
Yeah.
But
Other times
I
it
don't
worked,
know.
but that'll be due to that regression. I'm wondering if that's a culprit too. Now that they had to dial things back, is why I didn't spawn back into the ship. Because remember, it used to work. That's an issue.
Right.
Ooh, this will keep people away from playing the game. Why test it when I know that the fundamentals are not there to support my efforts? That's the part that hurts.
Right.
Damn.
Well, if you're unable to progress, it's just human nature for you to go and try something else.
Correct. Until they tell us otherwise. That's why I say he's got to follow up, and I don't want it to be at CitizenCon where he follows up and say, "Hey, we got it working." It's got to be well before that, in the next week or so. Not. Oh boy, not 2 years, Dirk.
Yeah, I mean,
He
a
needs it
lot
sooner.
can happen in 30 days because CitizenCon is on the 23rd of October, right?
21st and 22nd. That's Saturday and
21st.
Sunday.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So a little less than 30 days.
It is. Yeah.
A lot can happen then, but I don't know what major blockers could inhibit a quality presentation.
Yeah.
But I certainly hope that they are able to overcome those challenges, and we are,
ready to go.
wowed.
Yes.
And when we watch Star Citizen.
I agree.
CitizenCon.
Yeah, Star Citizen / CitizenCon / Squadron 42 / win.
Win. Yeah.
/ drop the mic. Please drop the mic.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
I'll
need
be
it.
surprised if they talk about Squadron 42.
Really?
I'd
Wow.
be surprised.
What? You don't think they will?
I don't know.
But wait a minute. Is this
It'd be
more of
surprised.
you hope that they don't talk about it? It sounds more like
I would rather them.
Okay.
When you talk about Squadron,
you ready.
it is either gone gold, and we're ready to release, or I don't want to hear about it.
I don't want no damn carrots. In other
That's
words,
just me.
stop
What
dangling those
about-
damn carrots.
What about like a minute trailer at the very end of Citizen Con, and they don't talk about it? So like, here's a trailer coming out 2024, like December 2024. How about
Wow.
that?
Well, 42.
That's
yeah.
fine, but
Yeah.
But again, I just don't want Chris to have another 2016 moment. He said,
He better
by
read
the
the
end of the
room.
year, Squadron 42. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's got to read the
So,
room on this one. He
you-
can't do that. That's unacceptable. He can't do that no more. Chris knows he can't do that anymore. Don't do that, Chris. Please don't let that happen, because this happened before. You learn from your mistake.
Don't
That was a
make that
mistake.
again.
That was a serious mistake, man. Yeah, because that really brings questions to the project, and does he have a firm grasp on it? I think he understands that. But there's unforeseen things that happen, kind of like with this server right now. Yeah, Dirk said
definitely.
people are all in for PU now. Yeah, I mean, because they've been doing the lot of. I think the reason why we gravitate, all of it, well, some of us, I'm gonna say some of us, why some of us gravitate to the PU is that we said this, it's all about visuals with the backers, not telling you about it, but the visuals and the only progress that we've seen right up to this moment, other than that, what is that they call it, that vertical slice chapter 8 back when, what, 2018 or so, or was 2017 or something?
Yes. Yeah, 2017.
Yeah,
2017.
that's visual. Now, we haven't seen anything about Squadron 42, let alone having a CitizenCon event in person in 4 years. So it's been a long time. So they need to show us some visuals of Squadron 42 to make it okay. It's important right now. We're vehemently saying he needs to let it go. We don't want to see nothing about Squadron 42 because we don't see anything about it. So he's got to bring that home about why are we still backing this. That's the question. People's like, why are we still backing freaking Squadron 42? Nobody cares about Squadron 42. I think some people are really saying that. So
well, definitely there are a group of a subsect within the community that want Chris to drop Squadron and just focus on the PU.
Yeah, totally.
But I would challenge that to the fact that Star Citizen wouldn't have an identity at that point.
Exactly.
Because there's no lore behind the verse itself, and Squadron is supposed to immerse you in that so that you can gather an understanding of what Star Citizen is.
Correct.
But I get their point that it's been 10 years and things have shifted, the goalpost has shifted so many times, but that's just the nature of the beast. Things change, the vision changed. I mean, because originally we weren't supposed to be exploring worlds. It was
correct.
It was supposed to play out like Starfield.
Yeah.
So,
and
but
it's about connection.
Change.
It's about connection, Chief. And I think what Squadron 42 does, or supposed to do, is supposed to connect us to this sandbox that we have. It's supposed to lend to a lore and a storytelling that when we see things, we feel it, we understand it, and we remember it closely. That's what it's about. But at the same time, it's a means and a way to say, with all things, there's a beginning, and then you set the narrative after that beginning and an ending, meaning you live out in this universe after the things that happen with Squadron 42 is telling of the past, so you can come to its present and you understand more about, like you said, this game has to have a narrative, and that's the way we get it. That's how you sell more of what Squadron. You sell the substance. This is the soul of Squadron. I mean, Squadron 42 is the soul of the persistent universe. That's what
The
it's about.
universe.
Yeah, it's the soul, and then from there you make just decisions, or you feel a certain way based upon how you played Squadron 42. You're gonna have that experience. You're gonna see the Odin system. You're like, man, I'm gonna defend Odin system, and it's never gonna happen again. They're never gonna come back to Odin system with that BS, because I'm there to defend it. You know, it's supposed to touch you in that way. Not that people will probably care. Like, yeah, whatever, dude. But you know, different areas.
You're gonna have your pirates because they're gonna say, "Oh, well, I was unable to take the bad route." Well, you know, there's a certain narrative.
Yep.
But I certainly hope that they'll give options, maybe in episode 2, to go down a more darker path and whatnot. But
yeah,
you know, we got to get the first episode out first.
Yeah, I would say, to be fair to yourself, Dirk. You know, he said Squadron is completely unnecessary. I would say be fair to yourself and before judgment, and say look at it or get snippets of it, even if you may not play it, and at least get some of the storylines of what happens in it, and then after it you say, hey, this was completely unnecessary. Then I'll say, oh, I see what he's saying, because it could be saying, hey man, I saw some visuals, man, that was like, oh my god, that was cool. I was like, yeah, I get it now, because now I have it's not just about you, or not saying you, Dirk. I'm talking about you, the player. I'm talking about, it's about we're going to have interactions with the Banu. We're going to know who the Teveren are, especially the Vandal and the pirates. We're going to get a more up close feeling of their narratives, and that's going to shape who they are in the verse. That's the part that's intriguing, especially with the Vandal. What are their concerns? What are they about? So we need them, because now we get the outlier, we get the lore, we get the basis of why they exist, and we understand them to the extent of we have to eradicate them, because we truly understand them now because of the experience of what Squadron 42 has taught me about Vandal. They're taking no prisoners, baby. They're not taking any prisoners. Say again.
Let's back a bit. I just want to go over this. So Squadron 42 is the original game, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So what we have is the storyline is like, hey, we're gonna make this RPG, and we're gonna put this make a game out of this, and at the same time we're gonna make an MMO. And while we make the MMO, we're gonna use it to test the elements for the RPG. So everything that goes in the MMO ends up being for Squadron 42. So, and if you look at like all the big games that has come out recently, like, you know, Starfield, I mean, you make $1 billion in Squadron 42. Let's just say say 500 million right now. Then, you know, you're practically up to where we are right now, in terms of the PU sales, and that's just the PU. That's like an unfinished alpha game, which that people have been waiting around forever. But they're making like this 25 chapter,
oh yeah,
3-part game, similar to Mass Effect, and that was their whole thing, was like, we want a game that equates to Mass Effect. So, it's like, but like at the end of Mass Effect, what do you get to play? You get nothing. So
nothing.
Making, like,
they didn't have any end game.
Right. You didn't have, there wasn't a Mass Effect like universe to play after you finished the game. It was just a great game that you would play like countless times. So while there's a replayability factor in Squadron 42 and what's supposed to be the sequels after it, is like you get to delve into the universe as a veteran if you want to play those games and continue your life or your legacy and have kids from that person and so on. And at the meantime, like, it's kind of funny, because if you look at Mass Effect, each game, like, you could see the technological advances in the gaming that they had. Mass Effect 1 looks far crappier than the Mass Effect 3. So here they're like trying to do these two games at the same time, trying to keep them updated, getting gold standards with chips. And like, if you go back to 2016 and look at the CitizenCon there, you could pretty much see where they are with 4.0. Like, the Hull C was supposed to come out before Pyro or 4.0, and all this other tech, and to include like bounty hunting missions and stuff like that, which we kind of have with missions, but not to where we're going to use that stupid little single-seater thing yet, or the police ship. And certainly we don't have farming in, so that's I don't know what the hell's happening with that. But it's just like
I
a
forgot
different.
about farming.
It's just a different style.
Lots of land.
The way I look at Star Citizen is you've got 3 different types of gameplay for 3 different types of people who have time. And if you have Squadron 42, like say you can only play Squadron 42, well I can play for an hour and then I can save the game, come back to that story, and when I have time and I'm not dealing with my kids or work or whatever. And then you've got the PU, which is like, you know, the MMO, which you've got hours upon the week to invest in that, to go here, and maybe even take an hour to travel from one system to another. It might take you an hour and a half to unload a hull C, we don't know yet. And then you've got what's supposed to be TOW, or some version of like an online Star Marine thing that we think might end up on the consoles. So they're really throwing themselves out there for a lot of different avenues to make money and to make this thing a success. And I think having that amount of flexibility can really fund Star Citizen for a long time.
Yeah, and also keep in mind, Admiral.
Definitely.
Yeah, it wasn't a casual. Oh, we're going to give you an MMO. We got to remember we were a part of that whole dynamic when those funding goals came in. I don't know if that's the proper name for it, but those backer goals came in, and that was on there, and we voted for that. That there was a certain threshold that we would donate a certain amount of money, and then he'd say, "Okay, we're going to give you for example, the motion capture. I'm going to get the proper name for it." But he said, "Oh, if you donate this, we're going to give you the motion capture studio. If you donate on this, we're going to add what is this? A Hollywood level cast into the game, right?" And people were like, they were making it rain, man. They were making it rain with just more and more and more and more and more. And it was like, whoa. Okay, let me get under the roadmap.
Just look at Starfield. I mean, like I look at Starfield and I'm like,
stretch goals.
I was shocked. I was shocked that Starfield had similar graphics to Fallout 4 or Fallout 70. I was just like, wow. But I mean, that's what the code that they had back then, and they were just story. They're like, hey, we're gonna make a story. We're gonna make it in space. We've got the coding pretty much down packed. We're just gonna go for it. And they made a killing selling that game to people. And that company's in business to be in business.
Yeah, it is a business. It is a business. So, that's another product that they offer, and people, if people are buying into it, you don't turn that money down. Especially when we, the backers who are actually a part of it, who pledged for it and voted for that to come online, you're not going to turn and then renege on that. You're gonna follow through on it. It's too late. It's too late to turn back.
Too late.
Yeah, we're too far in to turn back now. I mean, it's we have stretched the vision of Star Citizen to its max.
Yep, and I guess. Yep, and it says right there, it jumped in about around. I'm gonna give you the link. It's under funding goals, but I think it started around. Definitely, it was already in place at 6 million, because it says Star Citizen will launch with 100 star maps. Has that happened? No, but they're working towards it. So you look back at 5,500,000 professional motion capture, exclusive record breaker, ship skin, 1,000 additional credits. Star Citizen will feature the Bingo as a playable ship class. Okay, so somewhere they did the voting. Squadron 42 will launch with 70 systems, feature an additional base type. Can you discover the alien derelict? Heavy armor HUD, that's 5 million. Okay, 4,500,000, 60 star systems, feature an additional playable ship class, the cruiser. Not there. So let's go to 4 million. A new system will be added to the game for every 5 million pledge, so it's getting closer. Okay, let me go back to the one. 3 million. Increased community updates. Squadron 42 will feature 35 missions. Citizens with appropriate package will receive access to the Star Citizen universe with 40 systems. That's where it started. At 3 million, it says citizens with appropriate packages will receive access to the Star Citizen universe with 40-star systems for persistent online play upon release. We paid for that. We paid for that. We voted.
I wouldn't say we voted, but it's like keep it
It
careful. Like
was.
people think they invest
Well,
in Star Citizen, and we don't. We're not investors.
Yeah,
We're donating our money so that people in the future, so that I
It's
eventually
right
can
there.
play the game, and that other people can play the game.
Yeah, 3 million. That's the link. It goes right to that.
Because if they wanted to, they could say, "Hey, you know what? The PU is too technical. We're not going to do it, but we are going to release Squadron 42." Like that's, they have every, like you know what I'm saying? It's crowdfunded. Like
Wait a
they could
minute.
try suing them, but it's not going to
Well,
happen.
If you look at that link,
I've
that was November
Mhm.
8th, 2012. Look, it says
Yes.
here $3 million. It's hard to believe we're already here. Check this out. Far above our initial objective and well into some of the stretch goals. With still 10 days away left in the campaign, it's still all thanks to you, our incredible fans. I am impressed every single day when I see the dedication you have already given this project. Right here, it says, okay, I'm skipping that. Right here, here's the paragraph.
Mhm.
Think what you will, but this was a statement. Sorry to have been quiet for the past few days. I just got back from Montreal, Canada, which is likely to be one of the locations where we will build Star Citizen, along with Austin, Texas, and Los Angeles, California. It may seem inefficient to have the team spread out, but I'm actually a big fan of distributed development. The tech prototype was built by a small team spread out between Austin, Frankfurt, Germany, Los Angeles, Montreal, Monterrey, Mexico, and San
That's
Francisco. Back then. Wow.
Hey, it's talking about turbulent.
They were in the.
I'm
yeah,
just
that's the
highlighting.
beginning stages of
Don't shoot the
turbulence.
messenger.
Yeah. Oh, there's
That's
no.
cool,
I
man.
don't see any issue with it.
Yeah.
But it's just that we as the backers influenced the expansion
Yeah.
of Star Citizen. I feel like if we would have started with the single player campaign first, something similar to Starfield, and then as the tech capabilities improve for a Star Citizen MMO, you just introduce those features at that time. But that didn't happen. So we've got both a single player and an MMO development happening at the same time.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I mean, we're getting closer now that there some sort of announcement or statement is imminent that pretty much says we're on track, and regarding Squadron 42, it's something important that he's going to say. And I think it's going to change the way we see it that day going forward after, Sunday. It could be after Saturday. It could be after Sunday. One of those days, whatever he says in regard to Squadron 42 is going to change a lot. And it's gonna really capture. He's gonna capture that moment and say, "Look, think of Squadron 42 a totally different way. We're gonna see it a different way." It's for the fact that the matter is he's been working a lot on it, and we're ready for him to, hey man, tell us something, reveal something. And I think we finally get that come one of those days on that weekend. But they're ready though, and the fact of the matter is, because we're getting, he've already admitted, because we're about to get a lot of those features ported over from Squadron 42. That says a lot right there. That tells us right there that they're ready to make some moves. They're ready to make some announcements. What to that extent specifically, we don't know. But rest assured, he's got those 2 days to address it. If he don't say anything about Squadron 42, man, I'd be totally shocked. I'd be like, oh, he didn't mention a damn thing about Squadron 42. I was totally wrong. All signs pointed to it. I don't know where I was off the mark on that. Oh,
Yep. I'll certainly be surprised if they talk about it, because
so you
I
don't
forget.
expect them, Chief, to say anything about it?
No, I don't
Wow.
expect them to say it. That vertical slice for me
Yeah.
was good enough. I know they've made
Yeah.
major improvements since then, so I don't want that to be spoiled for me. I want to
Yeah.
just give me the date or launch it when you talk about it,
But don't show me
and
anything.
I'll see the improvements then. I want to see you perform essentially.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's gonna be a surprise either way it goes. It's like if they don't talk about Squadron 42, I'm surprised. If they bring it up, I'm gonna be surprised to the extent that I don't know. Are they gonna reveal a date? Are they gonna show us a demo? Are they gonna show us the gameplay mechanics from Squadron 42 and say, hey, these are the mechanics in Squadron 42. We're bringing them over in this X patch, whatever. Right in that bubble, that's where I'm like, okay, anything outside of that, I'm surprised either way. I'm like, okay, I didn't see this coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dirk, I can see your point about the keynotes, because what has it really translated to other than fundamental delays and issues where things never, they give these keynotes or they give these presentations. I think only smooth thing I can say, and then you can pick it apart, but the Valkyrie, when that came out, it was straight to flyable. That was like one of the most amazing things one of the really pluses that they did, that carried from, I'm telling you this, and now I'm giving you this. I think that was the one thing that stands out with a lot of the Citizen Cons, is that they went straight to flyable. That was probably one of the most successful ideas that they had on the table with Citizen Con, because as great as the presentations were at that moment while Chris was on stage, and even see to the extent now we realize they were machinima videos, which wasn't actually gameplay. It was like in-game engine, yeah, but it's the video of it. I have not seen a smooth transition from the concept. Here you go, look at it, and then it goes right into that same narrative what they talked about with the concepts. I think some of the backlash, even to this day, like in the past, where they showed the demo of our Corp, and we picked it apart and realized it was machinima, to the most recent narrative, or the same narrative of the amazing Hull C commercial, and everybody like, where the hell is that? Matter of fact,
Yeah.
where the hell am I in that seat when that damn thing? Oh, go ahead, Chief. I'm gonna let you get at it, man. You chomping at the bit. Go ahead.
Oh my God. Lord, when I saw that whole C commercial, I said to myself, what game is marketing playing? You've got all this traffic going on in the background. You got the Argo loading up the whole C, and then you jump to pyro from the orbital station. Like, come on, bro, we ain't gonna be able to do that. Get out of here. So unless they change, you can open up a wormhole anywhere you want. Like, come on, man. Y'all gotta tighten up. Keep the gameplay consistent. You don't want to be misleading the player. Come on, man. Shit.
Oh, damn. That commercial, man. It was like people were immediately, I'm looking in amazement, like, oh my God, that looks amazing. And people like, wait a minute, where the hell is that? I don't have that in my damn, where's that view at? I need that view. I don't have that on that ship. Don't do that. It doesn't do that. Oh my God. Some things don't change,
There's gonna be a lot of people. Yeah. They be playing a different game. I'll be like, can I get that game, please? Shit. Let me have fun in it.
Who making that? That ain't CIG. Where they steal that from? Who is that? There's like, he jumped into that battle with the javelin. Idris is like, come on, dude. Yeah, I think it was we made a point, Dirk, about that, where when we I think I was talking with Skyhawk, and we looked at the star map, right? And he made a strong point. He made a great point. And I was like, holy shit, dude, I didn't see this. If you, anyone of you go back to the Arc Star map, and you will see that in order to get to Nyx or something like that, you have to, in order to get to Nyx, you have to go through Pyro to get to Nyx. And so I think they were showing where it was fast forward though, Derek. They jumped and it looked like they were going through a jump gate. They like fast forward jump gate and they went into Nyx and they already had a predetermined jump. So they were like, okay, we're jumping to Pyro. Even though it does not fit the narrative of how the gameplay is functioning, but they were doing a video to say, hey, fast forward, we're jumping here to jump here. But the routes were, now one thing that was strong and that was comparative to the letter was the Arc Star map in comparison to what they brought in the video. They were showing us that and we kind of looked at, we thought it was definitely Arcourt that they were jumping from. They went from Arcourt to Pyro to Nyx.
Pyro.
Yep, you
And
have to.
That javelin battle, and then to Nyx.
Yep. And I guess this is to say, fast forward, you're gonna run it, or you're gonna open the jump gate. You're gonna end up in places where things are happening, and you gotta like make quick action to say, okay, we gotta get the hell out of here. Have the coordinates set, and we're jumping again. But yeah, that was saying that's a basic route. In other words, there's no avoiding, especially when it comes to the economy. There's gonna be someone crazy enough or smart enough to be able to get into Pyro, and then from leaving Stanton to into Pyro to go to Nyx. That's just a route that's established. That's gonna give you some dangers that's involved with the game, in order to keep track and keep above the economy, making profits.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
But that's pretty good.
Those are designated routes.
Yes.
And again, the intent would, I guess the design scheme currently is there are large, medium, and small wormholes that can be created.
Yes.
So there will be certain systems that you won't be able to get to with a particular vessel. Unless you take like a super long route just to get to it.
Yes.
But, that'll be interesting how it plays out.
Yes. Yeah, each situation will not be scripted to the letter where you expect this to happen 100% of the time. It won't. And then sometimes you may even be followed. They may have intel on you and understand your routes, or understand where, if they're looking at the Moby, anyone can figure out where the supply and demands are saying where materials need to be. And that's a smart pirate saying, hey, Delamar or Nyx needs steel. And they kind of send spies out. If you have the numbers, you can have spies and do intel, and they're seeing MISC prospectors mining for steel or ore, and they're taking them back, and they said, okay, there's the trait, that's where it's beginning to happen. And you see the demand in your Moby or the commodities TDD screens. And so you can easily start to put 1 and 2 together, 1 plus 1 together. And then you're going to have, people or entities set on at those routes where people jump from, or patrolling those areas. They're ready to jump and pounce on people bringing in goods and commodities, so they can effectively rob them of some of the SCU units. They're not going to get all of them. They're going to get some and then move on. So that way things are recoverable. Or if you have if you're an org that's smart, you're going to have security where the security can take care of them, or they can engage them to allow that ship to escape or jump again. So yeah, but again, at the same time, you're going to have people that they're going to be more risky. They're not going to worry about security. So there lies your gameplay, and the probabilities. The probabilities will always be different. Good stuff, man.
Yeah, I certainly hope that there is some mitigation of jump gate camping.
Yes.
Now they have said that it's no longer like an actual structure. It's more of an anomaly that you fly towards, and then you calibrate your wormhole
Yeah.
and whatnot. But does that mean you can come out at a variety of points on the other side? So in order to truly camp, you would have to have more than maybe one or two people to actually get a catch.
Yes.
So I don't know.
Put some work in it.
But
I like that.
Right. I don't want it to be too easy to put a blockade on a wormhole.
That's true, Chief. The perfect analogy to that, if anyone is familiar with the old school game, the 1980s game called Asteroids. You remember when the the pilot or the ship would be fighting? Sometimes space flying saucers would pop in, and then you're breaking up all these asteroids, and the asteroids are all around you. And then you're almost in that no-win situation where you can't get out of something devastating about to happen. Either the flying saucer, it shoots at you, it's about to hit you, or those smaller, faster asteroids are about to crash into your ship. So you hit that one button that calls hyperspace, and you disappear. And I've seen more times than not, I've seen when that person hits that hyperspace button, that your ship appears somewhere else and it blows up. That's random. But then I've seen where there's occasion where you have to smack that button, hyperspace, you disappear off the screen, and then they put you in a random spot, and you're back, and you're like, oh my God, it worked this time. And you last or live a little longer. So with that said, I would love to see, like you said, Chief, where you create the jump gate at that time. And they also expounded on, the jump gate that you find, it will decay. Hopefully it's faster so that each time it's almost like different, so that it kind of helps you from being jump gate jumped, basically jump gate jumping. So
they're gonna make it so that there's a few things. So to prevent people from, I guess, blockading a jump point, there's gonna be like the big ones, like the big one right now we have that we see in going from Stanton to Pyro, probably from Stanton to Terran. But the other jump points, like, and I'll say major ones too, they're gonna move around. Like they're gonna make a Carrack and smaller ships who do exploration have to rechart this and do it once in a while to maintain the point. Yeah. And there's also going to be smaller ones that won't be so far traveled. Like, who's going to care about a small jump point that only a small ships can go through?
Correct.
So you're not going to spend the resources
What's the profit?
to protect something like that, especially if it's moving around once in a while. So they're making it different, like everything else in this game, between medical and mining and refining. They're going to make exploration and especially the Carrack and ships that do exploration, they're going to make it like the mechanics work some way, so you don't have like these Eve type things where you get this giant org take over thing.
Lockdowns.
Because again, we're also 10% of the population. I would expect NPC orgs to be 90% bigger than what we have right now, or capable of having.
Ghost in the Machine. You'll see a few about working, but there you have that full, or close to that 90% that's actually working and undermining, fulfilling mission mandates for supply and demand in the background. And you see it filling up. The demand all of a sudden goes down, and they say, okay, we got enough. Now that price gets cheaper because we don't need it. And you're like, how the hell that happened? Yeah, the 90% is working.
Didn't get here fast enough.
Exactly. Yep, I took too damn long. Yep. But Dirk, Chief brought that up earlier about navigation. That we were saying that earlier, where once they really deliver on the engineering relay system, I think the other part of it with multi-crew ships is having the navigation as a actual thing. So that now he said it also can carry over to the Carrack's Cartography Center and all these other navigational points within the ships, where it will lend to some modularity, but due to the fact that they're building blocks, they can carry that same data, basically derived from the new star map that's going to be the 4.0 star map. I think that they can layer that into modularity, that now finally the character will get the cartography center and things of that nature. And then finally the navigator will incorporate that into the multi-crew capital ship style gameplay. So now the captain can say chart to this, chart to that. And they have the two-way communication of where they're going in regards to navigation and how that should look logistically, with, like we were just expounding on, jump point gates, and then saying, hey, which point would jump, here's the jump point, let's go through it, things of that nature, that communication. So yeah, it opens up that randomness. And again, you won't be able to flesh all that out in Arena Commander, such as the navigation, but you could definitely flesh out the other components and workable systems between multiple people with Arena Commander, where people want to hone their skills before they're set out there, and there's a detriment to, or they're getting a hit to their rep, or getting a hit to their financials due to them learning how that system works and working together as a team, whether it's all crew, actual crew, or a combination of actual crew and NPCs, right? It's a good place to test your mettle and get better. But at the same time, this is one of the reasons why they're starting to ramp up and actually getting Arena Commander working again.
Arena Commander is good for like practice, and I think to market towards those who kind of get in for a quick PvP match.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you can lure them into the PU per se.
Yes.
Arena Commander certainly needs to be consolidated within the modes, so it should emulate what you can do on the ground, space, and atmosphere if you're on a planet somewhere.
Yep.
And then just keep it to those 3 modes and let people have fun.
True.
Again, like the was it Soul Citizens was talking about this Sunday night, and they talked about how, like, so these sim pods in the PU, you can easily find them in the micro tech down, like in that Apple looking area, and they have these sim pods down there that you're supposed to sit into, and you can do these, and it brings you into Arena Commander. And in lore,
oh nice,
Star Marine and Arena Commander are like alternate reality, but like, you know,
It's a
reality,
simulation within the game.
Yeah, simulated reality where you can train and deal with these FPS environments and shooting guns and all this stuff, and being
Testing
killed and all
weapons.
this without having to be shot. So I mean, it's very similar to in the army today, what they used to call like it's like laser tag. You put them on you put them on trucks, you put them on planes, you put them on your helmet and on your torso. And
Hostage situations.
There's a laser at the tip of your M4 or M16 or whatever, and when the blank concussion leaves the gun, when you feel like your magazine is filled with blanks. So when the concussion goes off, it sends out a laser, and that laser pulse will be registered if it's shooting directly at what you're aiming at. And if your miles gear goes off, it means you've been hit, and there's a kill card in your helmet. Like you put a kill card underneath your helmet, so if you're shot, you open it up and it tells you what you have. Like, oh, you've been shot in the arm, or you have thermal radiant burns on your left leg, or whatever.
Yeah.
But like in terms of the game, I'll bring it back a level. It's just so you can train. So they have that in lore, so that's a thing, and you can play it right now. So, and then supposedly the UEE Navy and everyone uses it for like real training. So that's kind of how they integrate it with the lore and with us.
And no risk it, no biscuit type of deal. No, you don't lose your UEE. And at some point when they announce that we go to beta, Arena Commander will become more of a value and asset as far as if you're inbounding or indoctrinating new org members, and you want to get them up to the task of, this is what we do, this is how we do things, This is how we coordinate. So you basically can coordinate that and carry that over into Arena Commander, which will take place and allow you to play out things properly with the PU. And then also gives them muscle memory to understand what's going on, especially if they're new people, new backers playing the game and that wants to really delve in and get into the game. That's a great means or a great building block for them to utilize. So it's interesting, but I think again they just need to make sure that what they're using Ace Arena Commander for will translate over to the PU and make sense. And I think that way people can, because they alluded to that they were going to think about making it arcade. I think that was one way they were going to approach it. Like, oh, it's more arcade-ish. It's going to be more fun. It's not going to be the one-to-one to Star Citizen. People are like, nope, thank you. You can have it. Now they've kind of recanted to say, okay, it's going to simulate one-to-one. Matter of fact, we're going to bring some of the 4.0 aspects in, get a taste, give us feedback, so that it'll allow us to push to the PU. So get accustomed to it there, and it works out well. It also speaks to Squadron 42. We can tweak some things. We go back and tweak what we need to with Squadron 42 if it's not based upon good feedback.
Right. Well, they definitely need to get those master modes out of the Arena Commander and in the PU.
Oh, like yesterday, man. Like yesterday.
Sign off on it, So, because the environments are different, because there are not as many entities in an Arena Commander scenario compared to a live environment.
Yes.
So you've got to get that data set so you can figure things out. If there are any issues, there may not be. I could be overthinking it, and just it's a seamless transition.
I mean, once we see what 4.0 is, Chief, and they offer it, and we kind of see what it is, we're like, oh hell, you don't just give it to us in PU, and then we fuddle through it and mess up. It's an equivalent to a 30K if we mess up, and it's not a good gameplay experience, right? Because we're trying to get accustomed to it. I think some of us will take it to Arena Commander to say, okay, am I doing this right? Or what's your take on it? And we'll get feedback to each other, say, hey, don't do this. You need to do that if you're going to utilize that. And it's like, oh, cool, I didn't know that. So it's a great test bed for those kinds of things to happen without the repercussions of, damn it, I got us all killed. That kind of thing happened. I could have learned that in Arena Commander.
Well, it's like Fenrir is saying he wants to put a couple of those on his ship.
Mm-hmm.
I think that might be a thing, because I know you can upgrade your holo tables.
Modularity. Yep.
And they might sell those so that you'd be like, hey, where's my crew? They're downstairs. You physically could see them playing Arena Commander.
Yep.
And then when they're done, they just get out of the seat and you're right there. So
the sim pods.
like the little sim pods. So.
Yeah. Yeah, while you're
That will be a module on the Galaxy.
That'd be perfect.
And that's the thing. How long does it take to get across the galaxy? I don't know. I got 10 minutes to play in a sim pod. Let's go do a couple races.
Yeah.
It's gonna take us X amount of time. Who's gonna be in the pilot seat or whatever, just in case we get attacked. And then if you get attacked, you just jump out of the sim pod.
Yeah.
So I really think that they're trying to make it. Yes, there's a time element to Star Citizen, but I think also that they're making it reasonable in terms of what else you can do.
Well, how important will that be when you start to say, well, wow, man, look at fast forward. They've come up with a plan to make these systems, right? Those tools are working. Now you're sitting here and we're all, aghast at how quickly they gave us 10 systems. But at the same time, we're belly aching over the fact that we have to jump across 10 systems to get stuff done. Now we're whining about it and saying, oh, it's too long. This is too boring. He's like, okay, get you a sim pod, get you a pool table, get you a board game in there. And while you're in those long wells of trying to get from point A, B, C, and D to get to the other side to sell stuff, then you're like, okay, I got something to do while we're doing these large and long jumps. you know, these jump gates are only going to just say open the door to say you got to go to another system to jump to because yeah, like Jerk says, there's 10 systems in.
Well, that's only applicable to those who have capital class vessels.
Correct. You're going to make those stops. You got to refuel and stop. But those larger capital ships, they can go further out. That's a long stretch, though.
So if you're in like a Gladius or something like that,
oh no, that ain't happening.
You won't have that option. So
It's about that bottom line, baby.
I would much rather than make quantum more interactable than try to force you to get a capital class ship just to have something to do while quantuming or going through the wormhole. Although going through the wormhole is not going to be that long. It's all it's doing is streaming out the current system and then streaming in the new one. So whatever that time is, you'll experience that in the wormhole, and then you'll come out on the other side.
Yes. Yep. It's just that you're traveling, and that there's no cut screens between that. There's no minimizing that distance. You actually have to travel that distance, and jump gate, probably quantum over to somewhere in the system. And you might be looking for the jump gate. Maybe it is going to be on the other side of that system at first. Or maybe you have to, move around and scan for that system and it may not be there, or that jump gate may not be there. They haven't fleshed that out, where if there's new jump gates, you use some sort of scanning suite, and once you're close enough, then it appears or it reveals that it's there. No telling. Are all systems connected by large jump points? If not, that means there will be systems that do not have cap ships at all. I think they overlap. They have different routes, but they still end up in that system. If you kind of go back to the Arc Star map, they kind of lay a groundwork for what that will look like, and I think they're going to stick to that. That was another thing Turbulent established with them in the beginning, Chris.
Well, but he would be right then if they stick to it, because then that means be able to have like a Perseus max as far as size goes. If you want to get an Idris, you're just SOL. But
yes, certain sizes.
No, because I don't know. I feel like that a wormhole should be able to pick any point of the universe and go to it.
Yes.
But I don't know. That their lore may be different.
Yeah, they're gonna have to really, and that's another thing. They're gonna have to really get that design style or that gameplay mechanic solid as concrete, because it's sooner than later. Because that's another thing they reveal that at CitizenCon. How does that really work? I think now is the time, or I think that they've had enough time to really say or nail down, hey, this is the jump point. This is how you look for it. We're showing you the mechanic. We may not see it for another year, but at least they have the outline or the groundwork in place to say, this is how you look for the jump gate. They were over the years, they showed different iterations of it, even to the most recent CitizenCon, where they showed you had one of the devs, she was demoing or giving of the carrot, and I think that was, and she actually flew into the jump gate or something, a jump point.
Yeah, it was a jump gate. Yeah, it was an actual structure that you spun up to calibrate the wormhole that was in front of it.
Yes.
But they have since changed that because of the problem of jump gate camping.
Yeah.
because it's no longer a structure itself. It's just a large anomaly that you fly into,
But it takes you somewhere
and then
randomly.
no, you would just calibrate a wormhole within that anomaly.
Yeah.
Picture a nebula, and then within that nebula, there are certain areas that you can calibrate a wormhole.
Oh, okay.
And then you would jump through it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So rather than it be a fixed structure,
Or a tunnel.
you would use the character and say, okay, it's really stable over on this end. Let's calibrate and open up a wormhole over here because of its stability. But if you just need to get out quickly, you may have to run the risk of it collapsing as you go through, and then you take damage to your ship or whatever. But so that's what the new design is. But we haven't seen that in game.
That would be great.
We've only seen a screenshot of it.
Yeah, that would be a good subject matter or something nice for cool for something Chris to reveal and show us what they've been working on. But I see what you're saying. It's like the gate itself, it opens into a small environment or nebula, like you said, and then you spool up. Then you'll find your specific jump.
No,
place.
there would be no gate. It would just be a nebula looking.
Oh, okay. Not that Halo like technical device. Kind of like these rings right here, but it's remember how they had it was like a ring. Right. So they're doing away with that.
It wouldn't. Right. Yeah. So it wouldn't function like is it Stargate?
Yes.
SG-1.
Yep. Stargate.
So it's it wouldn't be fixed to an object.
It's natural
per se. It would. Right. It's more of an anomaly within a nebula.
Yes. Okay. I can dig that, man. I can dig that. Which makes sense. It's more natural, to, okay, this is how it works. So those nebulas are the place where you spool up.
Right. You would fly into it. I would presume you would use the carrot, since that's what it's supposed to do, find wormholes. And you would find where it's stable.
Yeah.
And then, calibrate, open it up, and jump.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Where you're where this structure, as opposed to this mechanical structure, dictates you have to fly in there. Where you're going into a field or space, and then it's more randomness of like, where is it? And you say, oh, navigate there. We see it now. It comes up on your UI, and you go to it, and then you enact moving through it and passing through into the other system.
Right.
Nice.
So I mean that would like prevent a gate camping per
Correct.
se. It would just but it would make it really hard because you would have to have a lot of people there to cover such a large anomaly. Correct.
But even though they're gonna populate that area and hang around, still you're like, okay, I can avoid it, or I can come back, or there's other ones that are out there, nebulas that are out there present that I could just go through and maybe find that jump point or calibrate to go to that jump point and find alternative routes to that cause of them trying to blockade, or there's the nebula. Let's hang out around there. Say, there's more than one.
Yeah. I don't know. If they do go back to the actual structures of jump gates, then they're just going to have to be really defended. You're not able to, you shouldn't be able to destroy the turrets on them.
Yes. Yep. And they put up a certain size where 1 or 2 hits and you're done. Maybe 5 size 5s or 7s just sitting there waiting to say, okay. Or like we said earlier, have a tractor beam that will kind of snag you in place. And all they just say is like shooting fish in a barrel. He's like, I don't want to do a part of that. I'm going to stay clear of that.
Yeah, indeed.
I mean,
they've got multiple options to go down. So I don't know. It just would be a better experience if you're actually having to find a stable point to open up a wormhole.
Yes. I would just, I would love to see it at CitizenCon and see, have they gotten to the point where they're ready to say, hey, we got this done, man. I think that's, I don't know if it's a 4.0 thing, but it's right up there with 4.0.
Well,
It's very close,
that,
yeah. But yeah, it's
that's the only
4.0.
way we get
The star
to
map, yep.
other systems.
Yes. It has to be 4.0, Chief. You're right, because the star map, the quantum, jump gates, it's all connected, because you have to have all of that in order to go to Pyro, in order to go to Nyx/Delamar. You have to have all that working and ready. So yeah, it means that we need to see it at CitizenCon. If not, I question what's going on. I would have to question, like, what have you guys been doing? I mean, other than, okay, you show me a big demo of CitizenCon is okay. Wow, that's really taking the resources up. That's we got to figure some things out, guys. We got to balance this thing.
Yeah.
And I think especially with, in lieu of what recently has transpired, more than ever now, I think Chris needs he needs his support, which is the devs, to help him balance that out, because right now it's like, yeah, that could be a detriment to server meshing, potentially, the fact that they can't get the database working. But I would say the sooner he finds a solution and let us know, I think it could put a lot to rest before it puts a damper on what we don't know about CitizenCon, what we're trying to have a positive outlook on. We don't need to have that looming, in 4 months. Like you said, they have time, but we don't need that as a gray cloud looming over the events of CitizenCon. They're talking about other things. We don't even have the freaking PES or database ready yet. With Ancillus 07.
Yeah, that's my concern, is if they can't stabilize, well, they are stabilizing PES, but get it to the point where they can introduce server meshing on a static point.
Yes.
So we can have the Pyro and these. They can't, then it's going to be, I don't know, that another year of just playing 321 or 320. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so,
no 4.0, because the 4.0 has to be incorporated with it, or are you going to piecemeal it? It's like it's all got to work cohesively. It's all one big thing that's all connected, and the only way to really make it successful as a deliverable, it's got to be whole. This can't be piecemeal, because then we're stitching everything together. There's bugs, and then you add that. We got to fix those bugs that is causing problems with that. Ooh, yeah, we need some clarity. It just says it's, man, but I appreciate him.
I just want to see it working. That's all.
Yeah, me too.
I know PES works. They just need to get that server meshing online.
Yeah, I think the perfect way, kind of to the analogy of what we said, Chief, like we're hearing the sound only, but we don't see the visuals that go with it. It's the same thing with, we got server meshing working. I think the best way to give or show us proof of concept is going into Evocati's hands. You say it's going in Evocati's hands and they get it, and they send it, and it goes across spectrum that it's in Evocati's hand, it's a wrap. You did it. Yeah, of course it's going to have bugs, but you've given it into the hands of the backers who's saying, it's legit, dude. This is what's happening. This is what's going on with it. And then work through it and then get it to PTU. It would be a great boon. It would be a successful CitizenCon if we all can get server meshing PTU for all at the end of year as a patch. That would be a success, a great success. Scuba 07. It would be a great success.
Oh, yeah, I hope we get something. They have to have something.
We got to have something of
all
substance.
up like this. and to have 2 days for Citizen
And
Con.
videos, just video
I just don't-
presentations.
Yeah. Yeah. So
No, we can't just have video.
I just want. Yeah. I don't know. They could be thinking like that. I don't want to be like doom and gloom or anything. It's
Me either.
just
I don't want to.
this,
Yeah, it is what it
we
is.
have
But
no
oh
information.
man, we need a win.
It's so bleak at this point.
Yeah,
We've got to have something.
because that drop of information was kind of like, oh no, what? But no, he's like, no, man, I'm telling you all, this is going to be resolved. This will come to pass, and I'm like, and I'm saying it's going to be fixed like soon, but we need to have server meshing in our hands to say that, and you know what? They're working hard on it right now. I think that's the entire. They're not working on it now to say, "Oh, we're intending to give you this in 2024." I think they're working hard as hell. Matter of fact, we were saying, "Why do we get the?" Some of us saying, "Man, we could have waited another 5 days for 3.2.0 to drop, right? Because it'd have been less bugs." No, they're saying it needs to drop now because we're working on server meshing to get that to you at some point this year. I'm good with that.
They've always done. It's been like this. They'll drop live usually 2 weeks before the quarter's out, and then get the 0.1 and 0.2 patches
end of year
within those last 2 weeks. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, which is basically the ships.
Right.
Mostly ships. Yeah, it's just I'd be like, I don't care. He could do no wrong if that thing drops PTU, not PTU, what, Evocati. I give him Evocati, and I'm like, okay, they did it, man. They did it. Yeah, there's gonna be things to be worked out, of course, but it's in Evocati's hands. And the thing about it, they are gonna be so freaking motivated to find those. I'm telling you, people may not even sleep for 2 days in Evocati because they got server meshing. I'm telling you right now, you're gonna have people working on things.
Once it's in Evocati, it's definitely gonna be leaked. Somebody gonna do it, and
right.
Everybody and their mama gonna be looking at those videos.
Yeah.
Now, some of us gonna wait for it to be in our hands and not be spoiled, but somebody's gonna make a video.
Yeah, but but I think they're gonna be excited too. I think the level of enthusiasm, because you're getting that leaked information, is due to the enthusiasm about it, and then now it's the thing of say, "I told you so." It's one of those things that now more than ever we are gonna like nail down these findings and nail down these issues to make sure that if there's a chance we can get this to PTU for all by the end of the year or the last patch. We are on top of this. I mean, we are going to push this like nothing, like none other. And I think that's going to be the cadence with CIG themselves. You're going to see some seriously dedicated people. I mean, like grinding, like they've never grinded before, because this is the pivotal pendulum that's going to go to the right or the left. This is where the rubber meets the road right now. This is bigger than the transition to 3.0. This is where they're saying we got to get this right. We have got to push this to the point where it's ready, it's viable, and it is the thing that will make this game sustainable. It's the tipping point of everything.
Again, remember, CitizenCon has always been about what's coming up. It has never been about this is what's coming out tomorrow. We did, I think, have that one time when they're like, this is out in the PU now, and it just got released, and then everybody stopped watching CitizenCon and then went and played the PU. That was a great idea.
You save that for the end point. Don't say it at the beginning.
No, you don't. Yeah. Or Sunday. And you do it for Sunday when they close at Sunday.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh no, Sunday at closing. Yeah. Sunday closing.
Right. And obviously you wouldn't spin up the server until you're done. You say, all right, now send it live.
Exactly. And let that be the keynote, that to be the last statement for Chris to close the show out. That, whew,
Right.
man, I'm telling you, man, that, and like, sucks for you to be there. Like, I'm hating, man. I'm hating.
Yeah.
I'm having fun with it, but yeah, it's yeah, those servers will spin up. Those servers will spin up. I'm telling you. But yeah, it would be great. Yeah, it'd be good, man.
Yeah, I want to see it. I definitely want to see it because I was so kind of impressed that they got 320 out before the end of the quarter.
Yeah,
And,
they were ahead.
you know,
they got ahead of it, man.
Made some stabilization improvements.
Yeah.
And I guess now it's all eyes on CitizenCon.
Yeah, for sure. And I truly believe that they are going to their best to really give one or two things that really, sends a strong positive message to say, hey, look, this is what we've been doing. Some things I'm ready for the surprises that we like, oh my gosh, am I hearing this? Am I hearing this right? I'm ready for that.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'm ready to be surprised, but I'm not. I have zero expectations.
Yep.
I'm gonna go in. I'll enjoy the show.
Perfect.
And there'll be high moments, there'll be low moments. Nothing is perfect, but I certainly hope there are more high moments than low.
Hey, no
Are you going?
Oh, you said, are you going, Chief?
No. I was just.
We'll be watching it on Twitch right here, streaming it live. I'm just no offense, guys. It better not be no damn audio panel. I'm sorry. It better not be no damn audio panel. I love you guys.
Well, they got 2 days.
You're unsung heroes.
They got to fill 2 days.
Oh my gosh, y'all are unsung heroes. That's no doubt about it. We know that. It's true. It's true. But come on now. Chris is like, that is unacceptable, Kimmy. That is unacceptable what you just said. I'm like, all right, Chris, my bad, but come on, man. They're the unsung heroes. I gave them that, but that's it. I'm giving them that. They were like, they'll see me in person, man. That was so disrespectful of you, man. I remember I got out of that department because of you. I went over making chips because of that. Now I don't want to talk to you. I'm like, oh, damn. Sorry.
You got to have the audio, but like I said, it can't just be
a centerpiece.
Simple presentations, or the centerpiece of it. But, you got to bring it together.
Yes.
And have some substance.
Yep. For sure. Man. So when's the next time I'm getting on, man? I think I'm gonna call it, but it was a great conversation. But when's the next one? Because I want to get in and do some Arena Commander with you all.
Well, you haven't done anything in the past hour, but standing there looking at that plant, so.
Yeah, he's the 07 coffee.
Water bottle out there just spraying away.
Now I want to get into Arena Commander. Maybe tomorrow after work. I'm thinking, is that possible? If anyone's around, I want to at least try some things in Arena Commander. Maybe the racing, the master modes.
Is the Vandal Swarm Master Mode still available?
I think so. I think it's until the 27th, I believe, which was weird that they made these announcements that it's only temporary. I was like, huh? But now come to find out they're going to do some more iterations. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, I want to get in there before it's over. Before they pull it. I think it's the 27th. Yeah, only the Gladius, because I think that's going to be how they're going to build the gold standard, and then from there they'll move it out to all the other ships. They got some work to do, man, with these ships. They got some work.
That's pretty limited.
Yeah. Yep. Because then they have to rebalance how those ships fly with the master mode. So it's a total different experience for each ship to some degree. Once they get those categories labeled out and defined, then they're all gonna fly according to that style guide. So yeah, it's crazy, man. They need more. I mean, even though they have 1,100 employees, but you think, man, is that enough? Like, holy smokes.
Well, keep in mind they may have 1,100 employees. Not all of them are developers. A lot of that is support staff.
Yeah.
Who essentially they're training to become developers.
Yeah, with the development tools. Yeah.
Right.
They're training them to use the tools, and then they start belting out more things, which is it's slow right now, but it will start to pick up speed, and then also the production will quantify to like, okay, it's really multiplying and expanding big time.
Right.
So
I mean, it just takes. All I'm saying, it takes time to get everybody synchronized. And
yes.
You start producing whatever you need to produce.
Yeah. Oh boy. We'll see. Well, I'm gonna get something to eat here, and like I said, I'm gonna jump in an arena commander. I'll just jump in stream and see what happens. If anyone want to jump in, you're invited. Let's get in there and let's test it out, and maybe we can get the objective criticism that they need. So in order to make it a thing that they put it into the PU.
Yeah, once they get past the Gladius, I'll take a look at it. But with it just being the Gladius, that's too limited for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even have the ship.
Get some more ships in there. Get some more ships in there.
Yep.
Wait a minute, have you done the racing yet or no?
I know, that's what I'm saying. I want to do that. I got the freaking Fury. I want to try that.
And the Star Marine
Razor.
thing,
Yes.
FPS and stuff like that.
Yes. All of it. We got to test it. Test it.
I played the tank mode has already been. I've done that.
I have not.
The problem is, it is you can't get enough people to join. Not with it being in live, it may be more of an audience. So
we got to do it then. What you want to try the tanks first?
I mean, it doesn't matter if we can get a lobby, But we'll find out. We'll see.
Okay, Coffee. I'm telling you, Dirk, Vickers, Scuba, get in those tanks with Ancelus. Chanticleer, let's get in those tanks. Bender, let's get in those tanks.
It'll be fun. It's fun.
Chris is like, we will watch you, Skyhawk, all Twix. Let's go, Nerdy. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, we can do that. I'll initiate and I'll just jump in and see who I'll put it on stream and say no one showed up. All right, tomorrow. So it's like after, let's say around 5:30. That's a good time. That gives me time. Eastern Standard.
Yeah, I should be, but I've got my dailies on Destiny I need to do because that's Tuesday.
Okay.
I got some more.
Okay.
I got quest line. To catch up.
You say your dailies? What is that?
Oh, excuse me, weeklies. Excuse me.
What is that?
It resets every week, and we get more campaign.
I'm just making sure it's not like the old, what was that, Looney Tunes with the young kids with the stupid Looney Tunes versions that came out in like the 2000s. Just making sure it's not that. Chief is like, I can't do any of that because I have to watch Looney Tunes with those annoying mice people that keep getting in trouble.
Oh my gosh, what is that? Is that the not Looney Tunes? What's the other one?
They're like school kids. Like they kind of pissed me off. I think I was just getting too old. The
We all
Whack-A-Maniacs.
hit it.
Yeah,
That
that's it. Yeah, the Whack-A-Maniacs.
Whack-A-Maniacs. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell is this shit? That's what Chief is like. I gotta catch up. I got the box set.
Oh,
No, it's the Animaniacs. It's not Whack-A-Maniacs.
Animaniacs.
Thank you, Coffee. It just
Coffee
dawned on
knows
me.
what
It's
he's
like, wait a
talking about.
minute.
That's Coffee watching the
Yeah,
after work.
Whack-A-Maniacs.
You
I'm
come
like, huh?
home from the Animaniacs with some cognac. He'd be just chilling out
Oh my
with a
goodness.
cigar. Coffee with a cigar, cognac, and Animaniacs going on.
Animaniacs. Yep. They were. And what's the other one?
He knows the theme song too. It's like I know him, but
He said, I
don't.
know the damn theme song.
Wild.
Oh my gosh. Well, everyone, thanks for stopping in. I don't see anybody really I know streaming Star Citizen, Admiral.
Is Authy?
Who?
Authy?
Everybody playing Cyberpunk.
Everybody's on Cyberpunk
DLC
tonight.
come out or something?
Yes,
Cyberpunk.
something. Yeah.
No, Authentic Young is playing.
What, Cyberpunk?
No, she's playing Star Citizen.
Oh, okay.
She's actually playing
Oh,
Arena
yes,
Commander. Arena Commander tonight.
Okay, let's go over there.
Oh,
Too. Let me see. I don't see her online. Let me see.
It's Authentic Young. One word.
Okay, let me see. I'll get the name. Spelling right.
A-U. Hey, Google.
Okay, I got her.
You
Hey,
spell
Google.
authentic.
But you know how sometimes we put little extras in there.
N-I-C.
Oh, no, you didn't.
I was
let's see if
trying to
that
help you
works.
out there, Kimmy.
I see. Hold on. That didn't work.
Yes.
Oh, I my forward slash is wrong. But not the spelling, so thank goodness for that.
Thank goodness
Which
for
don't
that.
have
Okay, there we go.
anything. Oh, there you go.
All right, we're headed over to the Authentic Young. Let's give her 07. She's doing Arena Commander. So, hey, oh, damn. Did she? Okay, I thought she had a 30K. It says she's looking for a match. Okay, here we go, everyone. 07s. Authentic Young, here we come. 07, everyone.
All right, gentlemen.
07.